Alice and Thomas and St. Croix come to escape from Hannibal 78. A Crucian woman come and tell me to take she back to Sugar City. She want to jump up with Kittition for this year's coming celebration. She says she here, with us have plenty fun. She want to sing and dance behind the big drum. I said, darling, if you think we're easy, you wet. Let me tell you how Sugar City does fare. Anytime we hear music on the street, Sugar City jamming, Sugar City jamming. They really have to sound so sweet. Sugar City jamming, Sugar City jamming. When you see we drink up, everybody mash up, whining and singing. Sugar City jamming. When we hit the traffic, we don't want no music, murder in the land. Sugar City jam, 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 jam. I say now listen to me, darling. To jam in circuits is a big thing. We start from in December yearly till sometime early January. Don't think that you could keep up the pace. You'll have to go and strengthen your waist. For mass in Sugar City is pain. If you make, you're bound to come back again. Anytime we hear music on the street, Sugar City jamming, Sugar City jamming. They really have to sound so sweet. Sugar City jamming, Sugar City jamming. When you see we drink up, everybody mash up, whining and singing. Sugar City jamming. When we hit the traffic, we don't want no music, murder in the land. Sugar City jam, 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 jam. She told me Eddie Matthew crazy.
In the heart of St. Nevis, the government led by Prime Minister Honorable Dr.
I said, girl, take you back where you see. But that boss will tell you, please don't doubt me. Anytime we hear music on the street, Sugar City jamming, Sugar City jamming. They really have to sound so sweet. Sugar City jamming, Sugar City jamming. When you see we drink up, everybody mash up.
Comprehensive tour of several ongoing and upcoming developmental projects across the Federation. These projects are at the core of the government's mission to drive the growth and transformation, fueling progress with state vibrant community developments. Here's an update on some of the nation's most significant initiatives, each a step forward in powering progress for St. Kitts and Nevis. Let's begin with housing. Close to 100 new homes are currently under construction in Artlis, St. Peters and Sandy Point, all a part of this government's ambitious housing strategy. These developments focus on delivering quality, affordable housing to citizens in these communities. The homes will range from 2-bedroom to 3-bedroom units, providing families with a chance to own homes within their own constituency. Construction is progressing smoothly, with foundations being laid and homes expected to be completed by mid-2025. This initiative is part of the government's broader plan to address housing shortages and ensure that every citizen has a safe and sustainable place to live. Let's now turn to the much anticipated St. Peter's Road project. This major infrastructure development is progressing on schedule, bringing significant improvements to the roads in this key area. The project is set to enhance accessibility, improve road safety, and bolster the local economy.
Contractor is pushing, trying to actually get ahead of schedule, which is good. Getting this done before Christmas, and that's good. And I understand that heading up to the Clearfield area, looking at doing over the next couple of days into next week before the Christmas season. So we're very pleased with the work that is being done here. And this is from the airport roundabout all the way up to OGs.
This project is really enhancing St. Peter's and transforming us into the community that we really are. A community that I call the great state of St. Peter's. Very fact that this area is the largest area in terms of population outside of Bastia, and the recent census confirmed that. Knowing that, you need a road network that would be able to accommodate the number of persons who live in this community. This had been a dream of the people of St. Peter's for many, many decades, and to see it actually come to fruition is really a satisfying moment for me at this particular time.
We're excited to see this essential infrastructure project nearing its completion in the first quarter of 2025. Moving now to the heart of the community in Connery, where the long-awaited Connery Football Stadium is nearing completion.
For me, it's a pleasure to see where it is today. I remember coming to the community center to do consultations.
This stadium in Connery is really a stadium that the Connery people were asking for many, many years. And as the minister would have mentioned, after we would have had consultations, we really start to put in motion what was necessary to get the stadium to where it is. I want to ask the people of Connery to take care of the stadium. This is your stadium. Make sure it's kept in good condition. You deserve this.
This facility has been a dream for the people of Connery, a project that will provide a world-class venue for local football and community events. The stadium will provide essential facilities for both male and female football teams and is expected to be completed in the first quarter of 2025. The Drew-led government is committed to investing in sports infrastructure, providing more opportunities for youth development and community pride. The government is also making strides in water security with the construction of the desalination plant at the C.A. Paul Southwell industrial site. This plant will provide up to 2 million gallons of water per day, ensuring that residents of the Bastia region and beyond have a consistent and reliable water supply 24 hours a day.
As you see behind us, work is progressing very nicely. This is a major undertaking by the government, and I want to thank the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, and Leader of the Cabinet, Chairman of the Cabinet for the overwhelming support that he has given and the Cabinet has given to the projects that we have identified that are critical in water. We expect, once everything stays on schedule as it presently is, we're expecting some very, very good news by the middle of 2025.
This project required heavy investment, about 50 million EC dollars. And the reason why we went immediately, of course, with the advice from the minister and his learned engineer. The reason why we had to do this is to make sure that we can protect water security and availability here in St. Kitts and Nevis. We understand that our wells that are dug here in the Bastia Valley, or the Bastia Valley aquifers as they are better known, are under stress and pressure because of climate change. Rising sea levels and the increased extraction are putting them at risk for saltwater intrusion. And if that happens, it means, therefore, that they would not be used as sources for potable water anymore. Therefore, this is vitally important, not just critically important, but vitally important. And therefore, we have made the necessary investment. So this is part of the reason why we are saying that we have to prioritize and invest in these type of projects so that we can protect you, the people, our beloved people of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Construction is well underway, with a plan set to be operational by mid-2025. This project represents a critical step in ensuring the Federation's water security in the face of climate change and rising demand. Turning now to healthcare. JNF General Hospital is undergoing a significant transformation with the introduction of new services. The government is expanding the hospital's capabilities with the installation of a MRI facility and a CT scan set to be operational in early 2025. These state-of-the-art diagnostic tools will provide residents with cutting-edge medical services, reducing the need for overseas treatment.
We want to deliver this within the first few months of 2025 and get the services for people. This is all part and parcel of transforming healthcare delivery and quality healthcare to our people. This is in tandem with our CT scan machine, which is already on island, and that CT scan machine is going to be installed very, very shortly within the next few weeks. And that CT scan will be just one of 4 in the whole Caribbean region.
These tools form part of the government's effort to transform healthcare delivery and quality healthcare to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. This is a critical investment in the health of our people, providing world-class imaging technology right here at home. One of the most exciting developments in healthcare is the new JNF Smart Hospital, set to begin construction in 2025. Located at West Farm, this hospital will incorporate the latest medical technology, a resilient design to withstand natural disasters, and focus on sustainability. This new hospital will be a game changer in healthcare delivery for St. Kitts and Nevis, providing a modern, efficient facility to serve the nations for generations.
I want to take this opportunity to say to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis that this new hospital that we have embarked on is for your benefit. The idea of this is to create an institution that can deal with a number of realities that we are dealing with as a region, a country, and a world. The issue of climate change, both the acute impact and the insidious impact. When the JNF was built, of course it was not built with the idea that climate change would be such an issue. And therefore, the way it was constructed, using the materials and so forth, that was not included, and that is totally understood, because that was not an issue at that time. Right now we are dealing with the scourge of stronger hurricanes and more frequent hurricanes. We are dealing with the issues of increased temperature, and all these things would have impact on the physical infrastructure of the JNF where we're at, and it would have impact also on the staff and patients or anybody who would access it. And therefore, we want to make sure that we have a health institution that would be able to withstand all of these new realities.
This site will house the best health institution that will be found anywhere in the entirety of the Eastern Caribbean. We have already taken all of the necessary strides to improve our current institution with regards to optimizing staff and systems and protocols. And we intend to take over those things now into this site, which will be state-of-the-art infrastructure, state-of-the-art technology, state-of-the-art layout. And I would like to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for having this excellent vision and for ensuring that all of the necessary steps were taken with regards to all of the negotiations to make something like this happen. And we look forward to introducing this to the general public of St. Kitts and Nevis over the upcoming years as we unveil it stage by stage.
The groundbreaking for the new hospital will take place in the first quarter of 2025, with construction to be completed in phases. This hospital will provide hundreds of jobs and contribute significantly to the local economy. Another major educational project, the Basseterre High School, will commence construction in early 2025.
Something like this, of course, is new, and so it would have had its teething issues, which we all expected to have. But at the end of the day, because everybody fundamentally is on the same page, which is to get something like this done in St. Kitts and Nevis to help us to transform. We're able to overcome all of the different challenges. And today we are here. We are here launching this course.
The Crown of Fitzroy College and Dr. Wotam for facilitating us and hosting this training. And we would also like to thank our Prime Minister for donating the resources and the funds needed to purchase the electric vehicles and the equipment that we need to make this possible. And I know he truly believes in St. Kitts and Nevis becoming a sustainable island state, and we want to do our part to make sure that that happens.
We are grateful to be a part of this so that we can enhance the future skills of our students and the workforce in general, so that we can continue embarking on innovation, sustainability, but also reaching our neighbors so that we can also contribute to that curriculum agenda.
The Ministry of Education believes firmly in digital solutions, in partnerships, and in transforming education so that we meet the needs of this sustainable island state. I know we say we are trying to move towards there, but we have certainly made certain leaps in that direction, and therefore I would say we are well on our way. This program sees us at a fitting time when we ourselves in the Ministry of Education are looking at ensuring that we have vehicles that are electric vehicles. So if we are to make sure that we are on the cutting edge, we must have the facilities through which we can train individuals, whether it's within the Ministry of Education, in terms of our bus drivers, knowing the type of vehicles that we intend to procure, so that they, when they utilize them, they're able to best use them and make sure that anything goes wrong, they have some information as to what to do next. So having this course on island is critical for us.
From the Ministry of Education, we just procured 2 electric school buses. So now that the training is happening in St. Kitts, we are positioning our citizens to be equipped to ensure that we get the best use out of our vehicles when they do arrive. I'm happy with the outline of the course, but more specifically interested in the health and safety aspect of the training, and like the PSI, to encourage our participants to take advantage of the information that will be shared, and at the same time you share it with others as well. So you're being trained to help train others, so that in the region, we in the OECS, I think we might be the first in the OECS who is offering this training, which even makes the history even more heartwarming.
We have a regional responsibility. As St. Kitts and Nevis, we are launching this, but of course we want to extend this to our regional brothers and sisters. There might be something in their area that they can invite us to. So together we are leveraging our resources to make sure that we achieve sustainability, not just in St. Kitts and Nevis, but throughout the region. And so I'm elated. So I want to say to the participants to really take full advantage of the opportunity to learn, full advantage in helping to transform your various jurisdictions into sustainable areas, whether it's a state or community. It all starts with a single step, and we are making a simple step today, which we know will be down into bigger and greater things.
Yeah. Yeah, so put it. Yeah.
This lobby was obviously a labor of love from a number of stakeholders, and it rings true What has happened here, I reflected while I was sitting on a few songs that have been sung in this country before, where there are people who play different parts, and if they come together uniquely, they can sing one song and get a beautiful production. Also, if they work together, they can also be an unstoppable force.
This project is not just about revitalizing a physical space by adding color. As you know, TDC, we donated the paint for this project. This is certainly a symbol of commitment to the well-being of our community.
If you really want to demonstrate teamwork, look at this project where together everyone achieves more.
I was asked by the esteemed Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Health to do two things. One was to stabilize the Ministry of Health, and the second was to transform the Ministry of Health. And when I speak of the Ministry of Health, I do not speak of an edifice, I do not speak of a building, I speak of the landscape of healthcare in St. Kitts and Nevis. This is just the beginning of new things. This is the beginning of the transformation journey. And brick by brick, we'll do it together.
The renderings were very, very close to the actual room that we see here. That shows that there was a plan, there was a way to achieve that plan, and the plan has come to fruition.
We are achieving much in a short space of time. And so I ask the community to continue to support. I ask the businesses to continue to support. I ask the private citizens, those small businesses which is separate to the larger businesses, to continue to support as well. Whatever you can do, even to come and paint a wall, to help us lift up a garbage bin. I have done it. The minister has done it. So it means therefore that this is not menial work for anyone. This is vital work to convert JNF into a premier institution. And so I'm happy today. Thank you, Pat. Thank you, Glenn, Cable, TDC, and all of the smaller vendors who would have contributed in some way. Thanks to all of us that today the lobby adds to our improved healthcare, because when you come here, this ambience can surely lift your spirit.
Attention Crew Commander, we have a motor vehicle accident at Kim Collins Highway. The driver is trapped and appears to be seriously injured. Emergency medical services and police are en route. Proceed to the scene and prepare to perform extrication.
Daddy, the fire truck comes.
Listen, they ain't got nowhere to go. They're just wasting the government gas money. Left them. If they want pass, let them go around. You understand? Let them go around. Go.
Mommy care?
It can't be a mother care.
That's mommy care.
In emergencies, delays can be fatal. A life was lost today because precious time was wasted. In emergencies, please pull over for emergency vehicles.
As we know, the emergency room is one of the areas where we have had challenges over the years. We have not had the pleasure of having emergency room specialists. As you know, in the US, not every emergency room is manned by emergency room specialists. You go out of the major cities and the emergency rooms are manned a lot of times by family doctors who have extra training in emergency room medicine. But we have young people or people who are talented, educated, and they are eager to learn so that they can, of course, improve their skills and build their confidence so that they can, of course, deliver the type of healthcare that we wish to deliver. We are sincerely grateful for your efforts to be here to help us. You may not know it, but your efforts here would have a tremendous impact on the improvement of healthcare here in St. Kitts and Nevis. I want to thank Dr. Maloney, who heard the call of us reaching out to our professionals from St. Kitts and Nevis in the diaspora who can come home and help with nation building. So Dr. Maloney, I want to thank you on behalf of all of us for heeding the call and making the extra steps to get this done. This is not easy. From what I know, it is the first time it is being done, and so we had to go through a lot of matters and challenges that were not faced before, but with determination and having one purpose, which is to improve healthcare services for our people, we have come to this point. So I want to thank you sincerely. Can you please put your hands together for Dr. Maloney?
Thank you so much for inviting us here. We do hope that this will be a future relationship that we can build on. During our time here this week, we'll be doing multiple things. So we will be teaching cardiovascular emergencies, as well as basic heart and lung ultrasounds. Our administrative team will be here to kind of sit through the different processes in the emergency room and our triage system and see how we can make the system more efficient. And obviously we'll ask for feedback at the end of the week to see how we can make our training better for you as we move into the future. Going forward, we'll also be offering hospital administration, such as Dr. Morton, Dr. Wilkin, whoever wants to come, an observership at Rutgers and UMS, where you can come and kind of see the way that our hospital system works and figure out how you can implement change here that you want to see changed here. As well as, you know, anything else that you need from us in terms of whatever we can provide in terms of future training. I know we've talked about strokes and abdominal pains going forward, as well as procedural training as well. So we're really just hoping that this relationship will be one that is successful and we can help each other out in the future. So thank you.
I want to recognize members from the St. Kitts Nevis Trades and Labor Union as well, the General Secretary, and I think is the VP or member who is here. His daughter gave the words on behalf of the union. But let me also recognize the leadership of the Rastafari movement here in St. Kitts and Nevis. That movement has been instrumental in ensuring that we never, ever forget what took place here in 1935. And after 90 years since that event, we are here in a space signaling, of course, the coming of greater things. So put your hands together for the Rastafari movement. And of course, to recognize all others who are here with us. Let me say that recently I shared a stage with Hilary Beckles. You might know who he is. Vice Chancellor of UWI, correct? A historian, one of the most recognized historians, not just in the Caribbean region, but across the world, especially how he chronicles the history of the Caribbean. And this is a recognized historian. he's an academic. He's also an activist because he, in a sense, is the leader of the reparation movement in the Caribbean and throughout the world. He has just been named, I think, president of the United Nations University. And in a speech that he gave, he said that the liberation movement or the march toward independence started right here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And the date he gave, and I don't think that he is wrong, he said that everything started in 1934 and culminated right here in 1935. So here we have a prolific historian as Sir Hilary Beckles crediting the Buckley's uprising as the starting point for the liberation and the colonization across the whole world. And so I usually say to some of my friends from India that the struggle started not with Gandhi, but in a small village in St. Kitts and Nevis called Buckley's. That must be remembered. And it cannot be remembered just by words, for words alone would not suffice. Exactly. Cannot be remembered with just an event like this that takes place once per year. It cannot be remembered alone by having these speeches and remarks given by politicians and activists and members of great movements and young people and others. This is important, but this alone would not suffice. And so it's always been a personal dream of mine, and I know it's a dream of many of you, including the MP from this area and the Rastafari movement, that a monument be constructed right here on these hallowed grounds. And for those of you who weren't here, he announced tonight that this piece of land that stretches from one road all the way down to the fence of the JNF hospital is being acquired and is in the final stages to be owned by the Buckley's Uprising Committee, for which the purpose is to construct a monument never to be removed. And that is a tremendous achievement.
Superintendent Minister of the Methodist Church, St. Kitts Circuit, and Chair of the St. Kitts Christian Council. Reverend Brown.
Lead us, Heavenly Father, lead us, o'er the world's tempestuous sea. Guard us, guide us, keep us, feed us, for we have no help but thee. Yet possessing every blessing, if our God, our Father be. A short reading, Romans chapter 13. Let everyone be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except that which God has established. The authorities that exist have been established by God. Consequently, whoever rebels against the authority is rebelling against what God has instituted, and those who do so will bring judgment on themselves. For rulers hold no terror for those who do right, but for those who do wrong. Do you want to be free from the fear of the one in authority? Then do what is right, and you will be commended. For the one in authority is God's servant for your good. But if you do wrong, be afraid. For rulers do not bear the sword for no reason. They are God's servant, agents of wrath to bring punishment on the wrongdoer. Therefore, it is necessary to submit to the authorities, not only because of possible punishment, but also because of a matter of conscience. That is why you pay taxes, for the authorities are God's servants, who give their full time to governing. Give to everyone what you owe them. If you owe taxes, pay taxes. If revenue, then revenue. If respect, then respect. If honor, then honor. To serve the present age, my calling to fulfill. Oh, may it all my powers engage to do my Master's will. Let us pray. Most gracious God, our Heavenly Father, we thank you for your gift of today, for calling us into your service, for national leadership. We are privileged to serve, but we also understand the awesome responsibility as we make decisions and pass laws to govern our federation. As we host our first sitting of the National Assembly in 2025, we invoke the presence of your Holy Spirit to lead and guide our debates and our decisions. We pray your blessings upon all members of the National Assembly. Especially, O God, we pray for the Honorable Speaker as she strives to maintain order in this honorable House. We pray that ideas will contend and that the well-being of our people and the needs of the Federation will be foremost in our minds. Grant us, Lord, your grace and the spirit of oneness as a people, and that in this new year, the spirit of unity will guide us, and we will experience unprecedented growth and development in all aspects of our national life. So bless us, O God, and bless all who have duties to perform within this assembly. And we pray, O God, that we will honor you in all that we do and all that we say. So bless us now, we pray, in Jesus' mighty name. Amen. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious unto you. And may the Lord lift up the light of his countenance upon you and grant you his peace. Amen. Amen.
Thank you kindly, Reverend Brown. You may be seated. Proceed.
Confirmation of minutes.
Minutes are deferred.
Messages from the Governor General.
There are no messages from the Governor General.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Just a few. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our first sitting of the 2025 legislative year. By way of apologies, my office is in receipt of notices from the honorable members for St. Christopher 6 as well as St. Christopher 7. Those are the notices for this morning.
Presentation of papers and of reports from committees. Petitions.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 8.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. I rise with your leave to lay before this honourable House two reports, and one of the report, of course, Madam Speaker, is, and I read, pursuant to Section 441(2) of the Social Security Act, I hereby lay before the National Assembly the financial statements of the Social Security Board for the year ended December 31st, 2023, prepared by independent external auditing firm BDO Eastern Caribbean. Madam Speaker, I now will read before the laying of this second report, and it says, pursuant to Section 28(1) of the Financial Services Regulatory Commission Act, I hereby lay before the National Assembly the financial statements of the Financial Services Regulatory Commission for the year end December 31st, 2023, prepared by independent external auditing firm Grant Thornton. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
May it please you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Section 36(2) of the Integrity in Public Life Act, I hereby lay before this National Assembly the annual report of the Integrity in Public Life Commission for the period January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023, and the financial statements for the Commission for the year ended December 31st, 2023, prepared by independent external auditor Joel M. Morton. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Petitions, government notices, unofficial notices, questions, requests for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on matters of urgent public importance, statements by ministers, personal explanations, motions relating to the business of the National Assembly and moved by a minister, introduction of bills and first reading.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise once again to lay before this Honourable House and have read for the first time a bill shortly entitled Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Seconder, I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025 be read a first time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Cap 15.06, otherwise known as the Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025.
The bill shortly entitled Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025 has been read a first time.
Public business, bills second reading.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8, mover of the bill.
Madam Speaker, with your leave once again, I rise to lead the debate of and have read for the second time in this honorable House the bill shortly entitled Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025. Madam Speaker, I rise, as said before, to lead this debate. This bill is being tabled and debated today to address, Madam Speaker, over the years, what has been happening here in St. Kitts and Nevis with respect to traffic accidents, dangerous driving, and the resultant loss to property, and most importantly, Madam Speaker, lives. Madam Speaker, I would like to say that what has prompted this is really the fact that we believe that every life is precious. Just like when we came to this House and we made amendments and introduced new bills to deal with what was an upsurge in violence, Madam Speaker, believing that the Parliament has its responsibility as persons who are sent here by the people to respond to the needs and challenges or issues affecting our people. In the end, Madam Speaker, it is really a vehicle to help our people to live the best lives that they can live. And so, Madam Speaker, let me say again that this bill, of course, is based on the fact that we believe that every life is precious. Madam Speaker, before I get further into it, let me extend my sincerest condolences to all of the families and friends and communities, and St. Kitts on a whole, Nevis on a whole, as we want to extend condolences to these families and the passing of their relatives, friends, and so forth as a result of motor vehicle accidents, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when life is lost through accidents, it is not just a loss of life that is felt by the family, close-knit family, but it's felt by the community, Madam Speaker, and the country on a whole. Madam Speaker, just to give you some stats, in 2024 alone, 13 lives were lost in road accidents. That's a startling number, Madam Speaker. And the AG in his presentation, because he's the head of the task force that has been put together to deal with the issue of traffic laws, and by extension, to seek to address the issues of traffic accidents, I'm sure he will deal with some of that. But between 2019 and 2023, we had 19 lives that were taken, Madam Deputy Speaker, even with COVID intervening. And therefore, it says that we have lost one life every 5 months over the last 6 years, Madam Speaker. That is indeed a tragedy, but we must respond. Madam Speaker, this recent scourge in our society is further underscored by the shocking reality that in Bastia area alone between 2019 and 2023, there were 3,867 reported traffic accidents, almost 773 per year in the Bastia area alone. Across St. Kitts, between 2019 and 2023, there were 6,526 reported traffic accidents, an average of 1,305 accidents per year. That is 4 per day, Madam Speaker, on average. Totally unacceptable. Many of these were due to speeding and the use of mobile phones while driving, the two leading causes of road accidents and fatalities. Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Speaker, these are preventable accidents. These accidents are because of irresponsibility of some of our drivers, Madam Speaker. Let me read that again, because this is telling that many of these were due to speeding and the use of mobile phones while driving. Madam Speaker, we know that these are high risks for accidents. Yet, many of our drivers engage in these type of activities. While you're on the phone, you're talking, it's as if it's the same effect as drinking and driving, being distracted by your cellular phone. And nobody believes that they are distracted, because people believe in multitasking. There's no such thing as multitasking. All the scientific evidence shows that multitasking is not really a thing. It is that you are doing multiple things at the same time, but nothing is really receiving the attention that it should. That is scientific, Madam Speaker. So this great idea of the multitasking is not so. And therefore, I want to encourage our people to stay off the phones when they are driving and to drive within the speed limit. Madam Speaker, St. Kitts is small. Nevis is small. If you were to calculate how much time you save by driving an extra 10 miles per hour between Bastia and Sandy Point, you're not going to save much time in the grand scheme of things. A few minutes, because the distance is so short, Madam Speaker. However, increasing your speed 10 more miles per hour increases your chances of a severe accident exponentially. So why do you drive fast in St. Kitts and Nevis? Usually when I'm with my security detail, I tell them, don't drive fast, because if you're going to get there, you're going to be there 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes earlier, yet the chances of a serious accident increases exponentially. And therefore, it does not make sense to drive fast, really, in St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker. The distances are just too short. In the United States, where I live for some time, and I'm driving on the highway, then it makes sense, because the highway has a code where you can't drive too slow, but it makes sense to be at 70, 80 miles per hour sometimes, depending on where you're going, because you can save an hour on driving, which is a significant amount of time. But there's no place in St. Kitts that require you to take an hour driving from one point to the next, unless you're going around the whole island. And therefore, there's no need for us in St. Kitts and Nevis to be driving fast. The other issue with the cell phones, why do you want to be on your cell phone while you are driving, Madam Speaker? Most people who travel from one distance to the next in St. Kitts is 10, 15 minutes. You can wait that time, 10, 15 minutes before you answer your phone, before you send a message. How urgent is the message that you can't wait 10, 15 minutes, Madam Deputy Speaker? Yet, you are putting your very life at risk, but not even your own life alone. The life of your family members, the life of innocent bystanders, the life of those who might be passengers on a bus, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I want to encourage our people to refrain from driving and using their cellular phones, to stop the speeding, Madam Speaker. And in addition to that, the drinking and driving in St. Kitts and using substances that alters the judgment, those two are having an impact. Sometimes, Madam Speaker, you see people driving and a beer in the hand. A beer in the hand and they drive in. Or you see the beer bottle inside the car. Or you see them by a bar and they're drinking, and they jump in a car and they drive home, and they had more drinks than they should have had, putting their lives at risk and other people's lives at risk, Madam Speaker. So no need to do that. I would also say that when you use cannabis as well, because it mellows you, as is said, it can affect your judgment, Madam Speaker, in terms of when you are driving, because and therefore I want to discourage that as well. Not to be, using cannabis and driving can have the same impact as when you're drinking alcohol and driving, using your cell phone and driving, speeding and driving. The message here, Madam Speaker, is that most of these accidents can be prevented if people just follow the basic traffic rules. And that is why, if we are having a problem with people following the traffic rules, well, we will come to this Parliament and pass the necessary laws to make sure that people follow the necessary rules. Because losing 13 lives, Madam Speaker, is something that should never, ever happen again. I know in St. Kitts right now, and we heard about Nevis, the roads are being paved, the roads seem like they're getting broader and so forth, and so the tendency to drive faster is there. Sometimes you see people at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning speeding. As a matter of fact, some people choose that time to race, Madam Speaker.
What are you doing?
Huh?
What is it? So you're going exercise, you're going gym.
But I'm saying I'm an early riser sometimes, you know. But I'm saying sometimes people just passing very fast, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and they're choosing that time to race, Madam Speaker, because the roads are broad and they are smooth, and therefore, let's get to racing. But I would like to say that even at that time in the morning, it can be dangerous, Madam Speaker. The other thing is that people might drive when they are sleepy. Sometimes somebody finishes a shift. I can give my own example. I remember it might have been around 2007. I was working at the hospital. I finished late, like 11 o'clock in the night or so, the late shift. It was cricket around that time. So I said, let me take a drive over the beach. And people who know me, I'm not a drinker. And on my way back, I fell asleep in the vehicle, Madam Speaker, not realizing how tired I was. And I suffered an accident. It's a good thing I didn't hit anybody. And I ended up in the drain on the other side. Airbag came out. So it tells you the impact. So we have to be very, very careful when we are driving to make sure that we are in the best state of mind to drive. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to bring here today that it's important that we do what we have to do to protect our roads. The other thing I want to bring forward, Madam Speaker, is that children in vehicles, in front seat, the children, there's a law as to where the children should sit in a vehicle, when they should be in a seat, a child seat, or when they should use a booster seat, and when they should be using a seat belt, Madam Speaker. And I want to submit today that I would implement at the hospital that before any mother leaves the hospital and they own a vehicle, that they need to show the evidence of their child's car seat. And they need to be educated, just like they're educated on how to feed, to breastfeed, to use to change pampers, to do this when you get your vaccination and so forth. They also need to know how to carry their children safely in their cars. And that would be a policy, Madam Speaker, that would be introduced at the hospital level so that mothers and fathers and families can be educated from the time they leave the hospital how to safely transport their infants. Madam Speaker, so it's a call for responsibility, a call to obeying traffic signs and signals, not speeding or overtaking on corners, putting down your mobile phones while driving, wearing your seat belts at all times and ensuring that children are securely fastened, Madam Speaker, and using child car seats. These things have been shown to save lives, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are multiple countries across the globe that had to put legislation in place to save lives for different things. For example, in Sweden's Vision Zero Traffic Policy of 1997, what changed? Road fatalities were major concerns in Sweden. The government introduced Vision Zero policy, which included lower speed limits, strict DUI enforcement, and safer infrastructure. The result? Sweden reduced road deaths by over 50%, making it one of the safest countries for road users. Madam Speaker, they went to the parliament and they passed legislation that were enforced that resulted in a significant drop. So this is not just a percentage. Think about the many lives that were saved, the many families that were spared heartaches. This 50% drop was significant and had impact on the community. Let's think about New York's broken windows policy of the 1990s. Crime rates in New York City were extremely high. Authorities began strictly enforcing minor offenses. And this leads to what we call, or what was recognized as a significant drop in violent crime in New York by 50% around that time, Madam Speaker, by enforcing these laws. Germany's strict recycling laws. South Korea's crackdown on drunk driving in 2018. Drunk driving was a major cause of accidents in South Korea. And Madam Speaker, they took action from a legislative standpoint. Passed laws, enforced laws, and they saw a significant drop in road accidents as a result of drunk driving. Madam Speaker, in UAE, road safety crackdown resulted in a 40% drop over a decade in accidents. The United Kingdom's ban on handheld mobile phone while driving in 2003 also saw positive results, Madam Speaker. And therefore, it means that the legislative avenue, our tool, should be used to protect our people and to save our people's lives. Because again, every life is precious, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Attorney General again because he took leadership on this matter. And he didn't just take it. This was done last year, where a committee was formed, which he'll speak to take a number of measures. And what we have is what you call the Sustainable Road Safety Project and new measures, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, recognizing this national need for a change of driving culture, this government launched the Sustainable Road Safety Project in October of 2024, Madam Speaker. And through data analysis, public consultations, and strategic planning, this project has guided the reforms we are now implementing. So, Madam Speaker, this was done very prudently. It was done with consultation, and it was done in a committee or type of framework. This was done by the Sustainable Road Safety Project and new measures. Madam Speaker, what are we seeking with this? Because we have to respond. Madam Speaker, when you hear the lives that are lost because of this, it is hard. When you go to the funerals and you see the parents and the family members and the community, and you know that this could have been prevented, but it seems like some people are not following the traffic rules, and therefore we have to use the legislative avenue to make sure that we get people to comply, and this is also a means to deter those who would otherwise violate the traffic rules. So, Madam Speaker, this is what is being proposed. Reckless and dangerous driving fines have been increased to $6,000 to $8,000, with repeat offenders facing up to $20,000 in fines and imprisonment. We have to get serious, Madam Deputy Speaker, because a life lost will not come back until the appropriate time, according to the Holy Bible. And therefore, we have to put in measures to deter people. Madam Speaker, careless driving fines have doubled, reaching $8,000 for causing bodily injury, with repeat offenders facing up to $10,000 in fines and imprisonment. Because if you keep repeating and repeating and repeating, then the penalty should become stiffer and stiffer, and you might lose your freedom for some time, for you to get the message that this is a serious matter, Madam Speaker. And this is beyond you losing your license as well. Driving under the influence of alcohol or any substance that alters your judgment will now carry a fine of up to $10,000 for first offenses and $20,000 for repeat offenses, with longer imprisonment terms. I had a conversation with the commissioner, and part of the training would be how to do the sobriety test. It's a basic medical exam that anybody with a grade 4 or 5 education can do. And then the breathalyzer, and then blood test. Because If persons are driving under the influence, we are going to detect them. So you'll see people on this side, Madam Speaker, asked to walk a straight line, asked to follow the finger, to ensure that these persons are not masking in any way the use of alcohol. Madam Speaker, therefore, we are getting serious with this. Causing death by dangerous driving now carries a maximum penalty of 10 years, while causing death by careless driving carries up to 6 years, Madam Speaker. This is serious because persons cannot just be careless and just result in the loss of life, and then you walk in the street without any penalty to send a message that we will not accept the loss of life due to carelessness and recklessness and irresponsibility, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are introducing technology. We have been introducing a lot of technology in this country. As a matter of fact, St. Kitts and Nevis is possibly one of the leaders when it comes to the digital transformation. So we are going to have automated ticketing systems, Madam Speaker, and we already have some cameras out, you know. All you're going to do, you think you drive fast and nobody see you, you're going to just get your ticket in the mail. If you never get a mail, this is going to be one of the mails you get. Well, you're going to be like, well, I don't get mail. What is mail about? Only bills I don't get. What is mail about? Because you were caught 3 o'clock in the morning driving fast when you think nobody is seeing you, but we will see you. And you will get your ticket in the mail. That is how serious this is. So the eyes will be everywhere. You can't escape this, Madam Speaker. We already have cameras up. And sometimes, the other day, the commissioner sent me the picture of the vehicle with the number. Madam Speaker, sharp, crisp, clear. You can't say that ain't your vehicle. I remember one time I was in the US again, and I came from the hospital 2-3 o'clock in the morning. 2-3 o'clock in the morning from the hospital. From the hospital. Finish a shift. And I was in Texas, and I was coming up to a stop sign. No other vehicles in my neighborhood where I was heading home to my apartment were on the road. But I decided I am not stopping by a stoplight completely at 2-3 o'clock in the morning. Madam Speaker, I slow down, and I drive. No other vehicles there, and I reach home safely. I went to my mailbox, and I'm like, I'm receiving local mail? Well, who writing me mails? When I open it, Madam Speaker, ticket, $250, and a picture of the vehicle with the number, and the lights above show that I breached it. I had no defense, Madam Speaker. I just went up, write a check, put it in the envelope, and send it back to them. I never do that again in my life. Because $250 for a resident is a lot of money. You know how much food that in a month? And I had to give up that. So, Madam Speaker, there's the same thing that's going to be happening here, you know. After this bill is passed today, I can bet you by the next few weeks, people will be getting tickets in the mail. So I'm asking people to refrain from really involving themselves in reckless driving. Madam Speaker, we have another twist to it. And this is the next one, because we have to get very serious. A new public reporting system will allow citizens to submit dashcam or video footage of reckless driving. So if we ain't catch you, a citizen could catch you. So if you're on a bus, and the bus is going full speed and you're telling the busman, slow down, he ain't want to slow down, pull out your phone. And you'll have a place you'll be able to send that video anonymously. And that is used in a court case against the driver. And the court, Madam Speaker, may award up to $5,000 to individuals whose evidence leads to a conviction. So if you are the witness of an accident that resulted in serious issues and you submit that video, that person goes to court, is found guilty as a result of your video, you can get up to $5,000. So citizens are going to make sure that they are monitoring the traffic as well, Madam Speaker. So if you think, because sometimes, you know, the police is around the corner, as soon as one person sees the police, everybody else who is driving, flashing. Because there's a secret code in St. Kitts, flash how many times? And you know, police is around the corner. That's how they do it. And the police is around the corner. And then everybody starts to say, okay, slow down. As soon as they pass the police, full speed again, Madam Speaker. But if you are involved and a citizen, catch you on video and submit that video, the public will be updated as to where they can submit that video anonymously. You don't have to say who you are to the public. And you can actually, once a court case comes of it, and that person is found guilty, and your video helped that process, you will be compensated. So it's not just the state will be compensated, you will be compensated, Madam Speaker. And once this bill is passed today, and we set up the site for the video, we hope we see a lot of videos coming in, so that people can know you cannot violate the traffic laws, Madam Speaker. This is going to have a tremendous positive impact on saving lives. Saving lives. So the anonymous reporting provision protect whistleblowers who submit video evidence. They will be protected. Madam Speaker, we're also going to have dash cams will be duty-free. So if you want to bring in your dash cam, it will be duty-free, and it will make it easier for our citizens to install them and report dangerous drivers. What we are saying is that the government cannot do it alone. We need, see the dash cam there, Madam Speaker, they're showing a video of it. We need our people to be on top of this. When it comes to child car seats will be duty-free, Madam Speaker, duty-free, making them more affordable and therefore prevalent. They will be duty-free, Madam Speaker. And failure to use a child car seat in your car would result in a fine of up to $500. And really, at the hospital level, you are supposed to leave the hospital demonstrating that you know how to use a car seat and that you have a car seat. So, Madam Speaker, the duty of the Parliament is clear. We must set strong penalties for actions that destroy human life and property and discourage dangerous practices. But laws are not alone. This is a national effort. Each of us, drivers, passengers, pedestrians, must commit to a culture of safety. Madam Speaker, look how nice the child looks in that car seat. We must change our behavior. We must be responsible for each other. Our goal is ambitious, but necessary. 0 road fatalities by 2030. That is what we are aiming for, Madam Speaker. The Sustainable Road Safety Project will continue to roll out education campaigns, better road infrastructure, as we can see, and partnerships with the private sector to ensure that every measure is taken to save lives. So let us honor those, as I said before, who have lost lives. And we really extend our deepest condolences again. So, Madam Speaker, let us commit today to driving responsibly, staying vigilant and making our roads safer for all. Together, Madam Speaker, we can make this vision a reality. I call our people to action. You have to be part of the solution. The government cannot do it alone. Everybody must be mindful and look out and make sure that we are abiding by the traffic rules. So this short but important amendment bill seeks to change our road cultures for better. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I wish this bill safe passage, and may our roads be safer and may lives be saved as a result. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8, mover of the bill. I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
May it please you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if with your leave, I would like to start my presentation with PowerPoint, if that could be turned on. And while we wait, Madam Speaker, I must say that I was looking up the details about our activity in Parliament, And I must take the opportunity to congratulate you, because in the 27 months of this session of Parliament, this is the 28th sitting. So we are ahead of our one-a-month goal, and I must thank the Leader of Government Business and the Speaker and your team, the Clerk and the Deputy Clerk, for your hard work, and the members of this Honourable House. We are clearly working hard for the people of this country. Madam Speaker, I rise to second the bill titled the Vehicle and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025. And the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8 mentioned the Sustainable Road Safety Project. I want to introduce the people of St. Kitts and Nevis to that project. The members of the Interministerial Sustainable Road Safety Committee are myself as chair, the Deputy Commissioner representing the Licensing Authority and the St. Christopher and Nevis Police Force, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Infrastructure, who is responsible for Public Works, Mr. Kevin Liddy, who is the Chairman of the Traffic Safety and Public Driver Board, and Mr. Bervin Daniel, who is the Traffic Lights Technician and Engineer at the Public Works Department. We first met in October 24 and decided on the mission and vision of the Sustainable Road Safety Project. The mission is to enhance road safety in St. Kitts and Nevis through comprehensive data analysis, public consultation, and the implementation of sustainable measures aimed at reducing traffic accidents and fatalities to zero by 2030. Not traffic accidents to zero, because that's an impossible goal. But we believe that in these next 5 years, if we are diligent in implementing the proposed policies, that we can reach to zero fatalities by 2030. The vision of the Sustainable Road Safety Project is a nation where road safety is paramount, traffic laws are respected, and the infrastructure supports safe and efficient travel for all road users. As I said, we had our first meeting in October last year. We discussed long-term goals, safety measures, short-term goals, including gathering public input. We created a dedicated email address, roadsafety@gov.kn, for feedback and inquiries. We have gotten feedback and inquiries already. We developed a comprehensive plan to target high-speed areas for intervention, and we set our medium-term objectives, which is before the end of this calendar year, to present to Cabinet a report or a draft report which will guide the project's operation over the next years leading up to 2030. We had a second meeting in November 2024 where the Deputy Commissioner presented detailed traffic accident data. Our third meeting, which happened yesterday, was actually on the road with the senior officers from the traffic department, and we went to the various parts of Bastia where there have been significant accidents and incidents. This is us yesterday. We literally said to the traffic department, take us to where the most accidents happen in Bastia. They first took us to Johnson Long Path, which many people know as the stretch by Ross University. The top picture is actually the spot where the 4-month-old baby had been killed in a traffic accident in earlier this month. The reason for that accident is before the court, so I cannot speak too many details, but it was an overtaken incident. And what happens in this area, there's a slight incline, and a corner. But what has been happening, why this particular spot has had many incidents, is because persons they build up speed coming by Ross University and try to overtake on this hill to pass traffic, to then increase their speed further when they get by the nursing school area or what will be the area of the new Smart Hospital. The bottom picture is actually a spot just outside the nursing school, which we know it as, on that same stretch, where it has had the most accidents in the Bastille area on Johnson Long Path. It is where you come up out of Mattingley, you come over a slight incline, and there's a stretch where you can see all the way to the end of the road where you go down by the gut by Ross University. And there's a lot of speed in that area, lots of overtaking in that area. And that is a trouble area. So what we did was we had discussions with the traffic officials, and we have some potential solutions for those problem areas. In the next photo, we went to the roundabouts. The roundabouts actually have extreme cause for concern because there are numerous accidents at those roundabouts throughout Bastille. We went to the roundabout by Buckley's, the one that takes you down to the movies, and freshly constructed wall with a hole in it. We couldn't even figure out from the angle of the hole how the vehicle got through that wall. But more than likely, it was speed and loss of control. Then we went to the Monkey Hill roundabout. And what we observed is almost half of the users using the roundabouts incorrectly, and I'll get to that a little further. We then traveled to a spot in Bastille where the speed limit is 40 miles per hour. It's called the Kim Collins Highway. But the average speed, because there's a camera, as the Prime Minister indicated, is, drum roll, 70 miles per hour. So when the camera is picking up vehicles traversing the Kim Collins Highway, this is around in the middle, just where Coney Island was, actually. If you look in the top picture, you would see that's the area where Coney Island was. The average speed on that 40 mile per hour road is 70 miles per hour. The other night, they caught somebody going 85 on the speed camera. So, after, with successful implementation or passage of this Amendment Act, those speed cameras can now be in effect, and potentially the persons who choose not to abide by the speed limit on that road will get a ticket either in the mail or by service of a police officer. So that was quite a troubling area. And what we did was we stood on the side of the road and we observed. We observed trucks. The maximum speed a big truck is supposed to go is 30 miles per hour. We observed much faster than that. We also observed persons speeding generally in that area. So that is another area of concern, and that is an area where, I don't know if you recall, Madam Speaker, there was an accident involving an ambulance because persons did not heed the ambulance siren and did not move. The ambulance was trying to get to a scene and collided with another vehicle. So those are the concern areas, and then we went to this Central Bank roundabout, which is also a general concern. So what we, okay, good, yes. So our main discussions thus far, as I have indicated before, and I think I indicated in Parliament during the budget debates, we're doing it in phases. We're going to try to review St. Kitts first, District A and B, and then go to Nevis. So this is not just a St. Kitts thing. This is something that we're taking to Nevis as well, because the licensing authority is responsible for Nevis. And we decided to discuss the data, priority measures, which include installing speed bumps and installing the high-tech ticketing, the plan about zero fatalities. We set our target for 5 years, and the emphasis on strategic placement of speed bumps. So we're not going to put speed bumps all over the country. They're going to be strategically located in places where there are inlet roads and outlet roads and areas which they are cause for concern because they are frequent accident areas, like Johnson Long Path in certain positions. So it's not going to be a haphazard, rushed decision as to what is to be done by the committee. And also, we're reviewing the traffic lights and the traffic flow in Bastille. There are many people who complain that from the time you pass the gut, you can't turn right until you get to Sandown Road, if you're coming from the west. So we're going to take that analysis from professionals and make all that will be included in our report, which will be a comprehensive report on traffic safety in the Federation. I want that in the Federation. Prime Minister spoke about high-tech traffic and ticket systems. Infrastructure review. I'll give you an example. There is a monument for the Pathfinders at Kistadance. And when the road was changed, widened in that area, the monument now is a little further in. So when you're approaching from Kistadats to enter Wellington Road, it's very difficult to see down Wellington Road, and there have been some accidents caused by that. So simple solutions like removing that monument, replacing it, moving it somewhere else is what is going to be part of our urgent review of infrastructural issues. So it's not just ticketing or speeding and using phones, it's also the infrastructural places. For example, Sandown Road entering onto Bay Road, onto Pond Road. It's very difficult to look west because the church wall is almost right at the corner. So things like mirrors and so forth are going to be implemented. And we're going to create safe road use policies and a PR campaign where we're going to have educational videos with some of the local celebrities in St. Kitts and Nevis explaining how things are done. So it's a comprehensive solution. It's not just what we're doing today, but what we're doing today is a very important and fundamental aspect of what the road safety, the Sustainable Road Safety Project is all about. We've also reached out to the private sector. I've written to all the insurance companies asking, can you partner with us? And most of them already responded and said yes. We're finalizing potentially, for example, we are starting a project at one of the roundabouts where the private sector will partner with us and they will help us to erect signage and also road markings, etc., to make those areas more usable. Now, the traffic data. Prime Minister said he expected me to deal with it, and I think it's important for our people to understand where we are. Look at this spreadsheet, Madam Speaker. Between 2019 and 2023, Bastia had 3,867 reported accidents. All Road, which actually starts at the gut just before Ross University, had 611 accidents in that period. Small district. These numbers are unbelievable. Keon, 523 accidents during that period. Now, what's even more disturbing, Madam Speaker, if we look at the second spreadsheet, there were 19 fatalities from fatal accidents between 2019 and 2023, and you add on 13 last year. And look at the number of serious accidents, 128 in that 5-year period. Next slide. Yes. This is now an updated, including the 2024, where there were 22 fatal accidents, but 27 fatalities. Because prior to, in the past 5 years, prior to the incident where 5 people lost their life in one accident, and the other incident in December where 2 people lost their life in an accident, it had been a single fatality type of accident. So those numbers are startling, Madam Speaker, and I hope our people see them and they recognize the issue that we have. 6,670 accidents reported in the years 2020 to 2024. So the key, next slide, the key accident data is this. 31 fatal accidents in the Federation between 2020 and 2024. 36 persons have died from those accidents. 36 persons have died in those accidents. St. Kitts and Nevis. A person died on the road every 7 months on average. There have been 8,569 accidents in total, 1,714 per year for 2020 to 2024. 158 serious accidents in that period. Main causes of accidents, as the member for number 8 said, speeding and mobile phone use while driving. The worst areas, Bastia, 773 accidents per year, and Old Road, 122 accidents per year. The worst speeding spots were Johnson Long Path, which is by Ross University, and Kim Collins Highway. And the roundabout accidents are due to poor usage. So, I hope everybody is listening. This is how you use a roundabout in St. Kitts and Nevis, by using an example of the famous Central Bank roundabout. And let me explain what the law is. The law is that signage is first. What the signs tell you is what you must do. The backup for roundabouts is anything before 12 o'clock is the left lane, Anything after 12 o'clock is the right lane. Let me explain. If you are traversing the Central Bank roundabout, which a lot of people know, coming from the Frisco gas station or Automotive Art, TDC Home Depot from town, and you're going on the Kim Collins Highway, you take the red arrow in the left lane and you go left. If you're going to Frigate Bay, you take the left lane and go around in the red arrows to Frigate Bay. If you are going to Rams or to Central Bank, you take the inner lane and you go around to Bird Rock, Rams, Central Bank. And if you're coming all the way around, you take the inner lane and come all the way around. And you use your traffic signals. When we go on traffic tests on the road, we have to use our hand. I don't know where we get from using our hand and using the traffic signal on the car to using nothing at all. Those are there for a reason. Because when you're entering a roundabout, you're entering and then you're exiting. When you're exiting, you should use your indicator to indicate that you are exiting. One of the other issues that we have at roundabouts, which we observed yesterday firsthand, is that you have to give way to all traffic coming from your right. If there's a car in the roundabout, when you're approaching it, it doesn't matter which lane that car is in, you give way to it. Because you could have someone that is coming on the inner lane who is going to go straight across. You give way to all traffic on your right at a roundabout. Second slide. If you're coming from Frigate Bay to this roundabout and you're going to Rams, you use the left lane, the red arrows. If you're going to town from Frigate Bay, you use the left lane and you use the red arrows and you go to town, to TDC, to Frisco. If you're going to Kim Collins, you use the inner lane, which is the blue arrow. Or if you're going around, you use the blue arrow and go all the way around. Next slide. If you're coming from Bird Rock and you're going to Kim Collins, you use the left lane, the red arrows. If you're going to town, you use the left lane, red arrows. If you're going to Frigate Bay from Rams, you use the inner lane and you go around in the inner lane to Frigate Bay, not in the outer lane as we observed numerous vehicles doing yesterday. Persons think you should go all the way around in the outer lane. That is not what you should do. You should be in the inner lane, you should hug the roundabout, and then when you're ready to exit to go to Frigate Bay, you put on your indicator and you go there. The other thing that we observe is that the person who entered the roundabout first or before you, you should not pass them. That person has the right of way before you, so you do not overtake that person. And if you're coming back around, use the inner lane and come back around. And the last one is if you're coming from Kim Collins and you're going to Frigate Bay, you use the left lane, you stay on the outside, and you go. If you're going to Bird Rock, you stay on the outer lane and you go around. If you're going to Frisco gas station or TDC or Automotive Art, use the inner lane, you come around. And if you're going back around, use the inner lane. The simple rule is anything up to 12 o'clock is the left lane. Anything after 12 o'clock is the inner lane. That's the rule you have to remember. Now, when the committee met, we looked at the data. We then prepared what we called our urgent recommendations, so pre-report recommendations, which include construction of speed bumps in high-risk areas, amending the legislation for automatic ticketing systems. It has been proven throughout the world that automatic ticketing systems work. When people know that there are cameras and they're likely to get a ticket in the mail if they're speeding, they don't speed. We also recommended stiffer penalties for speeding and dangerous driving violations. I want to make it clear, not for tickets. There's no increase for the speeding ticket in this proposed amendment. It is increasing the fines for careless and reckless and dangerous driving. That is what this amendment does. And we also plan to enhance road markings and signage around the roundabouts, hopefully in partnership with the private sector who have indicated their willingness to assist. The next steps, what we're doing today, implementation of some of the urgent recommendations. We're going to go out to the public and do consultations. We're still figuring out how we're doing that, if we're going to have a monthly or a bi-weekly radio program, if we're going to go to town hall and so forth. But people have been submitting their emails to roadsafety@gov.kn to give us ideas on different areas where there are trouble spots in the different communities. We're also going to further analyze the data. We're going to hire professional consultants to advise us on traffic flow and other issues. We're going to draft the report, submit it to Cabinet, and then when the report is agreed, we will then publish it so the general public is aware. That is my presentation, Madam Speaker, on the Sustainable Road Safety Project. Now, particular regard to the bill. As the member for number 8 has said, it is increasing the fines, not creating minimum fines, but the maximum fines for reckless and dangerous driving, also for repeat offenses. Reckless and dangerous driving is driving that is either at a high speed or in such a manner that could cause harm to the general public, not having consideration for the circumstances. So, for example, on a wet road, you should be more cautious. When you have bare tires, you should not be driving on a wet road. You shouldn't have bare tires in the first place, because that could be used as part of your recklessness. You should not go on a road where your threads on your tires are showing. When we were on the road yesterday, we saw numerous vehicles, including trucks, that had their thread showing on their tire, meaning that tire had no grip. So naturally, on a wet road, if there's any sort of mishap or if you're going at a speed, you can easily lose control. Careless driving, which is a lesser standard, which is just you being careless, the fines were increased to take into consideration when there are incidents of bodily injury and when there are incidents that don't involve bodily injury. The fines are different. Also in relation to driving under the influence of alcohol or other substances that can inhibit your mind, can affect your mind and your ability to analyze and to process information. And one of the fundamental changes in the amendment is that causing death by dangerous driving, which was a 5-year offense, is now going to be a 10-year max offense. I cannot see in any way how that is unreasonable, because manslaughter, which could be a charge if you cause death by dangerous driving, has a maximum of life imprisonment. So if you're causing a death, every life is precious. Then there's a penalty for that. And we have some penalties around the world are 25 years for causing death by dangerous driving. But what this amendment does, it doubles the penalty from 5 to 10. So to discourage and deter people from overtaking around corners, overtaking up hills. I see it all the time, Madam Speaker, and I'm sure many people in this country do. There's a level of recklessness that I cannot even explain. Yesterday on the road, the amount of people we saw not wearing seatbelts, it was unbelievable to me. Because most vehicles, even if they are old, they make the noise when you don't put the seatbelt on as a driver. But I was told by the traffic officers what people do is they simply clip it behind them. And they leave it like that. And they drive on the road without putting on a seatbelt. And I just found that to be, I still am unable to process why you would think that it's safe to drive. I see one of the members opposite smiling. I hope he doesn't do that. Nobody should be doing that. Your seatbelt is there, and the reason why the cars beep when your seatbelt is not buckled is because it's not safe for you to drive, especially as a driver with a steering wheel in front of you, airbag or not, without seatbelts save lives. The audiovisual persons in the Parliament are very, very proactive. Seatbelts save lives, Madam Speaker. Also, the automatic ticketing, as I indicated, we are proposing that the amendment, and one of the amendments we intend to propose as an alternative to the actual circulated bill, is that to make the automated system work, what has to happen is the owner of the vehicle has to get the ticket. Let's take it to its logical conclusion, Madam Speaker. If you're driving on the Kim Collins Highway where there's a camera right now, and the camera catches the vehicle before it passes the speed sensor, after it passes the speed sensor, and it gets the license plate. It doesn't necessarily capture who is driving. So how automated systems work is that the ticket is sent to the owner of the vehicle. The owner of the vehicle from then can decide, you know, you borrowed my car and you went and sped on the Kim Collins Highway. But the owner is still the one that is responsible. So the amendment provides for the summons or the ticket to be issued to the actual owner of the vehicle, because the police have the records of the owner, even though the owner might not be the driver. But that is, now owners have to also think about, who am I lending my car to? And you have the ultimate responsibility. If you want to collect from the person who borrowed your car, you go and do that. The same system, our traffic lights, we are informed by the member of the committee, Mr. Daniel, who is the traffic light engineer, are configured such that we can install red light cameras. I give this story. I visited another Caribbean island recently. I won't mention the name. But I observed with the officer, the protocol officer that was driving me, that every red light, 5 people came through it. 5 people, every red light, they came through the red light. Almost like it was the culture. That is one of the most dangerous and reckless things you can do, because when you come to a red light, somebody else more than likely who is perpendicular to you is coming through a green light, and you can be T-boned. One of our PSAs got T-boned on the Bay Road by Sandown Road. I have known other people who have been hit, their cars have been hit by persons coming through red lights. It is extremely dangerous. Oh yes, the third most unsafe place after Johnson Long Path and Kim Collins is Sandown Road. The Sandown Road traffic lights that intersect with Bay Road. So we cannot tolerate that in St. Kitts and Nevis, because our intention is to save lives. So what we're going to do is we're going to send out procurement for our RFP for persons to provide the automated red light camera. So just as the example given by the member for number 8, if you run the red light, you're going to get a nice message in the mail or police serving you with a ticket to say that you have run the red light, breached the traffic laws, and you therefore have a fine. If it is you do that repeatedly, you can have your license suspended. Because part of the amendment, I like this team. Madam Speaker, they have provided the actual traffic lights on the Bay Road, which there are many. I travel there almost every day. And when I come out to Sandown Road, even when the light is green, I still look, because I have known too many people who have had incidents at that corner. So this amendment will allow the state, the licensing authority, to be able to implement that automatic ticketing if you run red light. Stop at the red light. Yellow does not mean speed up. The yellow light actually means slow down. Be cautious, because the light is about to turn red. But now, when I'm driving, coming from the east on Keon Street, at least 2 cars come through from Victoria Road, that red light. I don't know what is so hard about waiting for 1.5 minutes for the light to turn green again. But if people are not willing to be responsible, the Parliament must take responsibility and implement measures to deter those actions which cause lives. I also want to speak in a little detail about the reward system. This is not just a government thing. This is an all of us thing. When a family loses 2 members because of reckless driving, that is a community and family issue. We all must be in this together. So part of our collective responsibility is this reward system implemented under the amendment. What it does, it says, is that if you have a dash cam, and a dash cam simply is a camera that is installed in your car that looks forward. Some of them actually have it in their rear. This is an example of a dash cam, Madam Speaker. It's installed, it either goes on your rear view mirror or it goes on your dash, and it records what's in front of you. So if you are driving, and I observe traffic offenses and reckless driving all the time, you can simply take your dash cam footage, deliver it to the police. We're going to give a designated entity how you do it and an email address. You can then provide an affidavit stating, this is my name, this is the dash cam brand I use, this is the video, I presented the video XYZ. That does not necessarily go to court. If you say you want it to be done anonymously, then the evidence can be presented anonymously. Nobody will ever know that it's through your dash cam the footage was provided. It can also be a pedestrian on the road who sees reckless driving and is recording. Say somebody is on a video call while they're standing on the side of the road, and they see an accident about to happen, and they switch their camera around and they record it. That can also be submitted. And as the member for number 8 said, if the information you have provided results in a conviction, the court can decide to give you a reward of up to $5,000 for provision of that evidence. And that amount is not paid by the state, it is paid by the convicted person. So the convicted person could potentially pay a fine, be imprisoned, and pay a reward or contribution to the person who provided the evidence that was able to allow for the conviction. This can also be used in cameras on people's homes. Some people have cameras that point in intersections or on the road. That sort of evidence can be submitted under the reward system. And as the member for number 8 said, dash cams from today will be duty-free. So if you want to import, to order, to bring it in, it will be duty-free from today. So we're encouraging a resident participation in the process of ensuring that there's safety on the road. And one of the other measures in the amendment is the fine, inclusion of a fine of $500 for persons who do not use proper car seats for children traveling in vehicles. And I want to, Madam Speaker, if you could just give me a second so I could pull up the act. I want to make it clear what the legislation says in regard to child seats, so that everyone can be aware and there's no confusion. And I encourage persons to use VoiceIt to find out about the laws of St. Kitts and Nevis. It says here that the driver of a vehicle shall ensure that once that vehicle is in motion, a child seat that contains a passenger shall be positioned in the rear seat of the vehicle. A child seat shall be used in any case where a passenger is under the height of 3 feet. The child seat referred to in Subregulation 2 must be suitable for the weight of the particular passenger and must be installed and used in accordance with the manufacturer's instructions. My kids are big now, but I use car seats. I remember how to hook you. They have a clamp it's about 3 pounds that hooks into the back seat of the car. And then you also put the seat belt in it. And it is, when you shake it, it's almost like it shakes the car because it almost becomes part of the frame of the car. And that is what protects children. I am tired, Madam Speaker, if you would allow me to say, of driving, looking across, and seeing 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds standing up in the middle of the back seat, hands around the front seat, while a parent is driving them. I find that unbelievable because the number one duty of a parent is to protect their children. And in order to protect your child, you must have them either in the rear seat up to 14 years old, wearing a seatbelt, or you have them in an appropriate child seat from birth, the stand-up child seat a little after infancy, and then a booster chair until they get to the point where they are tall enough so that the seatbelt can cover their chest properly. So, anybody found by the police to be traveling with a child without a child seat, appropriate child seat, will be subject to a ticket of $500. And to counteract that, the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, member for number 8, has said all child seats will be duty-free from today onward, so that persons can more afford to have them. I encourage parents whose children graduate from the various seats to either find a friend who has a small child and donate. I don't have my car seats anymore. I have donated them to friends, given them away to friends. Or take them to the Ministry of Youth Affairs so that they can find persons who may not be able to afford car seats to use the car seats. And I think the Minister will speak a little bit about that. But we have to look out for each other, Madam Speaker, and it's very important that we protect our young people. We cannot let the life of that 4-month-old child taken from us earlier this month not be a lesson for us to do better and be better. It's an unfortunate lesson, but it's a lesson that needs to change the culture of our driving and our behavior when it comes to children in our vehicles and their security and safety in this country. And Madam Speaker, I want, yes, one more point before I wrap up. I don't want anyone to be concerned about this video reporting system. As I said, it can be anonymous. If you don't care whether there's anonymity, you can put your name, but it's important for us to come together as a community and report incidents of reckless driving. The goal of all of these amendments, even though short and limited in scope, is to save lives, because every life is precious. And I undertake, as chair of the Sustainable Road Safety Project, to give my all to make sure that this project becomes a reality. Everyone on the committee is committed. I don't think I've ever, other than cabinet, I've never seen such a passionate entire group of people. We are excited to change the culture of our road traffic in St. Kitts and Nevis, and we are committed to doing the best we can do for the people of this country, and we intend to provide a comprehensive report to the people, hopefully by the end of this year, so that we can implement and we can ensure that incidents that happened in New Guinea, incidents that happened on the F.T. Williams Highway, and incidents that happened on Johnson Long Path do not become a norm. They become activities that we do not see in our society. And with those few words, Madam Speaker, may it please you.
Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General, seconder of the bill. I recognize the Honorable Member for Neveston.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I rise to make a brief contribution to the bill before this Honorable House today. And first of all, I want to say that I do welcome this, the amendments and this bill, and probably may come a little late, but at least it's here. Of course, we have to be as much in the Federation as proactive as possible instead of just being reactive. And so, as I said, I welcome the bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to make a brief contribution. I want to say first, I want to join with the others in extending condolences to the family of that little precious infant. And I also want to say that in that same accident, we almost lost our Miss Culture swimwear winner. Yes, Miss Khadija Lewis. She's the current Miss Culture swimwear. And so we in Nevis, from the Ministry and the Department of Culture, we want to say we stand with her as well, and we wish her a very speedy recovery, because we know she was critically injured in that accident. And so I trust and hope that she will have a speedy recovery. So Miss Lewis, if you're listening, or anybody for her, we have been trying to reach out to her for some time, but we haven't been able to do so. So we are in solidarity with our Miss Culture swimwear, Miss Lewis. Madam Speaker, I would have spoken about these accidents and so on during our last sitting here in December during the budget debates, and I just wanted to lend my voice again. Madam Speaker, I listen to the news very often because I like to keep myself informed. And I was listening to Vaughan News recently, and when I heard the reporter report that in 2024, there were nearly 1,800 accidents in St. Kitts and Nevis, I stopped what I was doing right away, because I was wondering if I was hearing correctly. But then when the clip came in from the traffic official to substantiate what the news item was saying, that is when I really believe that we had almost 1,800 accidents in Little St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, why are we having almost 1,800? I mean, the figures suggested it was over 1,300 in St. Kitts and over 400 on Nevis. Small federation, 2 small islands, 400 in Nevis, over 1,300 on St. Kitts. And Madam Speaker, irrespective of how small they may have been, because of course some of them were small and insignificant, but the fact is there were traffic accidents, and some of them could have led to fatalities. And when we look at the fatalities for 2024, 13. And when I just heard the figures being released there by the Attorney General, I mean, you know, as I sat here, it almost sounded like when we were reporting on homicides. And when we check the homicide figures for these years and the figures for road fatalities, Madam Speaker, and we combine them, do we realize how many productive lives we have lost in a short space of time, which could have been avoided? And so I believe we should all speak with one voice from this Honorable House, that the behavior of some of our drivers on the road is not acceptable and should be condemned when they are driving too fast, when they are driving under the influence, or what have you. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to reiterate some of the things were said by the mover of the bill, because these accidents just don't happen like that. One of the main things is speeding. We hear of that. And we want to reiterate as well that nowhere in St. Kitts, I don't know about St. Kitts, but nowhere in Nevis is far. Nowhere is far. And I keep telling people that all of the time. Nowhere is far. You could get from point A to point B in a very short space of time. You can get around the island in Nevis in less than an hour. Less than an hour. And of course, with the excellent roads that we have now, I mean, it cuts down the time significantly as well. And so there is absolutely no need for you to be speeding. Some persons want to leave home at 8 to get to work for 8. And that is not possible. It is not possible. And bearing in mind that almost everybody on the road, almost everybody has a vehicle now, you're actually seeing traffic blocks now, traffic jams now, you know? And so almost everybody has a vehicle. And so you can't expect that you're going to leave home at 8 to get to work for 8. That is not possible, right? And so we need to cut down on the speeding. And when the AG spoke about the trucks, oh Lord of mercy, when I see these truck drivers and the rate that they're going on the roads, Madam Speaker, I mean, it's frightening. Because you know, if one of these big trucks catch you, they're going to crush you, you know? And you not only have to look out for the other drivers, you have to look out for the pedestrians as well. Because there are times when people are actually exercising on the road, and it's a bit frightening sometimes with the speed with which they pass you. And we have to be mindful of that. And so I am here once again asking our people, our drivers, please be mindful of how you drive on the road. You can be killing yourself, you can be killing your relative, you could be killing your friend. And so the speeding is absolutely not necessary, irrespective of what time of the day or night, whether it's 2 or 3 in the morning, as the mover said, there's no time for that, for the speeding. And there's no place in St. Kitts and Nevis for speeding when we are such a small country. Madam Speaker, the cell phone use is a big issue as well. Huge issue. And we need to continue to plug this. We need to continue to talk about it on a daily basis. I remember a couple of days ago, I was on the road, and a vehicle was coming straight at me, and I had to honk my horn. And then a couple of days later, I saw the lady who was driving the vehicle, and she said, "Eric, I apologize." She came and she was smiling. She said, "I apologize." He said, "You know what happened? My cell phone was ringing, and I was searching in the bag for the cell phone." And we know ladies have a hard time finding something in their bag, because the bag is always cluttered with so many things that I'm sure you have that problem, Madam Speaker, as well, in finding things in your bag. Right? And so she was searching in her bag for her cell phone. And she drive in. And so she said, Lord, please, I beg your pardon, but I was searching in my bag for my cell phone. In the meantime, she was coming over on me. If I didn't honk my horn, it would have been an accident. And, you know, sometimes we observe people on the road, and I know, because Nevis is small, you see people on the road often. And I know there's one particular individual. And almost every time I see that individual on the road, they're driving, one hand on the wheel, and the phone is like this. And I keep saying, are these people for real? And so this cell phone thing, when we get into our vehicles, we need to put them aside. Put them aside. I know sometimes they're connected to the vehicle and you can, but sometimes even that distracts you. And it's amazing what a small distraction could cause a massive accident. No matter how you think, I'm just going to pick it up quickly, that distraction could cause a massive accident and it could cause fatalities. And so we want to encourage our drivers, stay away from the cell phone. There's nothing too urgent that you can't pick up the conversation when you get to work or when you get at home. Stay off the cell phone, please, when you're driving. And of course, when you're driving under the influence. You know, Madam Speaker, a lot of the times, I mean, our local folks here believe that it's just when you go out to a party, when you go out to a bar, it's cool to drink a case of beer and then you get behind the wheel. And you know, sometimes people are actually competing as to see who can drink the most. That is not cool. Drivers, that is not cool. Young folks, that is not cool. It's not cool. There's nothing wrong with having a drink. But you have to be mindful. You have to be mindful that when you drink a little too much and you get behind the wheel, that could actually be your last breath. So please, I'm asking persons to be mindful of that as well, Madam Speaker. And so we must speak with one voice from this Honourable House, and we must encourage people to desist from the bad practices that are causing 1,800 accidents in St. Kitts and Nevis. We are hoping that when the statistics come out for 2025, it could be less than 8. Instead of 1,800, it could be less than 8. Madam Speaker, I have a few questions, though, with regards to the amendments. And as I said, I am in support of I welcome the amendments and I welcome the bill, because we must find a way of putting a curb on these accidents and these road fatalities. And so in the amendment to Section 40, where it says that any person who, when driving or attempting to drive, or when in charge of a motor vehicle on a road and is under the influence of drink or drug, I just want to reiterate here that I'm hopeful that the requisite equipment would be in place to ensure that you know that somebody is under the influence of whether it's drink or drug. Because we cannot assume things these days. In a society where everybody takes you to court, you can't just watch somebody and say, well, your eyes look red, so you look like you were drinking or you were smoking. You have to make sure that you have the equipment that is necessary to prove the fact that the person has been driving under the influence of drug or drink. Madam Speaker, the other question I want to raise, because I read the amendments, and I noticed that there is a heavy influence in the amendments with regards to increased fines and prison time as well. However, noticeably absent, Madam Speaker, is the disqualification of driver's license. It's there? Well, in some of the amendments, I'm not seeing it. I see it in some, but I think it should be in practically all. It's in all? Oh, it's in the original act. Okay. Well, I was just looking at the amendments because I was saying to myself, that should definitely be a part of it. I was speaking to a young lady who was visiting from England on vacation only this week, actually, earlier this week. And she was saying, well, you know, we were talking about the same thing, drinking and driving. And she was saying that her brother was driving under the influence in England and he lost his license for 5 years. And apart from losing his license for 5 years, he also lost his job because the job that he does says that you cannot be driving under the influence either. So he lost his license for 5 years and he lost his job. So I am happy that at least it's in the parent act and this one as well. Madam Speaker, the last thing I want to raise is that along with what we are doing here in Parliament today, I am hopeful that we will continue with our efforts in terms of proper road signage, proper road markings. I heard the Attorney General speaking about driving around in a roundabout, because I still believe a lot of our drivers do not know how to drive around a roundabout. And so we must be able to flood the airwaves, we must be able to flood social media, the radio and the television with public relations announcement. We must be on a continuous path of public education to ensure that our people are getting the message. If they don't get it on radio, if they don't get it on TV, they get it on social media. And so we must ensure that they are getting that message, Madam Speaker. And so as I said, apart from those few questions that I have, I welcome the amendment, and I would trust and I would hope, and once again, I would beseech our drivers, all of our drivers, kindly be careful on the road, be kind on the road, watch your driving, watch what you're doing before you get behind the wheel, because remember, the life that you save can be your own. With these words, Madam Speaker, I wish to bill safe passage. May it please you.
Thank you to the Honourable. Thank you to the Honourable Member for Nevis 10. I recognize the Honourable Senator Latoya Jones.
Madam Speaker, I rise to deliver brief contribution regarding the important bill, Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025. I too support the proposed amendments, which include increased fines, extended terms of imprisonment, the suspension of driver's license for traffic violations, the integration of technology such as video footage for enforcement, and the implementation of incentives for public reporting of offenses. Additionally, I endorse continuous efforts to improve road conditions and signage to enhance the safety of our road networks. I also welcome the automated ticketing system as mentioned by the mover of the bill. Madam Speaker, these measures are pivotal in deterring behaviors such as speeding, reckless driving, and driving under the influence. While these legislative changes signify a substantial advancement, it is crucial to underscore the significance of personal responsibility and accountability. Madam Speaker, we are here doing our part, and so I want to take this opportunity to encourage the public to do their part as well. All of us, Madam Speaker, have to take personal responsibility and accountability. We have to recognize our decisions and actions, and we have to take ownership of them without shifting or without blaming others for our actions. We must self-reflect on our behavior and choices, identify areas for improvement, and make necessary adjustments. I must say, when I was reading the amendments to the bill, I kept saying to myself, where can I improve? Or what it is I am doing that I can do better? And these are questions that we have to ask ourselves because we are not perfect. Even though we are parliamentarians and we're here making the necessary changes, we too sometimes could be at fault. So we have to work on improving ourselves. We must hold ourselves to high standards as responsible motorists to protect not only our own lives, but also the lives of others. Madam Speaker, reflecting on the past year, I'm profoundly saddened by the tragic loss of lives due to traffic accidents. In St. Kitts Nevis, we mourn the loss of 13 individuals for this year. I think it was mentioned, or last year, sorry. 2019 to 2023, as mentioned, it was 19 lives. I think the Honorable Attorney General mentioned 31, but it's 32 deaths over 6 years. This reality is a poignant reminder of the urgent need for vigilance and responsibility on our roads. At this time, Madam Speaker, I would like to express my condolences to all families who have lost their loved ones in traffic accidents. I know it is not easy losing your loved ones, especially suddenly. Imagine you wake up this morning, you pray together, you eat together, and you drove down the road only to get a call to be told my family was in a tragic accident and she died on the spot. Madam Speaker, it's one thing to be ill and your family know, come to terms and say, things are not looking well, there's a chance this person is going to pass away. It's another when it just happens suddenly. You didn't even get to tell the person, I love you, or goodbye. And so, Madam Speaker, we have to be careful when we are driving on the road. Despite these heartbreaking incidents, we continue to witness a concerning frequency of road-related occurrences. Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to urge all road users to exercise caution and to assume full responsibility for their conduct while driving. It is essential to consider not only one's convenience, but also the safety of others. Driving is a significant responsibility that warrants the utmost patience and seriousness. Madam Speaker, I know when I was in school, I think it was fifth form, even before I graduated, I'm thinking, I want my license. I want to be able to drive. Mind you, I am not thinking about the seriousness that comes with driving. All I'm thinking, if I want to go to town, you jump in your vehicle, start the ignition, and you go to town. You're not thinking that I could go on the road and possibly, by accident, kill someone. And I want us to reflect on that, us as young people especially, because that is the attitude that we have. And I'm being honest about it. I never thought of it that way. I'm sure many of us are the same way too. But we have to think about it, long and hard about it. Are we ready to take this step in our lives? Because we have to protect ourselves, protect our families, and protect those around us. Madam Speaker, while encouraging all road users, I want to speak to the bus drivers. And I'm not picking on them. But the reason I single them out is because, Madam Speaker, they carry a lot of passengers. They carry a lot of lives. And while I understand this is the way that they make their money, they earn a living. Remember, the more trips they make, the more passengers they get, the more money they make. Yes, I'm not saying that you can't work to make money. But the lives of your passengers should be priority. You should drive responsibly. The safety of your passengers is and should be paramount. You think if you make $500 today, that could compare to your reckless driving causing the life of one person? No, you can't put money on a life. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to encourage our bus drivers and motorists to drive carefully on the road. Madam Speaker, when our people are faced with temptation to consume alcohol or drugs, or if under time constraints, I encourage individuals to evaluate their decisions carefully. Acting responsibly is vital, which includes refraining from driving under the influence and avoiding speeding or reckless behavior. Furthermore, it is essential to acknowledge that arriving late does not justify engaging in risky behaviors, as such actions can increase the likelihood of accidents. So, if you're attending events, social gatherings, party, I advise you to have a designated driver. I prefer you even call a Uber than get on the road and drive and you're intoxicated or you've been using drugs. As it relates to lateness, Madam Speaker, I think it was mentioned before, if you have a work commitment for 8 a.m. and you leave home 8:05, you're done late. It doesn't change the reality of what is happening. 5 past, half an hour, doesn't matter, you are late. So it is imperative to exercise sound judgment and drive responsibly. Madam Speaker, I want to mention, because I remember while I'm a parliamentarian, I think I could speak to this, I'm a politician as well. And I remember when visiting a village in my constituency, Westbury, the villagers complained about the reckless driving of motorists through the village. A small village. Mind you, yes, we have to improve the road network there, and we have made promises to them to get it done. Could you imagine, even though it's not an entirely smooth road, motorists are still speeding? I got the complaint over and over again until, through my visits, I'm there, and I see the vehicles blazing like they're on a racetrack. And I'm saying to myself, all it takes is for a child or an adult to step out, and that's it. There's no coming back. And so I went to the honorable member for Nevis 9 and the other government officials of the Nevis Island administration. And I said, listen, while I gather we have to repair the road or construct the road, I need speed bumps in that area immediately. And Madam Speaker, we were able to put down the speed bumps. But believe it or not, some people made noise about it. And for the life of me, I couldn't understand why. Because we have to do what we have to do to protect our people. And if you're going to complain about speed bumps in an area, it means that you're the one who's driving reckless. And so I make no apologies for ensuring that speed bumps were installed. And the people of Westbury has thanked me today for it. And if we have to put down speed bumps, we do it, if that is what it takes to protect our people. Madam Speaker, I also strongly recommend that everyone avoid using mobile phones while driving. This habit introduces dangerous distractions that can severely compromise attention to the road. Now, Madam Speaker, I always say I will be honest in my presentation. And while reflecting, and as I said earlier, This area is one I've been working on over the years. No, I have to be honest. Because sometimes you're driving and you get a call, because sometimes people call you over and over. It might be for a meeting, it might be for something, and you take it up, and you're answering it. It happens to all of us. And I had to step back and say to myself, no, I have to wait. Which is more important, the call or driving carefully to save a life? And these are questions that we have to ask ourselves. Now with vehicles, on vehicles, you can connect your phone to Bluetooth. I mean, Honorable Member for Nevis tends that too can be a distraction. But however, I find that it works well for me. I no longer have to have the phone in my hand. Or on speaker and being distracted if it might fall. But Madam Speaker, we have to take the necessary steps to protect our people. It is also crucial to prioritize the safety of our children. Please ensure children are secured in appropriate car seats or seat belts before driving. And I know some may say, she's repeating what was said, but we have to repeat it, especially when it comes to our children. Madam Speaker, I remember years ago, I don't even remember how old I was. Time is flying so much that part of me feel like I'm getting old.
You are.
Oh, okay, I'm told I'm old.
So you're getting old.
Well, getting there. But Madam Speaker, I was driving and I had my two cousins in the back of the vehicle. And we were coming around the corner by Libertyhill, that is in the constituency, Nevis 11. Madam Speaker, to this day, I can't even tell you what happened. I wasn't on my phone. I wasn't driving recklessly. Rain was falling, so I know the road was wet. But for some reason, I find myself spinning around in the car. And then I ended up hitting a wall next to somebody's house. And while doing that, the only thing I did, I put up my hand, because I remember my little cousin, you know, they tend to sit between the chair at the back. And I put up my hand and she hit my hand. And once the car came to a stop, my heart was racing, because I'm not thinking about me. I'm thinking about them at the back and if they're safe. And Madam Speaker, I got out the car, I took them out, I examined them from head to toe. My foot was injured. They had, you know, one of them had a bump on her head. But had anything happened to them, I don't think that I would have been able to forgive myself. And as adults, we have to do all it takes to protect our children. No excuses. A child shouldn't be sitting in front of a vehicle on your lap. We know what the rules are. And imagine, my cousins were at the back, and I felt how I felt. But Madam Speaker, I must admit they weren't wearing seatbelts at the back. And that's another point I'm going to come to. Madam Speaker, I believe it is essential for all individuals inside a vehicle to wear seatbelts. I recognize that it is a practice here that only individuals at the front wear seatbelts. That is reality. Repeat that. Well, then we need to revise that. We need to change that. Everyone in a vehicle should be wearing seatbelts. We should enforce regulations requiring that all passengers do it. Madam Speaker, it is just as important wearing seatbelts, individuals at the back wearing seatbelts as those at the front. They too can get hurt. They too can lose their lives. I remember, I don't know if it was 2 years ago, on my birthday, I journeyed over to St. Kitts to celebrate. And it was myself. Madam Speaker, I shall continue. Madam Speaker, I journeyed to St. Kitts to celebrate my birthday. And the last I checked, St. Kitts Nevis is one federation, and I have all rights to celebrate in St. Kitts as well. Don't I remember for Nevis? Of course. Thank you. 9. Okay. Okay. Madam Speaker, I journeyed to St. Kitts to celebrate my birthday. I was myself and 2 of my friends. And we were in the vehicle, and my friend was speaking about how she lost her sister in an accident in the US, and her sister was at the back. As a matter of fact, this sister was the only person in the accident that died. Everyone else lived. And imagine we were having that conversation, and then we drove along Frigate Bay. Only while we were there, came at a stop for somebody to hit me from the back. And in that moment, I sat there and I was like, but we just spoke about this. We just spoke about this. But luckily, the individual at the back, she was wearing her seatbelt. But I just found it strange that we were just having this conversation and it happened. So, Madam Speaker, we have to make those changes to ensure that passengers at the back also have to wear their seatbelt. Madam Speaker, sometimes when you speak, people like to distract you, but you have to stay focused. You have to stay focused, Madam Speaker. And I want the general public to stay focused, read the amendments, reflect, and make the necessary changes. I wish to reiterate that a life saved through careful and responsible behavior could very well be your own. With these few words, Madam Speaker, I take my leave.
Thank you to the Honorable Senator Jones. I recognize the Honorable Member for Nevis 9.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. There has been already quite a few presentations, and I'm not attempting to prolong the sit-in unduly. But I do believe, in light of the tragedies that we have seen unfolding on our roads, that it is important that we lend our voices in support of this effort by the Parliament, by the government, to try to address some of what we are seeing. I just want, Madam Speaker, to make some broad points. I feel that I have heard much from the government side and from the opposition benches as well. All supportive, all good ideas. I join in extending my condolences, as I did in the budget debates, to the families of all those who have lost loved ones. And I join my colleague from Nevis 10 in asking for the speedy recovery of our Miss Culturama swimsuit. It is particularly tragic when we see people taken as these people have been taken from us. Accidents, of course, are by their nature not things that we are prepared for. And so my heart goes out to these families. But I want to make, Madam Speaker, a broad point here, that what we're trying to do today is to legislate behavior. What we're trying to do is to say to our people that they need to adjust their behavior. And there's a word that has crept into my lexicon in recent times where I urge people to be responsible. Why do I say that? The road network in St. Kitts and Nevis continues to improve. Roads are smoother, wider, and we continue to innovate. For example, when I got my license many moons ago, we didn't have roundabouts in Nevis. When I got my license many moons ago, we didn't have streetlights in St. Kitts. In fact, I believe the streetlights in St. Kitts only came maybe 5 or 6 years ago. And oftentimes we graft new technology, put it into being without there being corresponding education. I smiled to myself when the Honorable Attorney General used his diagrams this morning in his video to try to tell people how to use a roundabout. Because that's part of the problem. We have not, as a country, done what is necessary to educate our people in terms of proper road usage. And so you find that people just, because they sometimes don't know, just do what they think is the right thing to do, which sometimes leads to tragedy. But it really comes back to us saying that we want our people to be responsible. The 3 o'clock in the morning that we have heard of, spoken to by the mover, a lot of us, being on the road at that hour, we feel, man, there's nobody on the road, there's no traffic on the road, and so we can speed, we can do whatever it is we're doing on the road. We can race, we can engage in reckless behavior. I say that to say this, that it is inconceivable, and it would be, frankly, silly for us here in the Parliament to think that simply by passing legislation, simply by making it and making the penalties harsher, that we can change behavior out there. That is why the appeal made by the good senator on this side resonates with me, because we have to start with the individuals and we have to say to people, listen, you have responsibility. We have in this country engaged, I feel, in the last several years in what I like to refer to as some social engineering. Cannabis is one of those things. You have a lot of proponents, including myself, who have said, you know, we need to do more to make it more available, to allow our people to engage in business, etc. And I've looked at it from the economic side. And we have, in this Parliament over the years, tinkered and altered our provisions in relation to ganja, cannabis, marijuana, whatever you want to call it. One of the things that has been sorely missing in our efforts at social engineering, in our efforts at opening up our society to new norms, is the education. So if you go on 4th Street, St. Kitts, or you go on Main Street, Nevis, you see these youngsters, especially on a Friday, rolling up the spliff, smoking in public. As I understand it, that's against the law. But they do it anyway. In fact, I will share with the House that recently I had a meeting with some of the restaurateurs at Pinnes Beach, where we have refurbished and redeveloped that area in Nevis. And they're saying that the youngsters now are coming and sitting at the bar, at the restaurants, and want to light up and smoke right there. I reached out to the police in Nevis and said, listen, we need to do something about it. And I was a little surprised at the response from the police, because the police said to me that they are aware, but apparently it's a ticketable offense, but they've never been given any tickets to hand out. You see, it brings me to the point that was made by the member for number 10. As we look at the legislation and we see things there, for example, about driving under the influence of alcohol, driving under the influence of drugs, the relevant question that springs to mind is, how are we going to know? How are we going to prove? How are we going to monitor to ensure that when persons are in some state, some altered state, let me use that language, that in fact the legislation can catch them? And the efforts that we have made at cannabis, I use that as a good example of where we have come into this House, tried to adjust the norms, where, Madam Speaker, we've come into this House, tried to adjust the norms of behavior, acceptable behavior in the society, said what we will now accept and what we will not accept. And nevertheless, we have not then put in place the mechanisms to allow the police to effectively do what they need to do. So I hear the mover. He said you'll have to walk straight line and do handstand and all kinds of things when they figure that you are inebriated, you're in an altered state. Alcohol, I suppose, many of us more familiar with that and how that looks and smells when somebody is perhaps past the limit. But we all know, Madam Speaker, you are learned in the law, I used to be, that the policeman saying he smell alcohol or saying the person look drunk is not going to stand up. So in other countries, they have invested in the infrastructure. So traffic police or police, they have the apparatus to do the breathalyzer, etc. And they have now given that legislative teeth. So if that you fail the breathalyzer, then the consequences follow. I am not aware, and perhaps the Honorable Mover or the Attorney General can educate us, what the equivalent would be for drugs, as they say. We talk about marijuana because I think all of us can attest to the fact that it seems like the use is prevalent in our society. But there are other drugs. There are hallucinogens. There are drugs, some take you up, some take you down. What then can we put in place? Because some of these drugs may not have a smell. So here when a man smoking his spliff and his windows are up and the police stop him, the police may get a whiff right away. But what about if he snorted something? What about if he shot something up in his arm? He's nevertheless under the influence. How are we going to police? Because I have come to the view about my country that we could stay in here and talk till the cows come home. Until actions have consequences, nothing is going to change. I hear the admonitions about seatbelt, about children in car seats, about those in the back wearing seatbelts, about the use of cell phones. Which of us can say we don't know that this is the right thing to do? I heard the Attorney General, and again I smile because the Attorney General in his submission to this House is saying that he went out himself to the byways and highways of this island and he saw for himself breaches. You know why? Because our people don't care. That's why, it don't make no sense for Indian try to sugarcoat it. Our people don't care. When somebody dies on the road now, here people make comments on social media, Lord, another one gone. But in terms of taking that personal responsibility, and the only way we're going to get our people to take responsibility is to ensure that we enforce the law. So when we see people without a seatbelt, or speeding, or using the cell phone, if we're not ticketing them, if we're not holding them responsible, then after a while, it becomes the norm. I had an incident in Nevis just a few weeks ago, where a public servant came to see me to say that a certain action that she had been engaged in at her workplace had now been, she had received a letter to say she could no longer continue. And I said, but why would you have been engaged in this action at your workplace? And the worker responded and said, but I've been doing it for a long time. Nobody ever told me that I can't do it. Turns out, it's against the SRNOs. But as the worker said, nobody ever told her. So now her complaint is, why you come telling me no? Why did you not enforce the provision all the time? Because she was doing what she was doing openly, it wasn't in secret. And that, I think, continues to be the problem in our country. The Parliament passes law. We give big speeches in this House. We say all the right things. But then out on the street, it does not translate because we then do not do the necessary things. So when the police said to me that smoking ganja in public is a ticketable offense, but they don't have the tickets, that tells me that we are not getting the essence of what we're seeking to do in here translated out there. And I don't know, I ask people if the high is better if they do it in public, because I don't understand. I grew up in a place in Nevis called Brownhill, and everybody in Brownhill except me used to smoke. Positive. What I don't understand, Madam Speaker, is that people used to do the thing, but the man would do his thing home. The Rasta man, them would do the thing if they get together. Now it seems fellas travel miles to get into town to sit down on 4th Street. Because the weed no sweet. The high not a good high unless you're doing it on 4th Street. It's like a show self thing now. So you go down to Penny's and you sit down at one of the bars and you're on the stool and you wrap your joint and you smoke your joint because somehow you got to show people. And this behavior is not going to change unless we start to do what we need to do to crack down on it. So we are engaged in social engineering. We are asking people to change their attitudes, change their modes of behavior. And I've come to the realization, sad as it is, that appealing to people's good nature is not going to be enough. I saw a quote the other day say, good people knowingly do bad things. And I say, what? Sounds odd. I say, yeah. People may know that something is wrong, but they do it still. So there has to be the controls. And we as Parliament, when we pass legislation, translate that through the society with enforcement. Otherwise, we're spinning top in mud. We have heard all about the statistics. The statistics are alarming. There's no doubt. But I want to take us to the provisions themselves. Before I do that, let me make one other small point. We have, I think, the perfect storm that's brewing in St. Kitts and Nevis. And all of us come in here and we wring our hands and we say these statistics are alarming. And they are. But nobody has yet spoken to the fact, Madam Speaker, that in addition to the improvements in road infrastructure, we are also seeing a considerable increase in the number of vehicles on the road. A considerable increase in the number of people who are importing vehicles. In Little Nevis last year, I am told that we had more than 800 additional vehicles brought into Nevis last year. More than 800. If I'm to extrapolate, that is probably 3 or 4 times more than that in St. Kitts. It means, therefore, if my hypothesis is correct, that we could have had anywhere from 3,000 or more additional vehicles on the road last year alone in St. Kitts and Nevis. People now in Nevis are clamoring they need a place to park. Charlestown needs to provide more parking, etc. Because the vehicles keep coming. In some places in the world, they've tried to, again, social engineer. In Bermuda, they restricted to 1 vehicle per household. In Nevis now, I have seen some households with 2 people and 5 cars parked outside. That's become the norm. As people become more affluent, as people start to work, as we talk about the economy is growing, people want to flex. So I'm going to order a vehicle because that is an indication that I have come of age, that I'm at a point now where I'm independent. And while I applaud that and congratulate our people, we who are charged at this point in our history with leadership have to be cognizant that one thing will impact the other. More vehicles on the road, Nevis now, Little Nevis, having traffic jam. Who would have thought? Cars on the road. Some points, especially mornings to get to work or afternoons as work lets out. Traffic, bumper to bumper. And it's going to get progressively worse. So, I say that to say that the number of accidents could well be impacted by the number of vehicles that are now on the road. And we have to be mindful that when we legislate, that we look at the problem in as wholesome a way as we can. Now let me go very quickly to the legislation itself. I made some brief notations. I see at section 5, amendment of section 40. And there's some provisions there. I had it up here on my phone because I went to the parent legislation. I'm not sure if I could find it now. But it speaks at section 40 by replacing subsection 1, and it now talks about any person who, when driving or attempting to drive, when in charge of a motor vehicle, on a road is under the influence of alcohol or drugs. And if that person is found incapable of having proper control of the vehicle, that person shall be liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $10,000. Now, it's to my mind a little anomalous. And I don't like things that are anomalous because, again, lawyers exploit uncertainty. Because on the one hand, you're saying if somebody, when driving or attempting to drive, or when in charge of a motor vehicle on a road, is under the influence of alcohol or drugs, then you go on to say to such an extent as to be incapable of having proper control of the vehicle. You see what that means now? Let us say I have a higher tolerance than the member for St. Christopher 5. And the senator doesn't drink. Huh? Yes, but what I'm saying is you're now introducing this notion of proving that the person was under the influence to such an extent as to be incapable of having proper control of the vehicle. So if I say, yes, I was high, yes, I had 6 beers, but so what? I could still drive. It seems to me now that I can exploit this to say that notwithstanding I was under the influence, I was quite capable of having proper control of my vehicle. So the question I'm asking is, why introduce this? Why not just say, listen, this is the limit? Yes, but you tell me 41 does that, but your amendment to section 40 is what I'm looking at. So if you tell me this is the limit, if you have this amount of alcohol to blood level, you violate the law. And remove this anomaly now, or this uncertainty of what it means when you say to such an extent as to be incapable of having proper control of the vehicle. Because once you go down that road, you now create an argument. I say, yes, I was over the limit, but I was quite capable of having proper control of my vehicle. I find that that language just injects uncertainty into the provision and makes it harder for enforcement. Now, let me move to that same section, and I believe the member of number 10, member for number 10 spoke to it. And it says here in 40 that if you're driving or attempting to drive, when in charge of a motor vehicle on a road, you're under the influence, then you are subject on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $10,000 or to imprisonment with or without hard labor for a term not exceeding 1 year. And in the case of a second or subsequent conviction, either to a fine not exceeding $20,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years, or to both such fine and imprisonment. But guess what? It doesn't tell you anything about the revocation of your privilege to drive, the revocation of your license. I'm only dealing with section 40. Section 5 of the Vehicles and Road Traffic Act purports to amend section 40. And it says nothing, Madam Speaker, about a revocation of your license. So, It seems to me that if you're driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs and you're convicted, you can be sent to jail for a year, you can be charged $10,000, and if you do it again, you can be charged $20,000 and sent to jail for up to 2 years, but your license cannot be revoked under that section. I go now to section 40, subsection 2 of the Principal Act, where it does speak to revocation of the license. It says here, a person convicted of an offense shall, without prejudice to the power of the court to order a longer period of disqualification, be disqualified a period of 12 months from the date of conviction. And if there is an appeal against the conviction from the date on which the conviction is upheld for holding or obtaining a driver's license, and on the second conviction for a like offense, he or she shall be permanently disqualified. Now, I want to address that issue about permanent disqualification, because section 40, subsection 2, now deals with the issue of disqualification, but it speaks about being disqualified permanently after 2 infractions. If you compare that to what we are now proposing here in section 7 of this bill, the amendment to section 48 of the Principal Act. And the amendment to section 48 that is reflected in section 7(4) of this proposed bill. And for the benefit of the public, section 48 deals, if a person drives a motor vehicle on a road recklessly, at a speed which is dangerous to the public, or in any manner which is dangerous to the public. That is what section 48 is speaking to. And it says a person who commits an offense under subsection 1 shall be liable as follows: on summary conviction where there is no bodily injury to another person, to a fine not exceeding $6,000, or to imprisonment with or without hard labor for a term not exceeding 1 year. I just want to pause there to say that it seems to me that if you drive under the influence of alcohol or drugs, it seems that the Parliament is saying that it's more serious than if you drive recklessly at a speed which is dangerous to the public or in a manner which is dangerous to the public. Because the penalties prescribed if you drive under the influence of alcohol or drugs is $10,000 on conviction or up to 1 year. And in the case of a second or subsequent conviction, $20,000 or imprisonment of up to 2 years or both. But if you drive recklessly or dangerously, then it says where there's no bodily injury to another person, you get a fine of $6,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 1 year. Where there's bodily injury, a fine not exceeding $8,000. So if you drive dangerously, recklessly, and you knock down somebody, you are getting here a fine not exceeding $8,000 or imprisonment, with or without hard labor, for a term not exceeding 2 years. And on conviction and indictment, you're now gone up to the High Court, where there's no bodily injury to another person, to imprisonment with or without hard labor for a term not exceeding 3 years, or to a fine, or both such imprisonment and fine. And it goes on. Now, I want to take us over to 4, subsection 4 of section 7. Again, we are seeking to amend section 48. And this is what it says here. Let me go first at subsection 3, sorry. A person who commits a second or subsequent offense under subsections 2A, B, and C, that is, that you drove recklessly or dangerously, and that you caused injury to another person, bodily injury, or you didn't, as the case may be. Those are the offenses. They say if you do that, you shall be liable either to a fine not exceeding $20,000 or to imprisonment with or without hard labor, for a term not exceeding 4 years, or to both such fine and imprisonment. So if you commit a second or subsequent offense, so you already drove recklessly and mash up somebody, you get convicted. You come back next year, you do the same thing, you get convicted. They say if you commit that second, it looks like subsequent, so you could do it a third and fourth time too. If that happens, they say you shall be liable to a fine not exceeding $20,000 or to imprisonment with or without hard labor for a term not exceeding 4 years, or to both. Now, when you go to subsection 4, a person convicted of an offense under this section shall, without prejudice to the power of the court to order a longer period of disqualification, be disqualified from holding or obtaining a driver's license for a period of 1 year from the date of the conviction, and on a third conviction for a like offense, he or she shall be permanently disqualified. Now, I ask the question, under this section which is dealing with reckless driving, driving dangerously, the law is allowing you 3 strikes before you get disqualified. But under the section that dealing with driving high, the law only seems to allow you 2 strikes before you're disqualified. I'm not understanding the logic of that difference, because I don't see that there's any one that is more egregious than the other. But if I were to say that one is more egregious, I would have thought that if you're driving recklessly or dangerously, damaging people, damaging property, that you ought not to be given the luxury of being allowed to do so 3 times. They say, from the date of conviction, on a third conviction for a like offense, he or she shall be permanently disqualified. So I suppose what I'm asking for, Madam Speaker, is if there can be some consistency in the law in that regard. Now, that same point can be made in reference to Section 8 of this bill, because now Section 8 purports to amend Section 49. And this now Section 49, as amended by Section 8 of this bill, speaks to if a person drives a motor vehicle on a road without due care and attention, without reasonable consideration for other persons using the road, or without reasonable consideration for traffic signs. And it goes down at 8.4, a person convicted for a like offense under this section for a second or subsequent time shall, without prejudice to the power of the court to order a longer period of disqualification, be disqualified for holding or obtaining a driver's license for a period of 6 months from the date of the conviction, and on a third conviction for a like offense for a period of 1 year. So again, I understand that perhaps we are trying to create grades of offenses, and that not all offenses are being treated the same. But again, to my mind, we have to create a framework where people understand that there are consequences for breaching the law. And to meet the outcry that we have heard of so many deaths and so many accidents on the road, I think that we need to give this as much teeth as we can, and we need to enforce it. So I will make that point and move on. Before I move on, however, let me just go back to Section 40, I think it was. Section 40 of the Principal Act, at subsection 2 thereof, which is not affected by the proposed amendment, says that a person convicted of an offense under this section shall, without prejudice to the power of the court to order a longer period of disqualification, be disqualified for a period of 12 months from the date of the conviction, and if there is an appeal against the conviction, from the date on which the conviction is upheld. And so, Section 40, subsection 2 of the Principal Act creates a stay, so to speak. What it says is that if somebody is convicted, then their license can be revoked. However, if they appeal, then the appeal operates as a stay. The license will not be revoked until that appeal is upheld. And we understand the delays that are sometimes occasioned. The justice system is not always as quick as we would like. So it would mean, for example, that if I commit an offense under Section 40, for which I am convicted in 2025, and my license is suspended, and I were to appeal, and that appeal does not come on for another 2 years, then during that period of time, I'm still allowed to drive, because the suspension of my license does not take effect until such time as the appeal is upheld. But note the difference. When you now come to this legislation that we are debating, the bill that we are debating, and you look at section 41, where it speaks, the proposed amendment, that is section 7, the amendment to section 48, forgive me, where it speaks at section 7, subsection 4, that is section 7, subsection 4 of this bill. It says, a person convicted of an offense under this section shall, without prejudice to the power of the court to order a longer period of disqualification, be disqualified from holding or obtaining a driver's license for a period of 1 year from the date of conviction. And on a third conviction for a like offense, he or she shall be permanently disqualified. When you look at section 8 of this bill, subsection 4, a person convicted for a like offense under this section for a second or subsequent time shall, without prejudice to the power of the court to order a longer period of disqualification, be disqualified for holding or obtaining a driver's license for a period of 6 months, etc. Now, why do I make reference to those? I make reference to those because unlike section 40, subsection 2, there's no reference to a stay during the appeal. So again, we have a kind of duality creeping into the legislation. It seems that if you're convicted under some provisions and you are disqualified from driving, the disqualification takes effect upon your conviction. But under section 40, subsection 2, if you're disqualified from driving, the revocation of your permission to drive does not take effect if you appeal until such time as that appeal is determined. And I can't understand the difference in treatment. If we are going to say that we allow the appeal to act as a stay in one scenario, then arguably should act as a stay in all scenarios. My preference is that the appeal does not act as a stay at all. But that is a matter for the Attorney General and the Minister of Justice. But I wanted to raise that because, again, you find different provisions seemingly being treated differently and therefore creating an imbalance in terms of the legislation. I am wrapping up quickly. Let me just, Madam Speaker, refer to this notion of anonymous evidence. And again, I am just raising it as a query. I understand what you're trying to do. But section, let me get this right, section 9 of this bill speaks to the amendment of section 50 of the parent legislation. Forgive me, I really need to go to section 12. So section 12 of the Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill, which we are now debating, speaks to the inserting of the following part immediately after part 7 of the parent legislation. And it talks about submission of video footage. We saw the Honorable Attorney General use the screens quite effectively to show about the dash cam and all of that. In fact, we have, I think, quite properly asked the general public to help us and to record. And if they record, they can submit what they've recorded and even get some reward. I think up to $5,000, I read somewhere. So that's good. Law enforcement generally all around the world relies on the public to help them. But I want to just take that same section 12 of this bill and look at where we are proposing to amend section 98. It says provisions for anonymous evidence. A witness who provides video footage may opt to give evidence or swear to an affidavit under this act anonymously. That's a big word. It just means that they're not disclosing who they are. The court, provided that the court is satisfied that anonymity is necessary to ensure the safety of the witness or protection from harassment, and B, the identity of the witness is disclosed to the judge in a sealed record. Anonymous evidence may be given via remote means provided by the approved by the court, including a live video link. Now, what I find is interesting is that the provisions immediately above that say that members of the public can come and give evidence, and if you were to look with me, Madam Speaker, at Section 9, I'm sorry, I'm going back to 9, forgive me. So I have it here. Section 12, forgive me. Subsection 2. Section 12, subsection 4. A party may cross-examine a deponent of an affidavit referred to in subsection 2 that has been introduced in evidence with leave of the court. No. It seems to me, therefore, that we are saying we want members of the public engaged to help us police the law. And we want members of the public, when they see reckless driving and they have their dash cam and they have their video footage, to submit it, and they may even be able to get a reward for submitting it. Great, bravo, I support that. You say that the video evidence goes in, that member of the public can be asked to do an affidavit. And if they were to do an affidavit, then there's provision under this amendment, Section 12, subsection 4, that that person could be cross-examined. It, however, goes down to say that there is an alternative where you can give evidence anonymously. Now, that right away creates some difficulties. And again, there are people here who are more learned in law than I am. But if you say a man is going to give evidence anonymously, then clearly there is no opportunity. Certainly none is spelled out here as to how you're going to cross-examine that person. And it therefore raises issues of due process and how reliable a conviction could be when somebody is convicted on the evidence of Mr. X, when there's no opportunity to cross-examine Mr. X or to ask Mr. X if what you say you see is really what you see. To ask Mr. X if this videotape was doctored, when the videotape was recorded. To challenge Mr. X in any way, because you don't know who Mr. X is, it's anonymous. So I am understanding why, because it sets out if the court is satisfied that this person would not be safe or would be harassed. And so, if the Prime Minister were to have his dash cam and see somebody in his constituency breaking the law, he may not want to lose the vote. So he would want to say to the police anonymously that I saw this person from Keon breaking the law. But if you're going to convict somebody on evidence that is presented anonymously, and there's no provision for cross-examination, and there could be provision, because to the extent that this person is given the evidence via video, you can obscure the person's face or something like that. Technology can assist us in allowing the cross-examination, even though anonymity is preserved. Some people, for example, I've been seeing, they have terrorist trials and the like, where witnesses are behind a screen. But there's a fundamental right of anybody who's accused to challenge their accuser. There's a fundamental right for anybody who is accused to challenge a witness, the evidence on which they are to be convicted. And so I would ask that that be reconsidered, because again, I feel that there's an opportunity there for lawyers to exploit. I had a word about the amendment of the third schedule. The fines to me Offenses against Section 49(1)(c), offense against Section 4, this is Section 13 of the bill under debate. $250 now, that's your fine. Offense against Section 4 of the Vehicle and Road Traffic Regulation with respect to child safety, fine of $500. I believe if we are going to get serious, let us get serious. Let us get serious. You can't tell me that you have a 4-month-old child sitting in the front and the child is in your arms or in your lap. A 2-year-old. I saw someone the other day driving in Nevis, a gentleman, and sitting on his lap while he drove was a child. If even he had an accident and there was an airbag and the airbag deployed, that child would have probably been dead. The child is sitting in his lap. And I'm not saying anything that anybody in here has not seen. And you're telling me that when somebody endangers an innocent child like that, that you're only going to fine them $500. I see 500. You're suggesting 5,000? Well, you have the eyes. But I just feel that if we're going to signal, Madam Speaker, then let us signal. Let us really say to our public that this is a national concern and that the Parliament is responding to this national concern. And we want to let our people know that there are strong consequences if they are to breach the law. Telling a man that he got a ticket for $250, telling somebody when they endanger an innocent child that their ticket is $500, I don't believe goes far enough. The Prime Minister has indicated that car seats are going to be duty-free. He has indicated that we'll try to educate mothers as they leave in the maternity ward. But I feel that you also need to give the legislation the kind of teeth that people are going to take it seriously. So, I'm not saying I have the answer. What do you suggest? I'm not saying I have the answer. I am merely suggesting that if we are going to be serious, then let us be serious. And you have, I think, in terms of enforcement, to demonstrate with the consequences for breach that we understand the gravity of the problem and we are responding accordingly. And that, I feel, is where we are going to be able to get our people to respond responsibly. Madam Speaker, I have gone on longer than I needed to, but I needed to lend my voice because I believe that this is a national crisis. And I believe that all sides in this House share the view that we must respond. And I end by encouraging our people to be responsible, but also by encouraging our police. I say it all the time, and I know sometimes people don't like to hear it, but in other countries, the police department, the traffic department is actually a revenue earner for the police. A lot of times the money that they raise for tickets and the like is what fund their operations. And we need our traffic department and our traffic officers to be on the road. I have marveled all the time that traffic police are in the police station. What are they going to see from the police station? Traffic is out on the road. We need to ensure they have the necessary equipment. We see a man speeding, we must have the, what they call them, the guns, the speed guns they call them. They used to have them at time and I suddenly have seen them disappear. We need to ensure that we have the cameras that the Honorable Mover spoke to, deployed, especially in areas that are prone to accidents. We need to do that. I was in Miami some time ago and I made the mistake of renting a car. And when I came back, the bill from the car rental agency had all kind of charges on there. When I checked this, I violated all kind of traffic laws. But nobody stopped me. They only send the bill. Since that, I use Uber. Uber is cheaper. But I'm just saying that we need the use of technology. Because while I'm calling on the traffic police to do more, I understand they can't be everywhere. So we really need to deploy technology. We have our cameras island-wide on the highways and byways. We need to use them in order to ensure that we break the back of this problem and that what got to crisis proportions last year is not repeated for this year and into the future. Thank you for hearing me, Madam Speaker, and I wish the bill safe passage.
Thank you to the honourable member for Nevis 9. Honourable members, before we go any further, I think this is a convenient time for some nourishment.
Madam Speaker, I was hoping that we will power through, but with your advice,
Yes, please.
I guess we concurred with the recommendation.
Yes, please. I believe we are due some nourishment, and I am suggesting an hour and some. So it is now 1:20. I propose 2:30. We return at 2:30.
Okay.
Yes, please. So the House will rise for lunch, and we will return at 2:30.
Some of them go get close, some of them go lose clothes. Oh Lord, everything must crash. But you were when I let go. Every man go on. Don't stop that sweet tempo. Till we fall. Jamming left, jamming right, jamming day, jamming night. Jumping high, winding low, steel and brass, calypso. Big and small, having fun.
And your rights. Type or speak your question. Voice it responds instantly. Ask about tenant rights, police procedures, or even how child support is calculated, all through our website or WhatsApp. With answers sourced from verified laws and policies, Voice It has you covered.
¿Cuáles son mis derechos como empleado?
Como empleado en San Cristóbal y Nieves tienes...
Voice It speaks your language, no matter where you're from.
In St. Christopher and Nevis, parents have a legal obligation to ensure that their children receive an education.
Need help validating a document? Just upload a photo. Visit our website or WhatsApp to try Voice It today.
I want to recognize members from the St. Kitts Nevis Trades and Labor Union as well, the General Secretary, and I think is the VP or member who is here. His daughter gave the words on behalf of the union. But let me also recognize the leadership of the Rastafari movement here in St. Kitts and Nevis. That movement has been instrumental in ensuring that we never, ever forget what took place here in 1935. And after 90 years since that event, we are here in a space signaling, of course, the coming of greater things. So put your hands together for the Rastafari movement. And of course, to recognize all others who are here with us. Let me say that recently I shared a stage with Hilary Beckles. You might know who he is. Vice Chancellor of UWI, correct? A historian, one of the most recognized historians, not just in the Caribbean region, but across the world, especially how he chronicles the history of the Caribbean. And this is a recognized historian. He's an academic. He's also an activist because he, in a sense, is the leader of the reparation movement in the Caribbean and throughout the world. He has just been named, I think, president of the United Nations University. And in a speech that he gave, he said that the liberation movement or the march toward independence started right here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And the date he gave, and I don't think that he is wrong, he said that everything started in 1934 and culminated right here in 1935. So here we have a prolific historian as Sir Hilary Beckles crediting the Buckley's Uprising as the starting point for the liberation and the colonization across the whole world. And so I usually say to some of my friends from India that the struggle started not with Gandhi, but in a small village in St. Kitts and Nevis called Buckley's. That must be remembered. And it cannot be remembered just by words, for words alone would not suffice. Exactly. Cannot be remembered with just an event like this that takes place once per year. It cannot be remembered alone by having these speeches and remarks given by politicians and activists and members of great movements and young people and others. This is important, but this alone would not suffice. And so it's always been a personal dream of mine, and I know it's a dream of many of you, including the MP from this area and the Rastafari movement, that a monument be constructed right here on these hallowed grounds. And for those of you who weren't here, he announced tonight that this piece of land that stretches from one road all the way down to the fence of the JNF Hospital is being acquired and is in the final stages to be owned by the Buckley's Uprising Committee, for which the purpose is to construct a monument never to be removed. And that is a tremendous achievement. But having a monument is not only to remember for remembering's sake. It is a reminder, and a reminder to say to us that this is what our ancestors fought for, and the principles on which they stand, which the monument would represent, we should always carry them with us and practice them every single day. That is what a monument is really about. And so I agree with all those who have come and have decided in oneness that a monument must be constructed. I also want to bring the point forward that last year I said we will dedicate over time $1 million to the construction of the monument. And so I said to the minister that for this year, at this moment, $100,000 is already available. And I want the committee to meet and to put their plans in place to start to prepare this hallowed ground for the construction of a monument. And so, a lot has been said tonight, that which I agree with. The history has been given by many, that which I agree with. And to Ras Aya, with your utterances with respect to Marcus Garvey, I agree with you 100%. I think we are just going through iterations of getting to the final destination. And I want to say to all of us here that we should continue to come year after year, remembering those who gave their lives so that we can be free men, women here in our beloved Federation. Let us never ever forget their sacrifice. Never ever let us forget that they gave the ultimate to be given was their very lives. And we will always be grateful and remember them so that they can remind us of who they are, who they were, so that we can know who we are. And I would always say, the struggle continues for total liberation. And as I said on BBC, the final conclusion will be when the people of St. Kitts and Nevis decide that we are totally free. Thank you very much.
As we know, the emergency room is one of the areas where we have had challenges over the years. We have not had the pleasure of having emergency room specialists. As you know, in the US, not every emergency room is manned by emergency room specialists. You go out of the major cities and the emergency rooms are manned a lot of times by family doctors who have extra training in emergency room medicine. But we have young people, or people who are talented, educated, and they are eager to learn so that they can, of course, improve their skills and build their confidence so that they can, of course, deliver the type of healthcare that we wish to deliver. We are sincerely grateful for your efforts to be here to help us. You may not know it, but your efforts here would have a tremendous impact on the improvement of healthcare here in St. Kitts and Nevis. I want to thank Dr. Maloney, who heard the call of us reaching out to our professionals from St. Kitts and Nevis in the diaspora who can come home and help with nation building. So Dr. Maloney, I want to thank you on behalf of all of us for heeding the call and making the extra steps to get this done. This is not easy. From what I know, it is the first time it is being done. And so we had to go through a lot of matters and challenges that were not faced before. But with determination and having one purpose, which is to improve healthcare services for our people, we have come to this point. So I want to thank you sincerely. Can you please put your hands together for Dr. Maloney?
Thank you so much for inviting us here. We do hope that this will be a future relationship that we can build on. During our time here this week, we'll be doing multiple things. So we will be teaching cardiovascular emergencies, as well as basic heart and lung ultrasounds. Our administrative team will be here to kind of sit through the different processes in the emergency room and our triage system and see how we can make the system more efficient. And obviously, we'll ask for feedback at the end of the week to see how we can make our training better for you as we move into the future. Going forward, we'll also be offering hospital administration, such as Dr. Morton, Dr. Wilkin, whoever wants to come, an observership at Rutgers and UMS, where you can come and kind of see the way that our hospital system works and figure out how you can implement change here that you want to see changed here. As well as, you know, anything else that you need from us in terms of whatever we can provide in terms of future training. I know we've talked about strokes and abdominal pains going forward, as well as procedural training as well. So we're really just hoping that this relationship will be one that is successful and we can help each other out in the future. So thank you.
Something like this, of course, is new, and so it would have had its teething issues, which we all expected to have. But at the end of the day, because everybody fundamentally is on the same page, which is to get something like this done in St. Kitts and Nevis to help us to transform, we're able to overcome all of the different challenges. And today, we are here. We are here launching this course.
The Clarence Fitzpatrick College and Dr. Rotham for facilitating us and hosting this training. And we would also like to thank our Prime Minister for donating the resources and the funds needed to purchase the electric vehicles and the equipment that we need to make this possible. And I know he truly believes in St. Kitts and Nevis becoming a sustainable island state, and we want to do our part to make sure that that happens.
We are grateful to be a part of this so that we can enhance the future skills of our students and the workforce in general, so that we can continue embarking on innovation, sustainability, but also reaching our neighbors so that we can also contribute to that CARICOM agenda.
The Ministry of Education believes firmly in digital solutions, in partnerships, and in transforming education so that we meet the needs of this sustainable island state. I know we say we are trying to move towards there, but we have certainly made certain leaps in that direction, and therefore I would say we are well on our way. This program sees us at a fitting time when we ourselves in the Ministry of Education are looking at ensuring that we have vehicles that are electric vehicles. So if we are to make sure that we are on the cutting edge, we must have the facilities through which we can train individuals, whether it's within the Ministry of Education, in terms of our bus drivers, knowing the type of vehicles that we intend to procure, so that when they utilize them, they're able to best use them and make sure that anything goes wrong, they have some information as to what to do next. So having this course on island is critical for us.
From the Ministry of Education, we just procured 2 electric school buses. So now that the training is happening in St. Kitts, we are positioning our citizens to be equipped to ensure that we get the best use out of our vehicles when they do arrive. I'm happy with the outline of the course, but more specifically interested in the health and safety aspect of the training, and like the PSI, to encourage our participants to take advantage of the information that will be shared, and at the same time you share it with others as well. So you're being trained to help train others, so that in the region, we in the OECS, I think we might be the first in the OECS who is offering this training, which even makes the history even more heartwarming.
We have a regional responsibility. As St. Kitts and Nevis, we are launching this, but of course we want to extend this to our regional brothers and sisters. There might be something in their area that they can invite us to. So together we are leveraging our resources to make sure that we achieve sustainability, not just in St. Kitts and Nevis, but throughout the region. And so I'm elated. So I want to say to the participants to really take full advantage of the opportunity to learn, full advantage in helping to transform your various jurisdictions into sustainable areas, whether it's a state or community. It all starts with a single step, and we are making a simple step today, which we know will be down into bigger and greater things.
Yeah. Yeah, so put it.
Join us every Wednesday for In Focus, a weekly talk show produced by the St. Kitts Nevis Information Service, where we provide exclusives with key persons within the government and discuss pertinent, relevant, and interesting matters that affect us all. Tune in every Wednesday, live on ZIZ Radio and streamed live on Facebook at SKNIS Media and ZIZ Online. In Focus, your government, your business.
I'm Ian Richards, welcoming you to In Focus, a weekly program where we take a closer look at what's happening within and across the government of St. Kitts and Nevis, your government. Since taking office in September 2023, Adlai Smith, the Director of Public Prosecutions, has been a strong advocate for criminal justice reform, pushing for transparency, accountability, and meaningful change within our legal system. But recently, we've witnessed a troubling development, the arrest of a Crown Counsel prosecutor that sent shockwaves throughout the community. Today, we are joined by DPP Smith to discuss this development, what it means for the criminal justice system, and how reforms are still progressing despite the challenges. Stay with us for In Focus, your government, your business.
The judge-only trial. That is a significant step by the government in regards to crime and security. So far, we have had one conviction with regard to that piece of legislation. We also want to thank the government for making the amendment with regard to the witness interference legislation.
Thanks for staying with us, and we are pleased to have back with us on In Focus, Director of Public Prosecution, Mr. Adlai Smith. Mr. Smith, you are no stranger. You are a regular person that comes every time we call, and we appreciate you being with us here for this edition of In Focus.
I appreciate that. Good afternoon to the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, and further afield, and anybody else from the wider Caribbean who's watching.
Right. So persons listening to this program, sir, would have just heard during our break a voice, and persons watching would recognize it as the Commissioner of Police, Mr. James Sutton. Now, he was on the program last week with members of the High Command, and he mentioned that there are two recent legislative developments that has really enhanced the criminal justice system and helping the police to complete their work. That would be witness tampering and also the judge-only trials. Now, these are two pieces of amendments that you pushed for, reforms that needed to take place. Give us a sense, sir, of where the criminal justice reform activities are, the process here in St. Kitts and Nevis.
Wow, I wonder if a whole hour would be sufficient for all of this. But some time ago, I appeared with the Attorney General to speak about different aspects of reform, and among those things we discussed was the Voluntary Bill of Indictment Act, a matter where we can bring people who are charged with offenses, serious offenses, before the court rather quickly by sidestepping what is called the committal process in the Magistrates Court. And we already have our first matter by Voluntary Bill of Indictment, which is a firearms matter, which will be coming up shortly. Because I've taken a very firm stance this year, given the high incidence of firearm offenses in the country, that all firearm offenses are going to be tried before the High Court. I'm going to bring them up by Voluntary Bill of Indictment. You're taking a chance if you have a firearm in these times. So that's one. The other one is the the judge-alone legislation. Right? And both of these pieces of legislation I really, really pushed for, because I thought to assist the criminal justice process here, they were necessary. The first judge-alone trial took place last December, and it resulted in a conviction. I think some other time we will be able to talk about judge-alone legislation, because I think it's an important topic, and I want the persons to understand what is the reasoning behind having judge-alone trials, and so on and so forth. And with respect to the rest of criminal justice reforms, I mean, I have a whole list of them. Right? I just want to make sure, but I think that they're quite exciting, to be quite honest. We're looking at things like the vulnerable witnesses legislation. And what do I mean by vulnerable witnesses legislation? I'm thinking a little too fast ahead of myself here. When you have cases involving children, we want the court to be able to have special measures. I'm using children as an example, but it could be persons who have mental disabilities or persons who are particularly scared and so on. The whole idea is to make witnesses comfortable when they're giving evidence before the court, because we want to ensure that they're in the best frame of mind. So we have measures that can be taken by the court, like, for example, put them behind a screen so that the accused can't see them. For persons who are particularly shy and so on, they're able to give the evidence to an intermediary. Intermediary is not really somebody who is supposed to be a guide or what you call it, to give them hints as to what to say or anything. That person assists the court in understanding what that vulnerable person is saying, right? And I think that's just some of the measures. And I think those things are important, especially in a society such as ours, because a lot of time people are scared, right? I don't want a situation where, if, for example, any child has to come to, or any lady who is afraid of confronting, you know, somebody who is alleged to have raped them, they shouldn't have to look into the face of the accused. You should be able to give your evidence from behind the screen. So that's just an example of another one. Another one which I find particularly exciting is the Victim and Witness Welfare Act. So much times we're talking about the rights of accused persons and so on and so forth. But what about the victims? The victim don't have rights too? They don't have feelings? Sorry, I just went into the dialect there just a little bit. So the whole idea is to provide a system whereby, you know, if you are a witness or a complainant in the matter, a system whereby you can get to know what exactly is happening with your matter and to put systems in place to ensure that the court has to take into account your interests when it's setting down trials and so on. Not just has to follow what you say, but basically the whole idea is take into account the feelings and the interests of witnesses and victims and so on. That's another exciting one. The criminal damage bill. Last year, December, was just completed probably the longest trial in St. Kitts history. This had to do with somebody who blew up, not blew up, he tried to blow up Sal compound with all the gas and so on there, and the COSCAB compound by setting fire to the flammable devices or the flammable storage systems over there, right? I mean, he was convicted. But you see, because the legislation is so outdated, the maximum he could get on either offense is just 5 years. 5 years. So, over my vacation, because I got my first vacation last December, I took a part of it to put together a new criminal damage bill to modernize your legislation. And I prepared that, and that's going to go before the AG shortly. The cautions bill, that's already drafted as well. I did that since last summer. I submitted it to the AG. Killing him with legislation, you know, because I think these things need to happen. And the whole idea behind the caution, the fundamental principle, not everything need to go before the court. I mean, I listened to my Crown Counsel sometime last year, and he was telling me that he's doing a matter in the magistrate's court where somebody wet down somebody with a hose. I said, wait, hold on. Really, these are the kinds of matters which are going before the court? So the whole idea behind cautions, it's an out-of-court disposal whereby once a person admits to the offense, he's given a written caution with conditions that you have to abide by. You have to be on a set of good behavior for a certain number of years, right? And if you fail to abide by that, you're brought back before the court, you're sentenced on that, plus the additional offense, right? But if you remain of good behavior, then after a particular period of time passes, maybe 2 years or so, then it disappears off your record. And I want to deal with low-level offending insofar as less serious offenses and less serious forms of committing serious offending to deal with cautions, because I need to find a strategy to deal with the backlog in the system. And by this way, putting this into effect in the High Court and the Magistrates Court, I can free up the court to deal with more serious matters.
Right. And that actually was the next question I had for you in terms of dealing with the backlog of cases? Because, of course, it was a major concern when you took office.
Yes.
That there were so many cases that needed to be tried. What has been done to help speed it up? And one of the things that, as the commissioner mentioned last week, as I mentioned, was that the judge-only trials have helped with that as well.
Yes, you see, the beauty of judge-alone trials, and I say we're going to have a special session to deal with this. The beauty of the judge-alone trials is that the judge gets to focus only on the matters which are an issue. So you don't have to go through all the evidence which would normally go through in another court. I mean, it can be agreed, but the judge now has to determine what really is an issue in this case. The issue may be whether somebody was driving dangerously, or whether somebody used unreasonable force in self-defense. Just one issue. And as a result of that, that curtailment in terms of, time and energy and so on, and because jury trials normally involve one set of time impaneling the jury, and sometimes you have to go in and out because there have to be arguments in the absence of the jury. You save a lot of time. As a matter of fact, the first judge-alone trial took place in Trinidad. A friend of mine, a colleague of mine in law school, she was the judge dealing with that, and the first trial had finished in 20 minutes.
How long ago was that?
Oh, boy. Probably, I think within the last 3 or 4 years.
Okay.
Right, something like that, because they had just introduced judge-alone trials over there.
So it's new to the region. It's a new phenomenon to the region.
Well, I wouldn't say it's new to the region, because other countries have had judge-alone legislation. I think the Belize, I know for certain. Well, we already know Trinidad, and I think Turks and Caicos had judge-alone legislation. It's not a new phenomenon at all, and it's a mode of trial which is seen as fair. I mean, not everybody going to agree with that, but then not everybody agrees with the justice system. Difference of opinion make a horse race.
The point that was raised by the deputy commissioner at that time is that the alleged persons, their rights are still protected under judge-alone trials.
Yes, and you're given additional protections under the governor. The added advantage of a judge-alone trial. I mean, imagine if somebody, let's say, for example, you have capital murder. Capital murder is, death penalty type offense. There you could get death penalty. And let's say you are convicted by a jury. Remember, a jury don't have to give you no reason why they come to their decision,
Mm-hmm.
With a judge-alone trial, a judge gives you step-by-step reasoning as to how he came to his decision. And I think facing a penalty for a serious offense, I don't know about you, but I want to see the reasons for my decision.
That may help with the appeal.
Right, it could help with the appeal too. Was the judge unreasonable in terms of coming to this particular conclusion, and all kinds of different things, right? So, I mean, I know it's a new thing. It's when it comes to change, there's normally a bit of pushback and so on, but in time we'll see how it goes. And when we have the discussion on judge-alone trials, I will go through the judgment of the judge, and so you can see exactly what I'm saying.
Right. Okay, so in terms of the backlog of cases, what would you say? How things have been proceeding there?
Okay. Now, you see, because of the voluntary bill of Indictment Act, if I can bring matters up quickly, because I'm also using that for example, let's say we have a really serious murder, a firearm murder. I want those kinds of matters to be brought up within 2 years, right? And the voluntary bill can help me with that. Right? But you see, the thing is, with voluntary bill, it's making more matters come up a lot quicker before the court. So I might eventually start having a backlog at the High Court. So what we are looking at is seeing how we can incorporate the Nevis judge when he's not doing matters in the Nevis court to assist with matters in the St. Kitts court. So we have an aggressive tackling of the backlog in the system. And you see, like I said, things like voluntary bill, the cautions legislation can assist with that. Aggressive case management in terms of managing cases before they come to trial to narrow down the issues so that we save time and only focus on the issues and not things which are not disagreed on, so to speak. So that's an example of the strategy that we are using to deal with the backlog. I want to mention, I know I have plenty law reform initiatives, but I want to mention one particular one, the Road Traffic Offences Amendment Bill. I mean, I been pushing for that. I understand that it's been talked about a lot, even before, like the penalties for causing death by dangerous driving. Over my vacation last December, I went through the act and I amended all the different sections and so on, and the penalties for causing death by dangerous driving. Well, I discussed this with my assistant DPPs, and they had said, we had all agreed, increase to 15 years from 3 to careless driving and 25 years for causing death by dangerous driving. But I see the AG's office decided to increase 3 to 6, and the causing death by dangerous driving maximum penalty from 5 to 10.
Well, it's what's proposed. It's proposed in the legislation that actually will be debated on Thursday.
Yes. But we want to see stiff penalties for that, because there are a lot of accidents. The Commissioner of Police, he briefs me on a daily basis as to the state of crime in the country, and I can see that there are a lot of accidents, and there needs to be an aggressive approach taken by the prosecution to these things, because the safety of the Federation is at stake. I'm sorry. But excitingly, I thought over the vacation, why not involve the public insofar as the administration of justice is concerned with respect to careless driving? And so I propose a solution whereby persons can now install their 4K, because we need high definition 4K cameras in their vehicles, their dash cams, right? And as they're driving, they can record instances of careless driving. And you can submit these recordings to the police or the prosecution department. And if they are instrumental in getting a conviction for infractionists, that's the word I made up, but perpetrators, you can get, initially I propose up to $500 in my draft bill, but I see the AG's office increased it to $5,000. Well, it is, but it's an opportunity to make money. And I know a lot of people are afraid to give evidence in court with these matters. So I put inside the bill provisions for anonymity of individuals who don't want to do that. So once certain conditions are satisfied, you give your thing and so on. If the person's found guilty, the court gives awards a reward incentive of up to $5,000. The defendant has to pay that as part of the fee. And this is one creative way. I want to have the citizenry involved, everybody involved in enforcing the laws of our country, because it is important.
Yes, of course. And one of the things the Commissioner also mentioned was the Witness Tampering Act. And that deals with, it's a very broad subject, but has there been anyone charged under that as yet?
There hasn't been anyone charged as yet, but it doesn't mean there isn't going to be. That's all I'll say on that.
Okay.
Next question.
Right. So the next question, sir, would be, of course, the ethical standards within the DPP's office. And it's going to be quite a lengthy discussions, and we certainly would like the public to weigh in if they have their questions or comments they'd like to leave on that. And so we'll give them an opportunity to do so. They can give us a call at 466-2666, or they can send a WhatsApp to 662-3447. And we're asking persons to go ahead and to give either their first or last name and state their questions, so that we can facilitate a easy transfer of information when it's time for us to take calls. So we're going to take our first break, DPP, and then we're going to come back and talk a bit about the office and as you mentioned, the recent development with regard to a Crown Counsel prosecutor.
Can we do one word of caution?
What's that?
I'm not going to discuss the facts of the case.
Of course, of
All
course.
Right, because it's before the court. Okay.
Right, okay. So we'll take our first break and we'll be right back with more In Focus.
If you haven't done it as yet, please do it today. Subscribe to our YouTube page at SKNIS Media for regular updates, live coverage, and even more information on your government. While you're at it, like, share, and interact with our Facebook and Instagram pages at SKNIS Media and SKNIS Info.
Our discussions with Mr. Adlai Smith, the Director of Public Prosecutions here in St. Kitts and Nevis. So, Mr. Smith, as we speak about having high ethical standards in public office, What steps are in place to ensure that members of the staff in the Director of Public Prosecution's office has the highest standard of ethical conduct?
Okay. Well, let me start first by saying that one of the things I realize in our department is that there are not any written guidelines, not any written protocols or anything like that. I mean, my staff knows that I've sought to change that. And the whole idea behind having written documents is to ensure that we have uniformity and stability in terms of dealing with particular matters, right? Like, for example, I have protocols dealing with the management of cases before the court. How do we record information in relation to matters and so on. We have conflict of interest policy and so on in place, or protocol rather, and other things, just to give you an example. One of the things I've been working on since last year was a prosecutor's code of conduct, which would address the ethical standards of a prosecutor. It's a lengthy document. I have been trying to pattern one similar to the prosecutor code of conduct in Jamaica, except that I wanted to update it to reflect modern changes in the law. I think theirs is over 10 years old, but the law has changed a lot since 10 years old.
And of course, the realities here in St. Kitts and Nevis are different in terms of Jamaica as well.
Right. So that is something I'm currently working on to complete, and I would make that a formal document to be made a part of our office library, and I will make it a document that's available to the public as well, because inside of that document, it will show the considerations that a prosecutor takes into account when deciding whether to charge an individual. There's a two-stage step involved in that. You have to look at the quality of the evidence and determine, looking at all the evidence and so on, can we say that there's a reasonable prospect of a conviction if we take it to trial? And then after determining that, the next stage of the process is it in the public interest to bring this matter before the court? Public interest considers things like the amount of resources available, the type of matter being brought. Let me give you a quick example of what I mean. Let's say somebody stole something from a store, but the value of the thing is just $2. Do I waste thousands of dollars of court resources to prosecute somebody for $2? Mm-hmm. That's an example of showing whether something is in the public interest. So that is really, to answer your question, short and simple, getting a prosecutor's code of conduct finished as soon as possible. I haven't gotten as far as where I would like to have reached with it, but given the circumstances, it is imperative that I move sooner rather than later with that concern.
Now, there was a recent announcement by the Royal St. Christopher and Nevis Police Force that indicated that Chantrice Dorset, a Crown Counsel prosecutor, was hit with 6 serious criminal charges, including 1 count of accessory after the fact to murder and 1 count of misconduct in public office. You made a public statement about the arrest. Why did you feel it was necessary to make a statement?
Okay. Now, number one, I want to bring a new approach with respect to how to deal with matters here in the justice system in St. Kitts and Nevis. As you noted, I've been here, actually I started in October 6th of October 6, 2023. That's when I took up the office of Director of Public Prosecutions. And trust me, it was like baptism by fire. But I said, I have a mission in terms of trying to transform the system so that St. Kitts and Nevis can be a beacon for the rest of the Caribbean. So when we are looking at this particular matter, when it comes to Ms. Dorset, I anticipated that it was going to have regional implications. It was probably going to be profound, precedent set, never seen before. And so I thought it was necessary. I started writing the press release even before the charges, but I had to update it every now and then as things were happening, because I said, I'm going to need to. And of course it was brought to my attention that, certain comments were circulating in the social media, and I thought it was important to address those concerns, right? Also, a case, Boodram, and let's call it the Boodram case. I don't have to go into the full particulars. But there's a particular case from the Privy Council which says the DPP has a role of being vigilant to make sure that he controls what type of information is going on in the media in advance of the trial. I mean, I don't have to respond to every single allegation or frivolous allegations or trivial allegations and so on. But once there is a serious risk that trial by jury will turn into trial by media, and this was said in 1996, so I have to update that and say trial by social media, right. The DPP has a duty to step in. And realizing that is why I did what I did. I mean, like, there were some other reasons too, but I thought that was important.
No, there were some persons who expressed concern. As you imagine, there would have been pushback on social media, as you mentioned, about the original statements that was made. Is there anything that you care to clarify at this point? Okay. Well, I have a updated press statement to deal with that. But in summary, because we don't have a lot of time, and that will come out in due course, right? I want to keep the thing simple, right? I want to put the whole thing in context. Section 10(1) of the St. Kitts and Nevis Constitution says that a person charged with a criminal offense is entitled to a fair trial by an independent and impartial court. Jurors in a jury trial form part of that court. They're judges of the facts. When you put information which prejudices or poisons the minds of people who potentially may be part of that jury, then you're infringing on that person's right to a fair trial, right? So, speculation, I say speculation as to guilt. Speculation as to guilt is wrong, and so on. You should not do that. Speculation, as long as it interferes with the right of a person to a fair trial, it is wrong. And I've addressed some issues in my press release, but maybe I can deal with them quickly, just to give some examples as to what is impermissible. Speculating as to guilt, I already spoke about that. Things like saying, oh, well, they must have done it because they were charged. Why else would they be charged? Don't speculate as to guilt, number one. 2, sharing unverified information. Like, for example, publishing rumors or unconfirmed details about a case as to what evidence you think might be involved in the case. That is not permissible. Also, highlighting bad character. Right? If a person has been behaving badly and you're posting about that in social media, that can poison the mind of the jury. Because remember, in the court, a person is presumed innocent until proven guilty. He's entitled to that bad character, subject to certain legal exceptions, but he's entitled to that, to be treated as a person of good character, before the jury. And then the evidence is led by the prosecution to show that, yeah, he's a bad character, leading to his conviction. Also, publishing sensitive details about a case. Example, sharing photos, videos, or information that is part of the evidence but it has not been made public before the court. That is not permissible. Also, criticizing witnesses, suggesting that potential witnesses in the case ought not to be believed long before the trial. That has an effect of poisoning or affecting the fairness of the trial. So, when I said what was not permissible, oh, Larger, I don't want to interfere with free speech. Remember last November when I had my interview along with Justice Morley, we were talking about the sentencing guidelines. I made reference to the case of Ambard and the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago, where the Privy Council in that said justice is not a cloistered virtue. In other words, it's not sheltered, right? But however, justice must be allowed to undergo the scrutiny and the comments, even outspoken comments, of the ordinary man out there. And that principle remains fundamental to my understanding of the thing. But like I said, the Privy Council also say
that I and I, as the DPP, have a role to make sure that there's no adverse pre-trial publicity. And I can go before the court, ask for an order. Anybody chat after that is contempt of court, right? But I don't want to have to do that. I'm just trying to follow the law. And remember, I'm trying to do a new and creative and vibrant way of doing things, so I'm not going to get everything perfect the first time. I just want to say something quickly about criticism. I mean, yeah, I'm subject to a lot of criticisms about, oh gosh, man, I'm a public official, I'm supposed to accept that. I'm using this as an opportunity. I see this as an opportunity to educate the public further and to offer greater clarity. So I want to say to my critics out there, thank you very much. I've learned a lot from the experience. Keep criticizing, because the voice of the opposition is important in a democracy. I repeat, the voice of the opposition is important in a democracy. And when you continue to criticize me, you keep me on my toes. I am a public official, right? And I should be kept on my toes. Right. I don't mind that. So what you're doing is improving me, and I thank you for it earnestly from the bottom of my heart.
So you are trying to protect the integrity of a fair trial.
Of the system.
But the Mr. DPP, how does the arrest affect the work being done by the DPPO, as in the eyes of the public in particular, from that point of view?
Well, our office, I can say simply, we are on our P's and Q's. We remain focused. We have work before the court. We're continuing to do the work.
So you actually just answered the next question that I had with your previous clarification, where you spoke about ensuring that officials don't prejudice or bias in one way or another. So then I would ask then, as you speak about the fact of being able to have a public persona, so to speak, I came across an article written by Mr. Kyron Murdoch, I believe that's the name that he goes by, and it's on the website Antigua.news, and it's entitled "Enough but Not Too Much Enough." And here are some key points that I would want to mention in the article that he would have highlighted, and I'll start with the intro, where he says that we take this opportunity to commend the Director of Public Prosecutions in our neighboring country of St. Kitts and Nevis for his refreshing and forthright approach to public and media engagement. Now, he speaks about the fact that since you took office in late 2023, that there's been a certain savvy for a reasonable and measured level of communication with citizens served by the office. And then he also goes on to mention that more recently that you would have appeared addressing the controversy of a Crown Council, which is what we're discussing now, and it's not often that you find the DPP willing to communicate with the public on a steady basis. What are your thoughts on that? The fact that, you know, it's being recognized, and of course, as mentioned before previously, you came to St. Kitts and Nevis from Antigua, where you worked within the criminal justice system there as well.
I'm extremely humbled by that, and if this is permissible, whether permissible or not, I give thanks to Almighty God, right? Because He has been downloading certain things in my spirit with respect to how I can reform the justice system here, and I see, yes, some of them are working, some of them are well received. There's still some criticism, but that's okay. At the end of the day, let me tell you something. As long as I'm DPP here, my interests, primary interests, are those of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. And what I want to see is that our justice system becomes one that other jurisdictions can follow. We are a small federation of people, St. Kitts and Nevis. How much people we have? About 40,000, 60,000?
51,000
51?
actually, yes.
All right, in between, all right, fair enough. 51, we're small, but we're Talawa, right? We have the eyes of the Caribbean on us right now, and we have an example to show them how our justice system can work, how we can see corruption, but we don't cover it up, right? We deal with it as necessary, and we deal with it hard as well too. And it's not necessarily going to be limited to Ms. Dorset. Matters going forward and so on, they will be dealt with firmly once there is the evidence, because you have to have evidence. You can't bring somebody before the court based on speculation or hearsay.
Now, the topic also was discussed on a news program in Antigua. It's a talk program, really, and they noted that a precedent is being set in the region by a case of this high-profile nature going forward. What are your thoughts there as well?
I had opportunity to listen to the again, I'm humbled by their comments because they lauded the approach that I took in relation to this particular matter. And dare I say, I've received a lot of commendation from senior legal luminaries, court officials around the court for this. And I'm happy for that because it shows St. Kitts and Nevis in a very, very positive light. That's what I want to see for St. Kitts and Nevis. Let us be the best at something. That's all I want, right? And I'm trying my best to achieve that. And all I'm asking is, oh man, just the rest of the population, just give me a chance to make it happen. Work along with me. Work with me, man. Work along with me and let's put country above self and make it happen. That's all I'm asking, right? But insofar as the commenters on the program are concerned, right? We already established that this is of presidential nature, right? Going forward, as I said before, we need to show and be vigilant, especially with respect to the handling of this matter, because the region is watching us. The other issue I wanted to raise, where I said that it hasn't been raised as yet, but even Friday, after I issued the press release, I had a conversation with a senior prosecutor, and we were even talking about recommending to the AG having a special prosecutor assigned to the matter. And why is that? I mean, let's say for argument's sake, yes, you can see I have a robust approach to prosecuting corruption. All right. But think about this. We're talking about someone who has been at my side in cases, somebody who has advised me in matters. Consider this. If I prosecute the matter and the matter ends up in acquittal, what do you think the public going to say? Boy, he engineered it. Corruption, corrupt, he deliberately lose the case. I'm talking about how people will say. Right. So, and of course, remember I said I have a conflict of interest policy. So if there is, for some reason, why there is something inside of you that would affect you from bringing your proper judgment to the prosecution of the matter, you should recuse yourself. So one of the necessary steps in this matter to be taken further down the road is to have a special prosecutor. I have one in mind, but it's not to say that other persons can't apply. I mean, we're considering those who will do it for free first because trying to save the government a little money. But think about it. You're going to be part of a precedent case, which will probably be in law books for years to come. Right? And look at it from that particular standpoint. And don't charge us no money, please. Yes. But the point I'm making is the importance of not only justice being done, but justice be seen to be done and fairly done as well too. So I think the idea of having a special prosecutor, given what I just said, is important. And we're going to be looking into that.
Persons wishing to join the conversation can do so by calling 466-2666 or sending a WhatsApp to 662-3447. DPP, let me ask you then, in terms of, we established the fact that it's wide reach and actually Primetime Caribbean is just before this program does on ZIZ television, and of course it made headlines there as well. Now, locally, persons are saying that this is a hit on the DPPO, which is your office, and legal profession as a whole. What do you say to persons aspiring to be a lawyer in the future when this type of controversy is swirling around?
All right, well, everybody knows I come from Antigua. Burning Flames has a song, one bad apple doesn't spoil the whole bunch. Right? Similarly, the fact that somebody may not be living up to par doesn't mean that you shouldn't aspire to be an attorney. It's, being a lawyer is considered to be a member of an honorable profession. Right? And if you want to be a lawyer, I would advise you, look, you bring your own brand of fairness to the profession, your own brand of legal expertise to it, something that will benefit the profession. That shouldn't stop you. If you want to be somebody who affects legal change in the society, nobody should be able to stop you. Just make sure you have your wits about you. You're not corrupt, and that at the end of the day, I mean, apart from the little money, money shouldn't be the primary objective why you coming away, even though you can make plenty of money. And by the way, legal fees over here quite expensive. But the whole idea is have at your core interest or objective the pursuit of the ideals of justice and fairness. That's how I answer that.
Okay. We'll take a final break, DPP, and when we come back, we're going to speak about another subject that was very controversial and high profile in St. Kitts and Nevis, and that would be the Public Life, well, the Integrity in Public Life Act that was passed, and so we'll get an update there. Stay with us, we'll be right back with more In Focus.
If you haven't done it as yet, please do it today. Subscribe to our YouTube page at SKNIS Media for regular updates, live coverage, and even more information on your government. While you're at it, like, share, and interact with our Facebook and Instagram pages at SKNIS Media and SKNIS Info.
Welcome back to In Focus. We continue our conversation with Mr. Adlai Smith, Director of Public Prosecutions here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Mr. Smith, integrity in public life. Where are we? Can you give us an update in terms of what's been happening there?
Okay. Well, you all know that I charged a magistrate for not filing his declaration on time. And persons understandably probably know what is the result of that case. Well, it so happens that after the period expired for the filing of the second declaration, which was April 30th, some names were submitted to me. And again, the magistrate did not file. So he was charged a second time. So he currently has two matters before the court. One of the problems that has caused this matter to be delayed and being brought up before the court is that only I can deal with it. And the problem is, generally when the matter comes up for trial, I'm either in the High Court or out of the jurisdiction, and so that's caused the problem. As a matter of fact, it was supposed to come up this week, but because I'm still vigorously working along with the Violent Crime Unit and the White Collar Crime Unit with respect to the current investigation, right? I've asked for, and with the concurrence of counsel on the other side, for some time to really deal with these issues because it is significant and very important. The compliance second time around was way, way better than the last time. There were some persons who were late, like a couple of days and so on after the last deadline, and there were some persons who didn't file. I just want to remind the court that it's not just a situation where you don't file and you're convicted. You have to have not filed and you don't have a reasonable excuse for not filing, right? And as I promised before, I wanted a humane approach toward dealing with the particular issue. Because mind you, I don't have to go by summons. I could simply ask the police, you deal with this. I've gotten these names from the Integrity in Public Life, right? And the police could go and apply for warrants and pick you up at your workplace or wherever you may be and take you there, right? But I said, no, let me adopt a humane approach, right? And so I took the civil approach to have an officer write to individuals explaining why you were late, right? And why you may not have filed. And persons did reply. They were appreciative for that. And I think that is civil. And of course, they came in and did their, because at the end of the day, I want St. Kitts and Nevis. St. Kitts and Nevis, like no other country in the Caribbean, and dare I say the world, we have the highest rate of compliance where that is concerned, right? And I think it has to do with the approach. So commendation to all those public servants who think. Of course, there were one or two who thought, well, Why should I write to them about that? Well, those individuals next time, okay, if you take that approach, I'll send the police if you don't file, right? But the whole idea is I want to be sympathetic and civil and compassionate insofar as how I exercise the function. Everything don't have to be big stick and prosecution. So that's where we are. There's one other person before the court also, I don't want to call the name, right? But the lawyer and I are speaking because there's a particular issue which has arose, and I'm considering, well, whether what he's saying could amount to a reasonable excuse, because like I said, I want to be fair. I don't want to be giving people convictions unnecessarily, but it's when you harden and you insistent and so on, that's when I'll go after you, right? And not go after you because I want to go after you, because I'm thinking I'm protecting the integrity of the system of justice of St. Kitts and Nevis, right? And I mean, who knows? Maybe there might be another charge coming. I don't know. Let's go. Next question.
Will any new categories be included or exempted from the legislation?
Well, you see, at the end of the day, that's something for the Attorney General and his government to decide. One set of recommended, well, some categories I think probably could be removed. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I can't think off the top of my head, but who should be added? Currently, in my office, let's start. Judgment starts in the house of the DPP. It's only myself and my assistant DPPs, right, are required to file. In Antigua, all the prosecutors have to file. All my prosecutors, including myself, are susceptible to corruption and corrupt vices. So all the prosecutors in my office, to my mind, should have to declare their income and assets to the Federation. That is who I can think of off the top of my head.
Okay. Now, I want to switch a bit in terms of, we spoke a bit earlier about the traffic accidents, and I want to come back to that because, of course, it's a major concern here for persons in St. Kitts and Nevis. And we've had a number of fatal crashes and stuff, and so we would want to talk about that. And as I mentioned, last week, the Commissioner mentioned that persons have been charged for fatal crashes. And what role does your office play in deciding which cases, because I know that the police submits the evidence, that which cases that is enough to try someone or that they should be dealt with in another process?
Okay. Well, generally, that's done either by myself or one of my assistant DPPs. And let me take the opportunity to commend the hard work and support that I've received from my assistant DPPs, because to stay out of court to deal with other pressing issues, they have to be the ones to take up the slack in court. And so I want to take the opportunity to big up Mrs. Greatus Gordon Hazel and Mr. Tishawn Vasquez. I am proud of them and the efforts that they're doing. Now, to answer your question, like for example, I'm currently reviewing two. As a matter of fact, I was supposed to have meetings with the investigators in two causing death matters, one involving the good doctor who was killed in a traffic accident. They're close to the airport there. I had to, I was supposed to meet with them, I think it was Monday of last week. They were supposed to bring the files. But I had to put that aside because of other pressing matters. But I have started to consider one.
Let me stop you there, DPP, and because you said you had to put it aside for other pressing matters. It's not that you are ignoring the case file, because there's been some suggestions out there, I suppose, by persons who may not have well-intended means, but in saying that, you know, the trial essentially, or the case, the investigation, is basically being ignored by the office for whatever reasons.
No, it's not being ignored by the office. Not at all. Well, let me tell you one of the factors here. Like, for example, in the instance of the doctor, let me start with this principle. You don't make a decision based on just half or 1/3 of the information. You get as much of the information as possible, and then you make the decision, right? Currently, we are still waiting for the autopsy report in relation to the cause of the death of the doctor. because I need to see what injuries she received, where she received them. I asked for information from the officer. What was the height of the vehicle which is alleged to have hit her? And I want to see if there's a correspondence between that. I've already gone to the scene, not during the day, at night, when after 10 at night, along the road. Persons this week might have wondered why there was a hold-up on the road. Yes, the Director of Public Prosecution was there, evaluating the scene, checking to see how the accident could have happened, trying to figure out how the young lady ended up in the position she ended up, and so on and so forth. And I have to look at a lot of things, testing to see, okay, can I see if some individual is crossing and so on? Because remember I said, the first part of the decision-making process is to determine if there is a reasonable prospect of conviction. So I have to look at what the accused is saying and see, well, based on what he's saying, based on me looking practically at the thing, because the court going to have to go to the scene to look for itself, can I rebut? Can I make a reasonable argument to rebut what the defense is saying? That is what I have to consider. And if I can make a reasonable argument to rebut what the defendant is saying, then he will be charged. But if I can't make a reasonable, then consistent with the decision-making process or protocol, which I've already established, I would have to decline to prosecute. But if I do decline to prosecute, rest assured, because the public is very interested in this particular case, I will be putting detailed reasons in writing so the public can have a look at it and see that I did not just make my decision on a whim. That is what I'm prepared to say on the matter.
Okay. Now, the Commissioner of Police also mentioned that there was a resource person brought in, an accident expert. Tell us how that may have factored into some of the cases that your office is being considering, especially when it comes to the fatal crashes.
All right. Well, I can say, for example, the opinion of the accident reconstruction expert was important insofar as me giving the go-ahead to charge for the gentleman who killed, I think, about 5 people in his bus. That report was very, very instrumental. But you see, we want to not build cases just on accident reconstruction experts. Let me tell you the problem I'm seeing in the Federation, right? And it goes like this. There are people who've seen, but guess what? They say they don't want to get involved. They don't want to give statement to the police. But if you were to ask those same persons, if your daughter was raped or you were robbed and somebody else saw, would you expect them to come to the court and give evidence in your favor? I don't have to give you an answer to that. The answer is obvious. So my thing is, look, do unto others as you would do for yourself. It's the same principle when it comes to social media engagement. What I'm trying to say, listen, if you're posting something on social media, you want to post something on social media, think about this. Say to yourself, 1, if I was a person on trial, would I want somebody else to say what I'm about to put about me? And if you can honestly answer that with yes, then by all means, go ahead and publish it. But if you can honestly answer no, then you should decline and refrain from publishing it. So the short point is, if you want to see cases prosecuted and prosecuted well, the people have to contribute to the system. A case is based on evidence, not speculation. I can't, as DPP, go before the judge and say, hey, judge, subject to exception, judge so-and-so say that this person did this criminal offense. And the judge put down his gavel and say guilty. No, that's not how the court works. The court based on evidence, rules of admissibility, the weight of evidence, etc., etc. And so if you want to see people brought to justice, then you, as a public citizen, you have to play your part, your role. If you see something, say something. Like I said before in a previous press release sometime last year, if it's a situation where you want anonymity, we can see if we can work out anonymity for you so that nobody know who you are based on the provisions of our anonymity legislation. Because in my mind, it's better to try something than to try nothing at all.
And of course, the Attorney General has been wanting persons to get more involved and familiar, I should say, with the whole trial aspect of it, and there's been an open move to have persons to come in to sit in the gallery and view trials. Of course, that's all legal, and is that something that you endorse?
Of course, I endorse that in appropriate cases. The problem is the St. Kitts Court, sorry, but it's like somebody's living room. It's too small. You can't have more than maybe 6 or 8 people at most in the court. And of course, there needs to be more court reporting, I feel. I think that there is a big gap in terms of information and education when it comes to what happens inside of the court, right? And so, as DPP, I'm going to take the initiative. I'm going to have a new Crown Counsel, which is coming in shortly. I had hired
I recognize the Honorable Senator Phillip.
Madam Speaker, I rise to make a brief contribution in support of this bill before the Honorable House. I would like to echo some of the sentiments that have already been shared by colleagues in this National Assembly. However, for me, I'd like to situate my contribution in the context of citizen security to impress upon people of the Federation why it's so important for us all to take individual and collective responsibility when it comes to vehicle and road safety, particularly because, you know, when we talk about creating and cultivating a society that is safe and of peaceful coexistence, it's really important that we all take individual responsibility. I think there are some parallels that we could potentially draw when we think about the objective of this bill and the seriousness of the crimes of, you know, reckless and careless driving. So when we talk about citizen security, this is a concept and a framework that is actually being championed as part of the long-term plan for combating crime and violence in the Federation, Madam Speaker. Citizen security would have come about especially after we were having the increase in gun crimes over the past year in 2024. And, you know, you would have remembered at the time we would have had a call. The Prime Minister would have made a very clear and clarion call to bring everybody together so that we can all take responsibility, recognizing that the issue of, you know, peace and security is an all of society responsibility. I believe the issue of reckless and careless driving is similarly an all of society responsibility, as has been shared and expressed by fellow members of this House. And, you know, although we may not be talking about gun crime here today, we are talking about the crime of careless and reckless driving that, as has been presented by the statistics, has really resulted in a number of unfortunate fatalities. The statistics, I believe, are alarming enough for us to clearly be in this House to pass a bill to be more stringent when persons are reckless in their driving. And so I want us to really reiterate and really highlight the point in terms of, you know, all of us taking responsibility. If we really want to create safe and peaceful coexistence in societies, we all have an individual responsibility to play. Not only when it comes to persons who are involved in, you know, gun crime or drug crime, but also just being safe on the streets, being safe on the road. I would actually be curious to know how these statistics compare. Honorable AG, you said in the past 4 years, from 2020 to 2024, we had 36 deaths. I would be curious to know like how that compares to the number of deaths we have had from homicides, because I believe it would be a relatively large percentage. So that's the level of seriousness that we have to take the reality of just the reckless driving that we're seeing in this day and age, which is really unfortunate. I want to make a clarion call to the public and members of society that if we truly, really want to create peaceful and safe societies, that we have to all take responsibility. And responsibility on the road, we certainly consider, as has been expressed, driving safely, making sure that we're not texting and driving, that we're not under the influence, because this is important. And also we have to police each other. That's a big part of citizen security. It's about how do we relate and respond to each other when it comes to making sure that you are safe as an individual and that your fellow neighbor is safe. And so what I appreciate about this bill, Madam Speaker, is that it actually includes or adds an amendment where we have public reporting for offenses. And this really is the opportunity where we allow for members of the public for us to police each other. I believe this insertion of the bill just further it reiterates and further puts the obligation on us to make sure that we help, to make sure that we can all ensure that we play our own parts, to make sure that we can actually be safe on our streets, that we can make sure that we keep each other safe as well as ourselves. I think the recommendation and the suggestions are the challenge in relation to the penalties and the fines that was raised by the member from number 9 is valid to consider. I believe also that when we think about persons whose job it is to actually transport persons, so the hire buses that we all are familiar can be very reckless on the street sometimes. Somehow I believe that persons whose job it is and whose obligation it is to transport individuals of the public who are paid to do that should be held at a higher account. So if you're driving a bus and you have passengers on this bus who have no choice but to take your transport, I believe you should be held at a higher responsibility to ensure that your passengers are safe. So if you're a hire bus or if you're a taxi, you can't just be out here driving recklessly, but unfortunately, we notice that a number of hire buses and persons driving these buses can be more reckless than persons driving private commercial vehicles. And so that may be, a note for consideration that if you are in the position where you have the responsibility of transporting others, I believe you ought to be held at a higher penalty because you have an obligation to transport persons who are paying you to ensure that they get from point A to point B safely. And so that's something that I believe ought to be considered. And similarly, or additionally, when it comes to child passengers, Madam Speaker, I am particularly passionate when it comes to, issues around protecting our children. I think that's, one of the things that came out as we were doing research around, why young people and children get involved in crime and violence and different delinquent activities is that they don't feel protected. I believe it is an onus and a responsibility for every single member of society to protect those who are most vulnerable, and that is our children, Madam Speaker. And so the requirements in this bill to ensure that persons have safety car seats for children, to make sure that when we are transporting children, that we ensure that they are properly seated and properly belted in. This is a consideration that all of us as parents, as neighbors, as friends, that we need to pay attention to more closely. It may not be the norm in our culture to ensure that our children are in car seats or to think about the fact that, our children can easily be killed in vehicular and road accidents. But it's really important for us to do a better job at really considering our children and young people to make sure that we protect them, because without them we have no future, Madam Speaker. And so I'm very pleased to see that there's also a section in this bill that speaks to the need and requirements for car seats. And we do need to cultivate a culture where we think about the safety of our children a lot more intentionally and a lot more seriously, and be able to make the changes that we can in our behavior to make sure that they are protected. And that does include when we are transporting them, when they are crossing the streets. If we're driving down the highway at over 70 miles an hour in, school zones, we have to be conscious of the fact that a young child that may be small or petite may not be seen, and we do need to pay more attention to make sure that we are safe and vigilant on the streets and on our roads. So, Madam Speaker, with that, I want to, conclude by just reiterating the point that in order for us, the government can do its part in making sure that we make laws, enforce laws, and create rules. But if we as individuals in society refuse to follow those, or if we refuse to take responsibility and to hold ourselves and each other accountable, there is no way that we will actually be able to cultivate and create safe and peaceful coexistence. If we truly want to have a peaceful and safe St. Kitts and Nevis, we all need to take individual responsibility. We all have a part to play. How are we complicit in contributing to crime and violence? That is the question. How are we complicit? All of us, there's something that we can all do. We can be kinder, we can be more patient on the road, we can be more considerate of pedestrians, we can be more considerate of persons driving. It's us, Madam Speaker. The problem is us. If we want to create and cultivate cultures of safety and peace and security, we all have to take individual and collective responsibility. And that really is my point, Madam Speaker. So thank you very much. May it please you.
Thank you to the Honourable Senator. I recognize the Honourable Member for Nevis 11.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And of course, I rise to make my contribution to this bill that is currently before this Honourable House. But before I do, let me express best wishes to the entire Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. At least this is the first time we're meeting for the year. And of course, at the end of 2024, we would have expressed all of the best wishes for Christmas and New Year. So since we're here, first time around, and I believe I'm the first one to do so today, but that's okay. I certainly would like to start this way because it is a year when we feel that many good things can be achieved this year. And indeed, I will say that we're starting off on the right foot, so to speak, or on good grounds by trying to arrest a situation that, in my opinion, is somewhat out of hand at this point in time. But that being said, Madam Speaker, I believe that the entire Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, we're fed up of hearing about all of these accidents and the loss of life and the tragedy that these accidents have brought about. And so it is important that we come here, as we're doing now, to lend our voice to this particular bit of legislation or the amendment that is being proposed here today. And I say we are fed up because it is not for the want of talking and admonition, I should say. That has been done over the years, and that is why the original bill, the Vehicle and Road Traffic Bill, was passed years ago. I don't know exactly what year it was. But of course, there was the need then, and there is the need now for amendments to be made so that we can make those changes consistent with the times that we're in and the difficult situations that we're facing as a country on our roads. But I will say that, Madam Speaker, recklessness, reckless driving and careless driving, I will say, is nothing new. And why I say that, I say it in the context that what has gotten us to this point is nothing new. But what is new? What is new, though, is the frequency of these accidents and the fallout, so to speak, or the impact that it has had on our country, families, or brother, sister, mother, even a 4-month-old baby. So that is what is new now. But persons have been driving recklessly and carelessly on the road. But I believe what we are doing here today is supposed to bring an end to this type of activity or this type of action. And why I say that, I envisage that these amendments that are being made today will be enforced to the point where the message will be sent. Because there must be consequences to persons' actions. And I believe that these amendments will seek to do so. But looking at reckless, careless driving, there are symptoms to all of this. There are symptoms. And what I mean by that, Madam Speaker, is that some of the symptoms, you have to look at the lawlessness that is taking place on our roads. It is not that persons don't know what the law is, you know. They very well know. But because of lawlessness, they choose to break the law. And sometimes we have to look at what is causing this. And let us look at some of the things that I believe that might be simplistic to some, but they add up to something much bigger. And I want to start, in terms of looking at lawlessness, I'm going to start with the police, because if I start to talk about some of the things that we see happening out there in the community, for example, drivers with some blue lights driving around, blue lights and some flashing lights, headlights are flashing like these are emergency vehicles. You apply brakes and at the back you see these flashing lights. I don't think that is a part of the regulations or the rules. So that, in a sense, is breaking the rule. The question is whether the police are seeing this, or I can backtrack and say whether the police themselves have vehicles that are outfitted in that way so that they are unable to enforce. And I'm not accusing the police of anything, but I'm just saying that you have to set the example as a police officer or police officers to ensure that when you go out to enforce the law, you're not found wanting in any way. So I start that way by saying that these things like flashing lights like you're an emergency vehicle, that has to come to an end. I have been driving around St. Kitts and Nevis, and then you see these lights coming to you like they're you call them the park lights, those lights that indicate where you're going, and you see them flashing coming, and then when they get closer, it's not an emergency vehicle. It's a private vehicle. So that is something that needs to end. There are some vehicles that are on the road with some extra bright lights. All of us, not all, as some of our elderly persons in the community who have a major problem with this. Now, keep in mind, we're not talking about speeding yet, but we are looking at the symptoms of the lawlessness that are taking place in the Federation. So you're looking at these vehicles with, I would say, extra lights that create difficulties for someone coming, the oncoming traffic, so to speak. Now, if you're driving towards a vehicle of that sort, then it affects your vision. And when it affects your vision, an accident can be created easily. Easily. So perhaps then we have to start looking at making sure that the streets are properly lighted, so to speak, and then we can start to enforce that. Listen, these extra lights, they don't have any bearing on what someone should be doing in traffic. But it creates difficulty for oncoming drivers. Persons have been modifying vehicles and so forth here in the Federation and have been creating difficulties as a result. And we can look at many more examples, but the point that I'm making here is that from the time persons get a chance to break the law, go against the rules and the regulations, then they feel invincible in many ways, and it leads to a bigger problem. And that is why you're seeing these speeding up and down the roads here in St. Kitts Nevis, because apparently no one is being checked, and no one is being, the tickets that should be meted out are not being issued. So persons are doing as they like. And that is where the difficulty comes in with the lawlessness that I'm talking about. In terms of the criminal elements that are on the road, all of these lead to criminality. And so if you're not checking them, you're not checking those drivers out there who feel like they are above the law, then of course you have issues to deal with in the long run. There are drivers on the road, Madam Speaker, young drivers, inexperienced drivers, but they would think that they have more experience than you and I who are driving for 20 and 30 years. So you're on this particular roadway and you there are 4 and 5 vehicles ahead of you, but this young driver feel they can overtake all of you and get to the corner before, or get ahead of all of those vehicles and get to a corner that they're approaching, which in a sense you have to say that is inexperience, because you and I won't do that. That can lead to a serious accident, and we've seen it happen. I believe it was the case down here at New Guinea, based on what I've heard. I'm not so sure what the circumstances are, but I want to be simplistic as possible to point out these examples to say that a lot of things that are happening on the road are leading to some of the challenges that we have and the loss of lives that we are experiencing. So the lawlessness on the road has to be checked and has to be dealt with in such a way that the consequences are felt by those drivers who are willing to go out there and break the law. I believe too, Madam Speaker, there are persons out there who might be driving around and have not paid tickets, as simple as it sounds. They have been issued tickets and they haven't paid them, but they're still driving on the road. How do you check that, and how do you make sure that once you would have issued a ticket, that driver or that person is held accountable? Accountability is important. How do you? Where do you start in getting, because there are persons who I believe are driving around with tickets that haven't been paid for over a year. It may sound far-fetched, it may sound out of order, but that is the case, and I think I can speak with not so much confidence in so doing, but there have been persons who have been called, yes, and I asked them, when did you get that ticket issued to you? And they have said, months ago. So there must be some way of checking all that, because if I am not paying my tickets, it means then that I am above the law. Not me, but the other person who doesn't do that. Madam Speaker, I see you shake your head, so are you a culprit? No. Sorry? Well, I'm not hearing you, but I suspect you're saying if you get a summons, you have to appear. Yes. Yeah, you have to appear, but apparently there are cases where people are still, these things are still outstanding. Well, and you've had success with that? Okay, well, but I know of at least 2 cases where persons, apparently they may have fallen through the cracks. Well, I say that because I speak from examples that I would have interacted with. And so I'm making sure that we are doing all these things to cut out all of the lawlessness, all of the lawbreakers, because once they are not prosecuted, it means that they are above the law to some extent. And that is why you'll have the snowball effect where they get on the road, and because they're not as responsible in paying their tickets and adhering to the law, they do irresponsible things on the road. I think that is what these amendments are seeking to accomplish. How do you put this in check so that we don't have to deal with these circumstances over the next 6 months, over the next year? Yeah? So and that's why I say I'm keeping it as simplistic as possible, so that at least we know we have to deal with the smaller things to get to the larger items that we're dealing with. Yeah? So I believe overall, though, the presentations that would have been made before myself, including the leader of the opposition, he was very thorough and placed things into a certain context that all of us could understand. And I believe what he would have said would have assisted in ensuring that this bill can be improved once taken on board, and that it can be more impactful in the end. And so, Madam Speaker, I am at this point in time willing to give the credit where it's due, to say, well, this is some amendments that have come at the right time because of the circumstances that we have been facing. And I am to say as well that I sympathize with all who would have had losses of loved ones, friends, and family members over the last at least 2 to 3 months, because it seems as though we have had an uptick in accidents and serious accidents over the last couple of months. Who knows what that 4-month-old baby could have become? Is it a he or she? It was a boy? Is it? Well, a boy. Who knows what that boy could have become when he got to to adulthood and so forth and beyond. Those are resources and also, you know, the potential that we would have lost out on. Whether it's through crime and criminality, whether through an accident, these are potential that we would have lost out. The next doctor, the next lawyer, the next politician, the next mechanic, the next whatever. And so we want to make sure that we are protecting our young people. And sometimes you have to protect our young people from themselves. And that is what these not regulations, but these amendments are about. Protecting our young people from themselves. And that's what we have to do as a parliament. Because we want to ensure that the knowledge and the thinking we have of life is like a relay. The baton is passed on. Who are you going to pass on to? And when you start losing our young people, you lose that potential of passing on that baton to the next generation. So, Madam Speaker, like I said, I believe I would not tarry long because some excellent presentations were made earlier, and I will not diminish anyone's presentation by going over. It has been documented, and I believe the entire Parliament agrees and support what is before us today with the additional recommendations that have been made. And so I just wanted to put my voice into the mix and add on the record that I support these amendments because the overall impact, I believe, will be huge in terms of ensuring that we arrest the difficult situation that we are currently faced with. With those few words, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for the time, and I will support this bill when the time comes, and may it please you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for Nevis 11. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. And with your leave, I would just add some supporting words to the bit of legislation before us, which is the Vehicles and Road Safety Amendment Bill 2025. I want to take this opportunity to commend the mover of the bill. Firstly, the Prime Minister, Minister Responsibility for National Security, of which the Traffic Department falls under, and also the Attorney General for the responsiveness of this particular bit of legislation. That is what a legislature is to do. There will be laws that are passed, say, in one era of time based on the prevailing situation at the time. But then there comes a time for revision and upgrade. And oftentimes it comes when something becomes a reality, when you get to see that an existing law may not be sufficient in dealing with present situations. And so I want to commend the response that has gone in. Although, to be fair and to be frank, this was already in the works in terms of setting up a committee to deal with the vehicle situation and road traffic safety some time ago, since the middle of last year. In fact, the AG in particular has been a strong proponent of safety on the road. And even before we got into the recommendations last year, the Ministry of Public Works, we had given an undertaking that we will start the ball rolling by installing speed bumps around major schools, or schools in general that are close to roadways. I'm not certain if we have completed every single school, but we are in the process of ensuring that there are speed bumps around all the different schools. And this will continue now with the work of the committee led by the AG for a comprehensive overview of our road and safety laws. I think this is critical, and again, I stand to commend the AG and the mover of the bill for us taking this initiative to move this particular process forward. I want to also at this time, I want to encourage something I think I heard the member opposite, Senator opposite, Deputy Speaker mention about responsibility of us as road users. The Parliament is doing its part, the legislature is doing its part, the government is trying to do its part. None of us can do all of what is necessary, but all of us can do some of what is necessary to come together to make a whole. And so I want to encourage drivers on the road. We don't need a bit of legislation to say that it is dangerous to pass a vehicle on the F.T. Williams Highway on the left-hand side because a vehicle is coming on the right-hand side where it's supposed to be coming. That's, I don't know, how do you legislate that to say that that should not happen? You know, unfortunately, the human race has often showed that you give us an open field and you run wild, even if you know that the field has potential problems. But then you have to put guardrails to guide the human race to say, this is probably the better way that you're supposed to go, the safer way. And so what we're attempting here with this bit of legislation is to provide some guidance, really, to try and legislate behavior, which otherwise sometimes you don't necessarily think you have to. But given what has transpired with the alarming numbers that we have seen, it has become incumbent upon us to at least put it down on paper and then proceed to police it in order to try to alter the behavior. So I want to encourage drivers on the street to take a level of responsibility. For instance, in particular, with our children. I get heartaches when I see children in vehicles and they are unrestrained. Even I have a 10-year-old and an 8-year-old. And no matter how uncool somebody, maybe a classmate, may feel, we still insist that they use their booster seats because it has a weight requirement and they have not yet passed the weight. So we insist we are using the seats until you are sufficiently tall to go out, because I can't imagine my wife or I being responsible for not doing that when, you know, it is simple to do once you're able to do it. And so I want to commend the government for extending duty-free concessions such that anyone who has a vehicle will have the ability to access the proper car seats for their children to save their lives.
You need one soon.
What you say, you need one soon? PM say he gonna need one soon. You said, I need one soon. I have already.
I thought you donated them already.
No, I have. They're using them still. They're using them still.
I thought you have the booster ones.
No, I have the whole thing because, you know, at a certain height, it goes up to a certain height and certain weight, and they are still below those requirements.
More reason for another one.
But don't worry, I think you're calling for a donation for you. So I will work on it for you, Mr. Prime Minister, because I know the conversations we've been having. So I can't let the public into that one. But it's our responsibility, you know, when it comes to our children, that one, they are in the back seat. Two, that they are properly restrained. Three, don't worry how unstylish it is to have your young child in a car seat and they say, Mommy, nobody else come in school in a car seat. No, my daughters don't even try that, right? Because it is our responsibility. Even when we travel with our car seats. Wherever we go, the airlines allow it for free. We travel, if you have to rent or you have to go in any vehicle, we travel in car seats, and we ask God's protection for any travels that we have and for anybody else. There's also the level of responsibility for us as drivers. The Prime Minister gave examples of, you know, the potential to fall asleep, etc. That can happen. You know, I remember in the early days, I can't give out too much information, I guess. I live in the Basset area, but anybody knows, I would have had to go to another part of the country in my early days, right? And, you know, sometimes you have to come up a bit later, you know, because you're you're burning the midnight oil doing what you're supposed to do, right? It paid off in the end. I mean, you know, paid off in the end. But I could remember, you know, having an experience where you are so tired that I'm imagining that I'm seeing animals in the street that are not there, right? That they're running across the road and so on. And sometimes you have to take the decision, look, I'm going to take a little extra rest here. I'm not going to chance it. Life is much more valuable. Similarly, oftentimes when, you know, we don't have to drive far here, but in the United States and other places that have far distances, you know, especially when we're traveling with the children, as soon as I feel that I'm tired, they have rest stops, you pull off and you take an hour nap, refresh yourself, go in the bathroom, wash your face, and go again. Similarly here, if you have to travel late, you're tired, given that you have the awareness now, especially of all that has transpired, take the little extra time, take a little snooze, go somewhere, pull on the side, or stay close by wherever you are, take a little rest, wash your face, and get home safely. So, and I also wanted to encourage persons to take the opportunity now to use the technology that is there. Dash cams will be a vital piece because just a few weeks ago, well, maybe last week or so, I was with my wife driving, and there's this reckless guy that passed. And unfortunately, we didn't get her camera. She was the passenger. I asked her to take out the camera to take a picture, to take a video of the person who was driving recklessly. But by the time she was able to take out her phone, he had already, you know, not gone, but not driving recklessly anymore because traffic up ahead had stopped him. The dash cam would have picked that up. And so this legislation allows for when you have credible video evidence to now be able to support it, to submit it, to aid in any investigation. But more importantly than just being able to aid in the investigation, its purpose here is to make drivers aware that anybody can be eyes and ears now. So it compels us to know that that vehicle driving towards me may have a dash cam. There might be a camera on a house somewhere here that is going to capture me. There might be somebody standing on the street with a cell phone. And I don't think the AG mentioned it, but you're not allowed to use your cell phone while driving. So no video evidence that you capture while you are driving to catch somebody else, you know, you're going to get in trouble too. So this is cell phones of users who are not driving. Those are going to be used and hopefully will help to be a deterrence for the type of behavior that we see on the road. So, Madam Deputy, Madam Speaker, I think that we have spoken extensively about the legislation before us. A number of increases in penalties have been there. Again, these are for deterrence purposes. There was an issue, I think, that the member from number 9 raised about is it the appeal? What do you call it? The stay, right. And I think that we will be looking at the possibility of adjusting that so that we can have consensus across the entire legislation.
40 subsection.
Right, 40 subsection 2. I don't know if the Prime Minister may speak about it a little bit, but we will in committee stage, attempt to correct those differences that we see across the legislation. Additionally, there was a concern about the evidence and anonymity. And the AG has advised, because he has spoken already, that there is a bit of legislation already that deals with how the evidence is handled, submitted, and how persons can, in fact, provide their testimony anonymously. So he has advised that there are mechanisms already in place to deal with that. So with that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to wish this bill safe passage, and I want to encourage all of us to play our part. Because what was particularly telling and disappointing is in the heart and heat of all that was happening, there were other people still on the road driving recklessly. Every time now I attempt to overtake somebody, all I am thinking about is all of those people who lost their lives. That's what's at the front of my mind. And so now I am extraordinarily cautious. I would like for our nation to also be extraordinarily cautious because there was a wave, for whatever reason, was happening, and I think these things sometimes happen for us to take stock. I want to extend my own personal condolences and sympathies to the families and friends of the loved ones lost. We lost way too many. I want to commend the, again, mover of the bill. And as I close, one other thing, and sometimes, God works in mysterious ways. We have actually just received an invitation that is sponsored invitation for the Ministry of Domestic Transport, which I'm the minister for, to attend a ministerial road safety conference in Morocco sometime later this month. Fully funded, so of no cost to the government, and for 4 persons. So the proposed persons will be myself as minister, Honorable AG as the chair of the Sustainable Road Safety Project Committee, the chair of the Transport Board, and the Assistant Commissioner, Henry, who is also on the board. And so there are a number of very important topics that we want to engage in, and if I may, one of them is empowering governments, pathways to sustainable road safety financing. So for the opportunities that we are pursuing, we are going to see how we can leverage international partnership to bring that to St. Kitts and Nevis. There's another session called The Future of Road Safety, Climate Change, Sustainable Transport, and Emerging Mobility Trends. So we are anxious to be a part of these events to see what we can leverage for the project that we are undertaking to bring road fatalities down to 0 by 2030. So I want to again thank all the work that has been done so far and wish this bill safe passage too.
Thank you to the honourable member for St. Christopher 3. Is there another presenter? I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 8 to do his wrap-up.
Yes, with your leave, Madam Speaker, I rise to wind up the debate on this most important piece of legislation. These amendments to the Vehicles and Road Traffic Bill. Madam Speaker, in addressing a number of course critical issues that were raised, I want to thank all who have participated in the debate because I think that the debate was indeed fruitful. I think that persons lent their voices, members lent their voices, and their voices were heard in a very significant way. Madam Speaker, in looking at some of the matters that were discussed in section 41, and I read, any person who, when driving or attempting to drive or when in charge of a motor vehicle on a road and is under the influence of, and it will be alcohol or drug to such an extent as to be incapable of having proper control of the vehicle, shall be liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $10,000 or to imprisonment with or without hard labor for a term not exceeding 1 year, and in the case of a second or subsequent conviction, either to a fine not exceeding $20,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years or to both such fine and imprisonment. Madam Speaker, I think the question was asked, or a suggestion was made, or whichever it was, about why would you say to such an extent, why not just leave it as the level in terms of the number as was in the parent bill. The matter with this, Madam Speaker, it works in the other way as to what was proposed. It is very difficult, it will be very challenging in any court that somebody goes into court and their blood alcohol levels are above what is considered to be the legal limit, and a lawyer can argue to a judge that even though that person had their drug alcohol levels above what is considered the limit, the upper legal limit, that he or she or they could still function well. So this is not going to go after those, because I would like to see the judge who buys that argument from a lawyer. That will not happen. However, this will capture those who don't reach the level but still are incapable of driving. For example, Madam Speaker, we know you're from Keyon. We all grew up in villages. A man drink one drink and he gone. But if you test his blood level, it can be below what is considered to be the upper limit in the legislation. We're going to be able to capture them with the sobriety test. That is why the blood level test alone, whether you do it through breath or you do it through serum by taking blood, there are people who still would not be at the limit, but they're not capable of driving. That is why you cannot just depend on the breathalyzer. You also have to do the sobriety test, because you can capture those people. There are some, for example, and this is just scientific fact, some races metabolize alcohol differently. They do it very slowly. So a little bit would stay in the blood longer and cause issues, whereas others metabolize quicker. Same thing, there are difference in sexes as well, difference in age as well, and difference in whether you are chronic alcoholic or not. All those influence how you respond to alcohol. So this is perfectly put, because there are those whose numbers will not approach the upper limit, and you might think that they're normal, Madam Speaker, but they're not normal because they cannot handle the alcohol. They smell it and they're drunk. But if you do a blood test, it will show that it's within what you consider to be normal. That is why I said to the commissioner, we also have to have the police officers trained in carrying out that test on the side of the road. That is why that test is carried out, to catch those whose levels may not rise to the level as in the legislation, but are still incapable of driving because they were drinking, Madam Speaker. That's one. The other matter is, there are those who will take other substances. Madam Speaker, there are drivers who know that they take medications, and when they take those medications, they're not supposed to drive. Such things as Ativan, benzodiazepines, medications used to calm you. You know the doctor told you, do not drive.
It happened to Tiger Woods.
Yes, Tiger Woods. But you take it and you drive. There's no blood test to determine that you have a level of that high enough in your blood that you should not drive. And those blood tests are complicated. However, if you do the proper test on the side of the road, you can pick up somebody who is under the influence of a prescribed drug, but no, they should not be driving. That person should not escape the law, and this will capture those type of persons. Because they said to the extent as to be incapable of having proper control of the vehicle, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the other things, people mix things. You might just drink a beer, smoke a spliff, cannabis, and the combination of both make you incapable, but each one by itself would not. So when you do a blood alcohol level, or you do the breathalyzer, it might come out positive, but you do the blood alcohol level, it's within the normal limit. However, the combination of the alcohol and the marijuana together would make you incapable of driving. And so when you do that test, again, it says such an extent as to be incapable of having proper control. So those persons will be captured. You can't come tell me in the court, well, the blood level was below what the law says. Yeah, but the sobriety test showed that you were incapable. So you would have gotten away had the sobriety test not done. That is why it's critically important that we also do the test to capture those whose blood level are below the normal limit but are still incapable of driving. So that is why it is placed this way in it. But in the parent bill, you'll recognize that if you're above the limit, you will be caught. Because I want to see the human being who is above that limit and tell me they're perfectly fine. Even when you, that's the problem is this, Madam Speaker. People think, man, I could drink 6 beers and I'm fine. That is the problem. They don't realize alcohol is having an impact on them. They think they are fine. And when you are driving and you have to make that split-second decision, because you are not as fine as you think, a split-second decision is too quick for you to react because the alcohol will not allow you to react so quickly, and then you end up in an accident. But you say, but I wasn't drunk. You don't have to be drunk. But your capacity can be impeded at the very micro level when we are talking about split seconds to make a decision. We heard about 2 aircraft crashing. One is a helicopter and one was a jet. And they say the aircraft that was going to land was just a few seconds away from landing. And before you know it, that even giving them a chance to react. Because, of course, the time was too short. I want to submit that alcohol can act like that. You may not be openly drunk. Your sobriety test might even be negative, but sometimes it can have an impact on you that you don't realize, and that is why I will say to people, don't drink at all if you know you're going to drive. Some people say, man, let me take 1 drink. But you don't know how that 1 drink is going to affect you. But 1 drink could be 1 drink of whiskey. It could be 40 proof, 60 proof. I was in a country in the Caribbean and they got a drink down there. I think it's 60 proof, You know a lot about it. 60 proof. Well, I have to know it. I learn it. I study it. So you have a drink and you say, man, I only had a drink. But it's a difference between if you had a 60 proof to a 10 proof. Because the 60 proof. So you say, man, I had 1 drink, that ain't do me nothing. Really? But it's a 60 proof you had, Madam Speaker. And so the question is really to catch these persons is that you have to do, variations. 1, the breath test, the exam on the side road, and 2, you can also do the blood test. The other thing where you said to the extent to be incapable. Let's look at, for example, cannabis. There are some people who, they smell it and they're already starting to feel high. And there are some people who can tolerate it more, but they don't realize the little bit of impact you might have on them in terms of making them mellow. And so they go to drive. And when they're asked to respond very quickly, they cannot respond. And that is when the accidents do happen. And so, Madam Speaker, to the extent as to be incapable of having proper control. And the last point I'll make again, which I made before, is that this will capture those who do not reach the level that is expressed in the legislation, and to capture those who use other substances that are not tested for when you go to the hospital because you had an accident, and therefore the sobriety test can demonstrate that you were indeed under the influence of a mind-altering drug or a capacity-impeding drug or substance. And so that will really catch more people. So I'm saying to persons, please refrain from using substances or anything at all that alters your capacity, including prescribed drugs. If you know the doctor tell you don't take this and drive, do not take it and drive, because you can end up in a serious accident and take your own life or the lives of others who would have been in that accident. Madam Speaker, the other point that was raised in the other section was when it came to reckless driving and comparing it to substances. There can be a difference. Reckless driving can be driving fast and so forth. Let's say you have somebody driving on the King Collins Highway, for example. They're driving 1 o'clock in the morning. Let's say they're somewhat over the speed limit. You capture them. That person may not have intended to do such, However, anybody who uses a substance and drive, they intended to use the substance and drive. The intention adds to me a little bit more, I would say, culpability in the moment more than anything else. And it should reflect in the penalty. Why do I say that? You knowingly did it. And therefore that should carry a stiffer penalty. Let's look at manslaughter, for example. If you come and you and somebody have a fight, boy, you throw a hand and you catch the person across the jaw and they drop down, hit the head and they pass, you would say, but I didn't intend to kill him. We just had a fight and I tried to, we were toughing it out. But if you're going to pick up a weapon and go look for a man and shoot him, in those two instances, you had persons die. But then the law recognizes that one of them was intentional and one of them was situational. And then under the law says, okay, this is manslaughter and this is murder. And they carry different penalties. When somebody is going to drink and then jump in their vehicle, they are making a conscious decision. Hopefully, they're not that drunk, but nonetheless, they drink and they know that they're not supposed to go into their vehicle and drive. You know from the beginning that you are going to endanger people. And so the intentionality from the onset, I think, sends a extremely, extremely strong message. The other part, if you get in an accident, you run into a tree and you destroy your vehicle, might be different to if you cause bodily harm or what your action did resulted in death. And so there can be some variation in terms of the penalty that is given, Madam Speaker. The other part that was mentioned, and let's go to it, I think is the section that deals with anonymous evidence. And we look at amendment of section 2. And in this it says anonymous evidence means evidence provided by a witness whose identity is concealed under the provisions of this act. And this is a question that was asked. And you would know there are instances where people can give evidence and don't have to reveal their identity. So I think there's something in the law already that allows something like that. And therefore, I think it can be adopted under this particular amendment of this most important bill or law or legislation, Madam Speaker. So therefore, I think that can be done. Why is it important? It's important because people must know all eyes are on you when you are driving. You escape the police, but you cannot escape the general population, Madam Speaker. People will tape you. Everything people in St. Kitts and Nevis tape. We have a high penetration of cell phones. It's so high, one time I was in church, the pastor called for a passage, I pulled my physical Bible, a lady over 70 to pull her cell phone and start to laugh after me. Seriously, I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that. And so because there's such a high penetration of use, people must be mindful. But in addition to that, we already have cameras out testing, Madam Speaker, that people will not be able to escape the law. We're going to do all that we have to do to make sure that that is so. The only reason why we have not been bringing people to the court with respect to the cameras is because we needed the amendment in this piece of legislation so that we can then use that as evidence in the court. So that is an extra layer of holding people responsible. So that is why, Madam Speaker, but as I said, it is mounted already and the ages speak to it. So I'm not going to say where all the cameras are. I'm just going to say there are cameras and you can be caught. And I'm asking people, because after this bill is passed today, you will start to receive tickets. All you'll see is your vehicle and the vehicle number, and asked to pay the fine and be charged in court after today. And so we're asking people to please. That is why I say we are being proactive, Madam Speaker. we did not wait until now. This has been a process that has been going on. So I know people are shocked to know that we already mounted test cameras. People are shocked to know. But that was always the intention, to get it to the point where we use cameras around St. Kitts and Nevis to really catch people who are violating our traffic laws. So, Madam Speaker, I think I would have gone through a number of the things. I want to thank now one of the points that were made that should be accepted from the opposition. And let me say it is section, I think it's 40, subsection 2, where we speak about the stay. And that comes from the parent legislation. And I think we would make an amendment to that when we go to committee stage, Madam Speaker, to remove the stay. And once you are convicted, you will carry out the penalty until such time. So that, of course, will be adjusted accordingly. But, Madam Speaker, I just want to reiterate that this bill is timely. It has been a work that had been in process. I know that the recent tragedies that we have seen on the road have really brought people's attention to this, but we always had an eye on this, and it is why we are going to implement this quickly and have results to come to have results from it in quick order as well. So the implementation is to go forward very quickly. I want to wrap up by saying thank you to the AG, who has done tremendous work with his committee. Public transport, I want to thank them, the input from the opposite side, so that we can have a piece of legislation that would really result in the safety of all of our people here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And lastly say, Madam Speaker, let's take full responsibility as drivers here in St. Kitts and Nevis. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8, the mover of the bill, for doing his wrap-up. The question is that the bill shortly entitled the Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Cap 15.06, otherwise known as the Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025.
The bill shortly entitled Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage.
Clauses 1 to 3.
The question is that clauses 1 through 3 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
The question is that, Honourable Attorney General?
Yes. May it please you, Madam Speaker. Oh, sorry, President?
No.
Chair, sorry. Chair, there's a proposal circulated to members that clause 4 be amended to include an additional amendment that is to the ones listed in the bill, such that there should be a new subclause 10, which reads, notwithstanding any provisions or law to the contrary, the registered owner of a vehicle shall be the person liable to a fine of $4,000 for the offense under the provisions of subsection 1 if the driver of the vehicle cannot be identified from the video or photograph issued with the automated ticket.
The question is, clause 4, as amended, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Madam Chair, with respect to clause 5, we propose that the word drink be replaced by the word alcohol, and we insert a new subclause 40, subsection 2, to read as follows. A person convicted of an offense under this section shall, without prejudice to the power of the court to order a longer period of disqualification, be disqualified for a period of 12 months from the date of the conviction from holding or obtaining a driver's license, and on a second conviction for a like offense, he or she shall be permanently disqualified from holding or obtaining a driver's license.
I'll address Clause 5 in two separate questions. Firstly, the question is that Clause 5A, as amended, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 5B, as inserted, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 6 and 7.
The question is that Clauses 6 and 7 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. I'll repeat the question. The question is that Clauses 6 and 7 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Madam Chair, it is proposed that a new subclause 5 be inserted in section 49 to read as follows. Notwithstanding any provisions or law to the contrary, the registered owner of a vehicle shall be the person liable to a fine of $4,000 for the offense under the provisions of subsection 1 if the driver of the vehicle cannot be identified from the video or photograph issued with the automated ticket.
The question is that Clause 8, as amended with the insertion of a new subclause, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 9 and 10.
The question is that Clauses 9 and 10, Clause 9 and 10, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
Madam Chair, it is proposed that in Clause 11, the expression to be issued to the registered owner be replaced with be issued to the driver or registered owner.
The question is that Clause 11, as amended, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
Madam Chair, it's proposed that section 99 be replace the expression to the individual who provided the footage with the expression to the court, and the court will facilitate the payment of the incentive to the individual who provided the footage.
The question is that Clause 12, as amended, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
The question is that Clause 13 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes. I recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise once again and to report that the bill has passed through committee stage with amendments. And I further move, Madam Speaker, that this is the
subsection.
Right, 57? Yeah, good.
So, Madam Speaker, I also move again that the subsection 57 be suspended and that the bill be read a third time and passed into law.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 3.
Second the motion, Madam Speaker.
The question is that Standing Order 57 be suspended and that the bill shortly entitled Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Cap 15.06, otherwise known as the Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025.
The bill shortly entitled Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025 has been read a third time and passed into law. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General. Mover of bill.
Madam Speaker, I apologize on behalf of almost all the members in the House who have been saying Madam Deputy and forgetting, because we said Madam Deputy Speaker in the last sitting about 1 million times each during the budget debates. So I apologize on all of our behalfs.
That's fine, we're one team.
Yes. Madam Speaker, I rise to lead the debate of and have read for a second time in this honourable House the bill shortly entitled Plea Negotiations and Agreements Bill 2024. This bill represents an important step in the strengthening of our criminal justice system by introducing a structured plea negotiation framework. It is designed to address inefficiencies in our legal system, reduce delays in the administration of justice, and provide a clear process for plea agreements in serious criminal cases. Our criminal courts are overwhelmed with cases, causing significant delays and resource constraints. I'll give you an example. Just last assizes, one case started in September and ended in December. So in the last assizes, I believe the court was only able to conclude 3 trials in the entire assizes. So there is a backlog, and the backlog hinders the timely resolution of matters and in many instances prevents justice from being served efficiently. The Caribbean Court of Justice Academy for Law hosted a criminal justice reform conference in October 2023, which I attended and made a presentation, but more importantly, which led to the Needham's Point Declaration on Criminal Justice Reform. Since its publishing, the declaration has been cited in many cases throughout the region as a benchmark for criminal justice reform. The declaration identified plea bargaining as a crucial tool in addressing case backlogs and expediting the justice process. In Legislative Intervention 10 of the declaration, it states that the laws are to be enacted to provide for maximum sentencing indications as well as effective early guilty plea bargaining schemes. And in the judicial intervention, number 34 in the declaration, that courts should adopt a focused and integrated approach to eliminate criminal case backlogs by using tools and measures such as robust case management coupled with plea bargaining discussions. The European Union-funded PACE Justice Project, of which St. Kitts and Nevis is proud to be a beneficiary, has also committed to training the Director of Public Prosecution's Office Crown Prosecutors, of which you used to be one, Madam Speaker, and relevant stakeholders in plea negotiations, reinforcing the necessity of this bill. Plea negotiations, Madam Speaker, and for the general public to understand, are a well-established practice in legal systems worldwide, providing numerous advantages. 1, efficiency. Cases can be resolved more quickly, freeing up judicial resources for complex trials. 2, resource management. Both the prosecution and defense benefit from saving time and costs. 3, certainty. The process provides clearer and more predictable outcomes for all parties. And 4, victim participation. Victims have an opportunity to contribute to the process through victim impact statements, ensuring their voices are heard in sentencing decisions. Plea bargaining, Madam Speaker, is in essence, if someone is charged with an offense and they are likely to plead guilty, if the offense had a maximum, let's use the causing death by dangerous driving, which is now 10 years max. The person said, listen, I am willing to plead guilty, and they go to the prosecution says, what do you think, if I plead guilty, what sentence do you think I would get? The prosecution can say, well, this was a case of careless driving, causing death by careless driving, for example. So we think you are likely to get 3 years. Then, without having to go to a sentencing hearing or going through trial, the person can accept the 3-year sentence. It is then taken to the court for approval, and there is no trial and no further action. The matter is resolved, the punishment is set in stone, the person serves their time, and there's no resources used in the trial and sentencing of that matter. That is effectively how a plea bargain works. And it has been proven to be an essential tool in various jurisdictions. The highest example of plea bargaining is in the US. Over 94% of criminal cases at the state level in the US and 97% of cases at the federal level are resolved through plea bargaining. It has significantly reduced the burden on the courts, allowing them to focus on the more serious cases that require full trials. I know many persons in St. Kitts and Nevis watch these crime shows, Law and Order and NCI and so forth, and you always hear about them having a discussion and saying, accused having a discussion with a lawyer saying, should I take the plea? Should I take what they're offering? So if, for example, you do a crime, maybe an armed robbery, and the maximum is 20 years, and the prosecution is saying, if you plead guilty, we'll offer you 8 years. And then the person has to make that tough decision, whether to plead guilty, take the 7 years, or take the chance with court, which is going to take a year, 2 years, and potentially get 20 years. So this is a practice in the US which we have decided as collectively as a region, we don't want to go to that extreme, because plea bargaining in the States is almost the first resort. But we want to use it to eliminate some of the matters in court and speed up some of the matters through the court, and it's fair to all sides. For example, in Canada, plea bargaining helps streamline criminal proceedings and is governed by strict guidelines, similar to what we propose here, to ensure fairness and transparency. It's also used in the United Kingdom. The Sentencing Council provides structured frameworks for sentencing reductions based on early guilty pleas, incentivizing cooperation while maintaining judicial oversight. In essence, Madam Speaker, it costs money to run a criminal justice system. There are officers, there are prison officers, there's judges, there's clerks, there's registrars. It takes a lot. You have to get a jury impaneled, you have to feed everyone. It's very expensive in all over the world. So plea bargaining has been used as a way to expedite certain matters, take them out of the system, and have fairness for all sides, including the victim and the accused. Trinidad and Tobago has implemented it. Jamaica has implemented it with success. So people might ask how it speeds up the system. The ability to expedite cases is one of the primary benefits of plea bargaining. Criminal trials, particularly for serious offenses, require significant time resources, from pretrial motions to examination of evidence and witness testimonies. Sometimes in these complex cases, the deposition is bundles of documents this big. And sometimes they're boxes with all the evidence, DNA, video, statements from different witnesses. It gets complex. So what the plea bargaining system that we're proposing by this bill does is it reduces the case backlogs. It diverts some cases from full trial so that the court can focus on more pressing and complex cases. Then there's also faster resolution for victims, because sometimes victims have to suffer through years of prosecution of a matter when the matter can be resolved fairly quickly. It's also more efficient use of resources. Prosecutors, judges, law enforcement officials can allocate their time to high priority cases rather than spending months of trials that could be resolved through negotiations. I'll give you an example. That trial that took from September to December, the accused had an opportunity to plead guilty and I think would have gotten time served because it was an arson offense. And I think the arson, the maximum sentence for arson is fairly low, and the person had served some time. But the person decided to keep the matter going, and it took up 3 months of judicial time. And I think the person is to be sentenced still. But that is a factor to be taken into consideration by the court, how much of the resources of the court have been taken up by this case. And that person could have what we call pled out and be released by getting time served. So this provides an organized framework for those sorts of pleas to be done. It also encourages cooperation between the defendants and the prosecutors, and it saves the state lots of money. It also complements the other criminal justice reforms that we have implemented. For example, the judge-alone trials, the voluntary bill of indictment, because the matter then proceeds to the judge much quicker, and the justice interference, because one of the issues is when you have trials running for years, you have potential of interference. The longer the time, the more potential of interference with witnesses, jurors, etc. So you get the matters out of the system, and you protect the justice system from external and bad actors. What the bill does, Madam Speaker, it applies only to indictable offenses. So those are matters in the High Court, or we call it in St. Kitts upstairs, before the judge and jury, ensuring that only serious matters are subject to plea negotiations. The DPP has the sole discretion in initiating and conducting plea negotiations. So if the DPP does not feel that this is a case that should go to a plea, that they should be fighting to get the maximum sentence for a particular offense, they can say, I'm not interested in any negotiations. The defendants must be informed of their rights, including the right to legal representation and protection against self-discrimination. So in other words, somebody's not going to be forced into a plea without them having the opportunity to get legal advice. They can occur at any stage of the conviction, including before formal charges are laid. So for example, if you're caught red-handed in an armed robbery in a supermarket and the police hold you, you can say, I'm caught red-handed, I would like to have a discussion with the DPP for me to plea out. So even before the charges are laid, because they know they're going to be charged with armed robbery and so forth. So it can happen at any time. The agreements must be in writing, signed by the DPP, the accused, and their attorney. So it cannot be a situation where the person is signing it, not knowing what they're signing. They have an opportunity. The lawyer signs it, they sign it, the DPP signs it. That's what bakes it. The court must review and approve all plea agreements within 28 days to ensure fairness and justice. So there's a third-party review from the court to determine if it's fair. So the DPP, for example, cannot go on a frolic of his own and give a 2-year plea for a 30-year sentence. The judge simply might not accept it, and the matter will have to go to trial. The victims have a right to provide impact statements before the plea agreement, because at the end of the day, a lot of crimes, there is a victim, and the victim has an opportunity to have their say. If they feel that this is a matter they want that they're in court, they want the person to be potentially get the full sentence, they can then say, listen, this has an impact on my life. I then want this matter to proceed and go to the full extent of the law. Either the prosecution or the accused can appeal if a plea agreement is rejected by the court. So if you feel that the court is unfair in rejecting a plea agreement, you can challenge it. There are provisions for convicted persons to assist law enforcement in exchange for sentence reductions. Now I want to explain that. If somebody has been convicted and they have evidence on somebody else, the DPP's office can negotiate with that person to reduce their sentence in exchange for helping to prosecute someone else. So for example, if somebody is caught on a possession offense, and then there's somebody, they have evidence to get somebody on a murder offense, that person could have been convicted on the possession and get 10 years, for example, 15 years, and negotiate with the DPP, say, if you take off 5 years, I'll give you all the evidence on the guy that murdered this person. And that the legislation allows that to happen. And also there's strict confidentiality rules apply to protect the integrity of the negotiation process. So there's a declaration of existing rights in Section 4, where accused persons retain the right to plead guilty without entering into plea negotiations or plea agreement. There is the Section 5, which deals with the actual plea negotiations and when they can occur. There is a Section 6, which says there are no obligations on the state to enter into plea negotiations. Section 7 sets out the powers of the DPP to withdraw or discontinue the original charge or accept a plea to a lesser offense. I want to explain that. If you are charged with murder, in the situation that was given in the wrap-up by the member for number 8, you push someone, they fall down, they hit their head, they die, and you are charged with murder, meaning that the police believe you had the intent to kill, and you wish to plea for manslaughter, saying, listen, I did not have the intention to kill, but I caused the death, then the DPP could accept a plea of the lesser charge of manslaughter rather than proceed to trial on the murder charge. So it allows for that sort of negotiation. Section 8 deals with the legal representation, as I spoke about. Sections 9 to 11 deal with the details of the plea agreements, who must sign them, where they must be filed, the forms which are in the bill, etc. And Section 12 deals with when the matters have to be listed for plea agreement hearing. That is when the judge determines if the judge is going to accept the plea agreement or not. Section 13 deals with plea agreements at committal proceedings. So if a plea agreement is filed before an accused is committed to stand trial, the magistrate must cease the committal proceedings, transfer the matter to the High Court, and forward all relevant case documents within 14 days. And the magistrate can grant bail during that period. Section 14 deals with the DPP to prefer indictments. The 15 to 17 speaks about the victim impact statements. That is where the victim speaks about how they feel about what happened, and then there's a determination as to whether this matter is one that deserves a plea. Section 80 deals with notifications of the plea agreement. The DPP must inform the court of the plea agreement before the accused pleads or at any time after arraignment. Section 19 deals with the procedure at the plea agreement hearing. Sections 20 to 21 deal with the court's authority over plea agreements. And the court, and I think this is important, the court may reject a plea agreement if it is not in the interest of justice. If rejected, the court must inform the accused of their right to a trial before another judge. And the rejection does not prevent further plea negotiations. Sections 22 to 23 deal with appeals of plea agreement rejections. 24 to 26 deal with the effects of accepting a plea agreement. 27 to 28 deal with post-sentencing negotiations and sentence reviews. Convicted persons may enter into a post-sentence negotiation for sentence reduction in exchange for assistance to the state. I want people to understand that. If there are persons who have been convicted already and they can assist the state in getting who they really wanted in the first place, this provides that opportunity and structure for that to be done. Section 29 deals with the power to reduce sentences for assistance of the state. 30 is withdrawal of the plea agreements, which you can do. An accused may withdraw, they might have a second thought, and they withdraw the agreement before it even goes to the judge. Then 31 deals with setting aside the plea agreement, where the DPP may apply to the Court of Appeal to set aside the plea agreement if it was obtained through deception, coercion, or other unjust means. And then 32 to 34 deal with admissibility and confidentiality, and then Section 35 gives the power to the minister to issue regulations and so forth. So the bill, Madam Speaker, is a comprehensive framework for plea negotiations, ensuring efficiency, fairness, and procedural safeguards in the criminal justice system. It's a necessary, modern, forward-thinking reform to our legal system. It strikes the balance between efficiency and justice. It ensures that cases are resolved in a timely manner while protecting the rights of all involved. And by modernizing our approach to the criminal justice system, we can ensure that justice is both swift and fair. Neither are compromised. And I encourage my colleagues in this honorable House to support the Plea Negotiations and Agreements Bill 2024 so that we may advance towards a more effective and just legal system for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. May it please you, Madam Speaker, I so move for this bill to be adopted by this honorable House. May it please you.
Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General, mover of the bill. I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher II.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the reading of the bill shortly titled Plea Negotiations Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, you know, prior to my sojourn here in this honorable House, I practiced as a legal practitioner in the criminal court, where I championed the cause advocating for fair treatment of accused persons. And so this afternoon, I want to express my unequivocal support for this bill. I do so for a number of reasons. I understand firsthand the complexities of our criminal justice system and the importance of ensuring that justice is not only done, but as we always say, is seen to be done. And done efficiently, done fairly, and with the full consideration of the rights of both the accused person and, of course, the victims. So one of the criticisms leveled at plea bargaining is that defendants may feel pressured into accepting plea deals to avoid harsher sentences at trial. And whilst I understand this concern, Madam Speaker, this bill contains critical safeguards against coercion. Every plea agreement will be subjected to judicial oversight, ensuring that an accused person is not entering into a plea out of fear or undue pressure. As the mover of the bill indicated, the judge will have the discretion to reject any agreement if it appears unjust or coerced. There might be some arguments as well, Madam Speaker, that innocent persons may plead guilty to avoid the risk of a more severe sentence after trial. While this is a reality of any justice system, it remains an individual choice. Our justice system is built on the principle that an accused person must be informed of their rights. This bill requires, in that vein, that the court ensures that any accused person who pleads guilty is doing so voluntarily and with the full knowledge of the consequences and with legal representation wherever possible. This ensures, Madam Speaker, that no one is misled or tricked or coerced, possibly, into a guilty plea. Another common concern is that plea bargaining may lead to disparities in sentences, where two defendants charged with similar crimes receive different sentences based on their negotiation skills rather than on the merits of their case. However, as you should be aware, Madam Speaker, our jurisdiction follows the sentencing guidelines established by the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court. These guidelines provide a clear framework ensuring fairness, transparency, and proportionality in sentencing. This mitigates the risk of arbitrary sentencing and ensures consistency across cases. Another argument that may be made is that plea bargaining encourages defendants to waive their constitutional right to a fair trial. As fickle as it sounds, it can be raised. However, Madam Speaker, the right to a fair trial includes the right to decide whether to go to trial or not. This bill does not force anyone to waive their rights. It merely provides an additional option for accused persons to resolve their cases more efficiently if they so choose. Justice should not be about forcing trials where they are unnecessary, but about ensuring that every person accused is afforded the choice that best serves their interests. In doing the research, some concerns in relation to this bill as well raised about plea bargaining agreements negotiated behind closed doors. The arguments are that this reduces transparency and accountability. However, this bill before this House ensures that no agreement is final without judicial approval. Judges will therefore have the power under this bill to reject any deal that is not in the interests of justice, and I think the mover of the bill referred specifically to this section in the bill. This safeguard determines and guarantees that no backroom deals can undermine the integrity of our justice system. Madam Speaker, there is also the argument that plea bargaining reduces scrutiny of cases, including the conduct of law enforcement officers and the strength of the evidence. But this bill does not eliminate the requirement for judicial examination. The court must hear from the accused before accepting any plea agreement, and the court has the power, as said earlier by the mover, to reject deals where necessary. This ensures that due process is followed and that cases are resolved at the end of the day in a fair manner. Victims of crime, and like I started by saying, I support it because it ensures justice for the accused and for the victims. And so victims of crimes must have their voices heard in the justice process. Some critics argue that plea bargaining undermines justice by allowing offenders to receive reduced sentences. However, Madam Speaker, this bill explicitly provides for victim impact statements. And I was looking at the section in terms of how the court should embark on the exercise of taking this statement from the victim, and this is in section 15. It says, subject to section 16, before a plea bargain is concluded, the Director of Public Prosecution shall permit the complainant, and that is the victim, or the DPP's office who represents the victim, to make representations to him in writing and may take such representations into consideration in concluding a plea agreement. Where a plea agreement is concluded, the Director of Public Prosecution shall, unless otherwise required by the compelling reasons in the interest of justice, as soon as is reasonably practicable, communicate with the complainant in respect of 1, the substance of and reasons for the plea agreement, and 2, the entitlement of the complainant to be present when the court considers the plea agreement. So clearly the victims of crime will have their voices heard in this process, and the court is obligated by law to consider any evidence from a victim impact statement in determining what sentence would be appropriate. This means victims can express how the crime has affected them, ensuring that their perspectives play a role in the sentencing process. Another concern is that victims may feel excluded from the plea bargaining process, leading to dissatisfaction and a lack of closure. Madam Speaker, this bill ensures that victims can make representations before an agreement is concluded, and that is provided in section 15. Their impact statements will be considered by the court, allowing them to participate meaningfully in the justice process. And so I did indicate that my contribution would be brief. So I'm going to conclude that this bill represents a balanced, pragmatic, and necessary step towards a more efficient and just criminal justice system. It provides safeguards against coercion. It ensures fairness in sentencing. It respects the constitutional rights of accused persons. It increases transparency and upholds and respects the rights of victims. It is a bill that is not only defensible, but essential, as the mover indicated, for a modern justice system. As a former defense counsel, I have seen and heard the woes related to delays in the system, inefficiencies and injustices that can arise in a system that does not allow for well-regulated plea negotiations. In fact, the system already makes provision for this. If I could remember what it's called, the Goodyear Direction. Goodyear Direction, where a defendant or person accused can actually, before taking a plea, indicate to the court that they want to make a Goodyear, they're requesting a Goodyear Direction before trial and before they actually plea. On that exercise, the court is then determined, the court would then give an idea as to the type of sentence that is likely to be imposed at the end. Now, at the end of that exercise, then the victim, the defendant, forgive me, is then required to take a plea. So this is not anything new. It is structured, it is clearer, and I think the Goodyear Direction came out of, is it the case called Goodyear? Yes, so I think from the case law, we are moving forward in terms of introducing statute. So, like I said earlier, I wholeheartedly support this bill, and I urge this Honorable House to support it in its entirety as well. Let us give our courts and the persons who work in the administration of justice the tools they need to resolve cases fairly, efficiently, with justice at the forefront. And so with those brief words, Madam Speaker, I wish this bill safe passage through this Honorable House.
Thank you to the Honorable Member for St. Christopher II, the seconder of the bill. Is there another presenter? I recognize the Honorable Attorney General, the mover of the bill, to do his wrap-up.
May it please you, Madam Speaker, as you would know, you and I being former prosecutors, it's very rare for defense counsel, especially the good ones, like the member for number 2, and prosecutors to agree. So I am very happy that we have drafted the bill in a way, not in a prosecutor's way, but in a fair and balanced way, such that every side believes that it will bring justice to the system, it will bring justice to the accused, and it will bring justice to the victims. I have went in depth about the purpose and the details of this bill. It is a step forward in our criminal justice reform journey, and we have all in the Caribbean agreed to the Needham's Point Declaration on Criminal Justice Reform. This is another step in the right direction in that regard. I am proud that this Honorable House seems to have, even tacitly from the opposite side, accepted the bill, and I wish it safe passage. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled Plea Negotiations and Agreements Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for plea negotiations and plea agreements between the accused and prosecutor in criminal cases and related matters, otherwise known as the Plea Negotiations and Agreement Bill 2025.
The bill shortly entitled Plea Negotiations and Agreements Bill 2024 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage. Proceed.
The arrangement of sections.
The question is that the arrangement of sections stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 1 through 35.
The question is that clauses 1 through 35 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The schedule.
The question is that the schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Apologies, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to report that the bill shortly entitled Plea Negotiations and Agreements Bill 2024 has successfully, without amendment, come through the committee stage, and we pray that it be read a third time. Read a third time and pass into law.
The question is that the, a seconder, apologies.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for St. Christopher too. The question is that the bill shortly entitled Plea Negotiations and Agreements Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for plea negotiations and plea agreements between the accused and prosecutor in criminal cases and related matters, otherwise known as the Plea Negotiations and Agreements Bill 2025.
The bill shortly entitled Plea Negotiations and Agreements Bill 2024 has been read a third time and passed into law. Madam Clerk.
Motions, resolutions.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave once again, I rise to lay before this Honourable House a resolution. And it reads, Madam Speaker, St. Christopher and Nevis Statutory Rules, Orders number... What is this? Okay, good. Right, so a resolution of the National Assembly of St. Christopher and Nevis made under Section 49 of the Finance Administration Act, Cap 2013, renewing the government's utilization of the Treasury bills. Whereas it is provided by Section 49 of the Finance Administration Act, Cap 2013, that the Minister of Finance may, in a financial year, when authorized by a resolution of the National Assembly, renew the utilization of advances such as Treasury bills to meet current requirements to administer the government's affairs. And whereas it is further provided by Section 49 of the Act, that a resolution be made under that section shall have effect for a period not exceeding 12 months. And whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to continue to renew the utilization of existing Treasury bills in the sum not exceeding $300 million Eastern Caribbean for the purpose of meeting current requirements to administer the affairs of the country. Now be it resolved, therefore, that the National Assembly of St. Christopher and Nevis does hereby authorize the Minister of Finance to continue to utilize and hereby renews the utilization of existing Treasury bills not exceeding $300 million or Eastern Caribbean
for the purpose of meeting current requirements. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
The question is that sorry, I keep missing what's happening with me today.
Madam Speaker, I second the resolution before the motion of the resolution before the House.
Apologies. The question is that a resolution of the National Assembly of St. Christopher and Nevis made under Section 49 of the Finance Administration Act, Cap 20.13, renewing the government's utilization of treasury bills be adopted. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to move a motion to have read a resolution of this National Assembly of St. Christopher and Nevis authorizing guarantee for the St. Kitts Electricity Company Limited to finance the new advanced metering infrastructure project. Whereas it is provided by Section 55B of the Finance Administration Act, Cap 20.13, that a guarantee of a financial liability shall not be given by the government unless it is authorized by resolution of the National Assembly. And whereas the St. Kitts Electricity Company Limited, a company wholly owned by the government, has applied to the St. Kitts Nevis Anguilla National Bank Limited for a loan facility in the sum of 18 million Eastern Caribbean dollars to finance the new advanced metering infrastructure project, the SCELEC AMI project. And whereas the Cabinet of Ministers of the Federal Government of St. Christopher and Nevis considers the SCELEC AMI project to align with its sustainable island state agenda and to be beneficial for the following reasons. A, allowing for grid modernization to support the oncoming electrification of industries. B, providing the framework for the prepaid system and the resulting benefits to be derived. C, upfront payment for electricity supply, ensuring SCELEC collects all its revenue. D, providing critical data on grid activities and performance. E, allowing for the detecting of outages at the individual customer and meter level, permitting for faster response. F, improving the services offered to customers such as automatic reading retrieval for customers closing off their accounts. G, through the eBiz portal, customers can view their account history, including payments, account balance, and even daily consumption, allowing customers to effectively manage their electricity consumption. H, eliminating the need for estimated bills, thus increasing the accuracy of billing. I, being a major component of SCELEC's approach to address grid loss, grid resilience, and power quality. And J, savings on payroll and related administration costs, as the number of meter readers will be significantly reduced. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the National Assembly of St. Christopher and Nevis that the government hereby guarantees the sum of 18 million Eastern Caribbean dollars, representing a guarantee of the sums to be contractually payable by the St. Kitts Electricity Company Limited to the St. Kitts Nevis Anguilla National Bank Limited to finance the new advanced metering infrastructure project. Madam Speaker, this is an important resolution that doesn't require any funds, of course, from the government. At this time, this is a guarantee such that SCELEC can fulfill its loan obligations or to be able to get and access a loan at the National Bank. This project is vitally important for a number of reasons as outlined here. Importantly, SCELEC's ability to respond and understand where there are challenges on the grid. these meters will help greatly. So the meter will be able to tell what is happening on the side of the consumer and the side of the supplier or the of Skelec. So we can know exactly what has caused the fault and how to respond to it. It will be able to zero down into usage patterns, be able to assist us in terms of stabilizing the grid where there needs to be attention, to highlight where there are potential problems so that they can react much faster. It will also assist, of course, as we turn to renewable energy sources by having the capability, of course, to facilitate renewable energy placed on consumers' houses, for instance, rooftop solar or any other type of renewable energy they may have to go back into the grid. All of these things will be facilitated with this new top-level AMI solution. It is important to note that there were in the past some meters that should have done some of these things. However, there were challenges with those meters. In particular, the frequency in which those meters communicated was not an approved band of frequency in St. Kitts and Nevis. And so it was interfering with other operators that had those approved frequencies. And so this one now will, has gotten the clearance from the National Telecommunication Regulatory Commission, the NTRC, and the frequencies that it will use are now permitted and have been sanctioned, and they have been given the all clear. So we expect that this modernization of the grid, of the meter system, will redound to significant benefits in terms of managing the grid. Another important aspect, of course, is the ability to set up a prepaid framework. Just like you would prepare for your cell phone, you can decide that today I top up $20 if that is what is available, and you manage usage according to that. Or you can decide you want to top up however much. Or you know, as I guess that's a top up coming through. Right. So it will give you now the ability, it will give untold possibilities now in terms of advancing the way you can view your own electricity usage. So you can see, okay, I've topped up $20, how far does this $20 go? We believe that is going to go a long way in helping persons to assess their energy usage, because we lose a lot of energy usage by simple things that we don't pay attention to. So when you start to realize that when you plug your adapters out of the electrical receptacle or the plug, you will realize that if you do that for everything that is plugged into your home, you can actually see a reduction in your usage. We take those things for granted. Everything, if energy is neither lost nor created, all right? That's a basic tenet of electricity. Anything that feels warm in the house that you're not using is burning electricity. So if you touch your charger and it feels warm and nothing is plugged into it, you're burning electricity, because that heat has to come from somewhere, and it uses electricity to do that. It will help you in terms of assessing other appliances in your home, lights that you may have put on or kept on all the time in a corridor. That's not necessary. You might want to take it off now. Or it may prompt, for instance, to ensure that the bulbs that you are installing are the most energy efficient. When you go and buy an appliance, for instance, an AC, I don't know how many people are aware of something called the SEER reading on the AC. There's a reading that indicates to you how much electricity or how much energy that AC will probably burn over time. The higher the SEER rating is, the lower the energy usage. However, the higher the price gets. So you have to find that sweet spot if you want to upgrade to a particular AC, that you have a decent SEER rating. I think I'm calling the term right, SEER. I think in the mid to high 20s or something like that is a good SEER rating, if my memory serves me right. And so you want more efficient AC units in order to help manage. So you will be able to see real time your usage. Eventually, all of this will be transferred to an app. You'll be able to log in. That's where we want to reach and see everything that happens with your electricity when you put things on. So this is a very, very critical project, and we are very happy to bring this resolution to facilitate Skelec to be able to do their own business. This will not be funds coming from the government, but it just acts as a guarantee in the event that something happens, but we don't expect that at all. So I want to wish this resolution safe passage, and I want to congratulate Skelec on all the work that they're doing as they fit into our sustainable island state agenda as we move towards more renewable energy and more electrification of all the things that we use. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3. Is there a seconder? I recognize the Honourable Member for
Yes,
St.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to second the motion with the tabling of this resolution, as was just read by the Minister responsible for Energy, member from constituency number 3. Madam Speaker, this is critically important. One of the things that we are aiming to do as a country is to become a sustainable island state. When we look at the 7 pillars of our vision that we have put together, energy is one of the pillars, a significant part of it. Not just energy, but everything to do with energy in terms of its management, and also that it be most likely renewable energy. In having these meters, Madam Speaker, it will give a greater sense of control, management, which would lead to more efficiency and effectiveness in delivering energy to our people. Part of the agenda of the sustainable island state is to bring down the cost of energy, Madam Speaker. So this will help people to manage better, because you'll have an opportunity to pay for the amount of electricity that you think you would use. And having access to this, you'll be able to say to people in the house, turn off the light, stop waste the energy here. You're watching TV, you got on the light, you're on your phone plug in. Let's seek to conserve energy as much as possible. So this really brings into focus and gives our people a better opportunity to manage the amount of electricity that they use, which will be down to the benefit of our citizens and, by extension, the government of St. Kitts and Nevis. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I support this resolution. May it please you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8. The question is that the resolution of the National Assembly of St. Christopher and Nevis authorizing guarantee for the St. Kitts Electricity Company Limited to finance the new advanced metering infrastructure project be adopted. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I know on the occasion of adjournment, firstly, before I ask that the House be adjourned, signed, dine, I want to congratulate the Ministry of Public Infrastructure, Energy and Utilities, Domestic Transport. Today was a staff fair in appreciation for the staff. I hoped to have been there much sooner. It was an all-inclusive fair to show appreciation to the staff of the ministry, doing things like health checks, helping them, giving them access to services through National Bank and other institutions in terms of how to manage and so on their money. showing appreciation for the work that they've done, games and a little fun time. We've been planning it for some time. This is the first opportunity we've gotten to get it done, and I want to congratulate all that were a part of it. I think that the staff was very appreciative. Of course, the critical staff is always on standby in the event something happens with the water or the roads, but everything seemed to have been going well. So I just wanted to publicly thank the team for putting this together. I think it's a lovely initiative, and it has my full support. And I really wish I could have been there for a bit more of the time. But I wish it all the well, and for it to be a continued annual event that we can show support to our staff. With that, I would want...
Just before you put the question, I wish to say something briefly.
Okay.
I prefer speaking before the question is put on the floor. The Office of the Speaker, as well as and by extension, the Office of the Clerk, we wish to offer sincere condolences to the family, friends, and loved ones of Malachi Ferguson, a former general member of the St. Kitts National Youth Parliament Association. His passing is a tremendous loss to the association and the country at large. I pray for their strength and I pray for their comfort at this time. May his soul rest in eternal peace. You may have the question.
And we would want to echo those sentiments, Madam Speaker. And with your leave, I now move that this Parliament stands adjourned sine die.
Seconder. Recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1.
And I second that motion before the Honourable House.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The question is that the House stands adjourned sine die. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House is adjourned. Sine die.
Had the pleasure of having emergency room specialists. As you know, in the US, not every emergency room is manned by emergency room specialists. You go out of the major cities and the emergency rooms are manned a lot of times by family doctors who have extra training in emergency room medicine. But we have young people or people who are talented, educated, and they are eager to learn so that they can, of course, improve their skills and build their confidence so that they can, of course, deliver the type of healthcare that we wish to deliver. We are sincerely grateful for your efforts to be here to help us. You may not know it, but your efforts here would have a tremendous impact on the improvement of healthcare here in St. Kitts and Nevis. I want to thank Dr. Maloney, who heard the call of us reaching out to our professionals from St. Kitts and Nevis in the diaspora who can come home and help with nation building. So Dr. Maloney, I want to thank you on behalf of all of us for heeding the call and making the extra steps to get this done. This is not easy. From what I know, it is the first time it is being done, and so we had to go through a lot of matters and challenges that were not faced before, but with determination and having one purpose, which is to improve healthcare services for our people, we have come to this point. So I want to thank you sincerely. Can you please put your hands together for Dr. Maloney?
Thank you so much for inviting us here. We do hope that this will be a future relationship that we can build on. During our time here this week, we'll be doing multiple things. So we will be teaching cardiovascular emergencies, as well as basic heart and lung ultrasounds. Our administrative team will be here to kind of sit through the different processes in the emergency room and our triage system and see how we can make the system more efficient. And obviously we'll ask for feedback at the end of the week to see how we can make our training better for you as we move into the future. Going forward, we'll also be offering hospital administration, such as Dr. Morton, Dr. Wilkin, whoever wants to come, an observership at Rutgers and UMS, where you can come and kind of see the way that our hospital system works and figure out how you can implement change here that you want to see changed here. As well as, you know, anything else that you need from us in terms of whatever we can provide in terms of future training. I know we've talked about strokes and abdominal pains going forward, as well as procedural training as well. So we're really just hoping that this relationship will be one that is successful and we can help each other out in the future. So thank you.
Buying groceries with the Budget Boost Wallet program has never been easier. Here's how to pay with JAD at any one of the approved supermarkets. Download the JAD Cash app from the Apple App Store or Google Play Store. Choose a vendor of your choice. Pick up your qualified items or groceries, then visit the cashier. Notify the cashier that you intend to pay with JAD. Log in to your JAD application. Scan the QR code at the cashier's location. Enter the payment amount. Select the Pay with Budget Boost wallet. Then drag the $ to the circle. Congratulations! Your payment is completed. How to pay a bill using the JAD application. Download the JAD Cash app. Enter your login information. Select vendors from the bottom menu.
Something like this, of course, is new, and so it would have had its teething issues, which we all expected to have. But at the end of the day, because everybody fundamentally is on the same page, which is to get something like this done in St. Kitts and Nevis to help us to transform, we're able to overcome all of the different challenges. And today, we are here. We are here launching this course.
The Crown of Royal College and Dr. Wotam for facilitating us and hosting this training. And we would also like to thank our Prime Minister for donating the resources and the funds needed to purchase the electric vehicles and the equipment that we need to make this possible. And I know he truly believes in St. Kitts and Nevis becoming a sustainable island state, and we want to do our part to make sure that that happens.
We are grateful to be a part of this so that we can enhance the future skills of our students and the workforce in general, so that we can continue embarking on innovation, sustainability, but also reaching our neighbors so that we can also contribute to that CARICOM agenda.
The Ministry of Education believes firmly in digital solutions, in partnerships, and in transforming education so that we meet the needs of this sustainable island state. I know we say we are trying to move towards there, but we have certainly made certain leaps in that direction, and therefore I would say we are well on our way. This program sees us at a fitting time when we ourselves in the Ministry of Education are looking at ensuring that we have vehicles that are electric vehicles. So if we are to make sure that we are on the cutting edge, we must have the facilities through which we can train individuals, whether it's within the Ministry of Education, in terms of our bus drivers, knowing the type of vehicles that we intend to procure, so that when they utilize them, they're able to best use them and make sure that anything goes wrong, they have some information as to what to do next. So having this course on island is critical for us.
From the Ministry of Education, we just procured 2 electric school buses. So now that the training is happening in St. Kitts, we are positioning our citizens to be equipped to ensure that we get the best use out of our vehicles when they do arrive. I'm happy with the outline of the course, but more specifically interested in the health and safety aspect of the training, and like the PSI, to encourage our participants to take advantage of the information that will be shared, and at the same time you share it with others as well. So you're being trained to help train others, so that in the region, we in the OECS, I think we might be the first in the OECS who is offering this training, which even makes the history even more heartwarming.
We have a regional responsibility. As St. Kitts and Nevis, we are launching this, but of course we want to extend this to our regional brothers and sisters. There might be something in their area that they can invite us to. So together we are leveraging our resources to make sure that we achieve sustainability, not just in St. Kitts and Nevis, but throughout the region. And so I'm elated. So I want to say to the participants to really take full advantage of the opportunity to learn, full advantage in helping to transform your